Hello and welcome to another stream of Rise of the Tomb Raider, the Phase 1 playthrough doing 100% as part of the 10th anniversary playthroughs that'll be done on the channel this year for Rise of the Tomb Raider. We now have reached 61% completion. We're up to the point in the story where Jonah has arrived in the village. However, I'm not going to push the story forward. We're going to instead go and do some more grinding for stuff. So the majority of this stream will be grinding for resources and trying to get as many upgrades for the weapons that I have currently as I can. And we might do a little bit of story like towards the end of the stream, but I may not. So for now, at least, this will just be a resource grinding stream. There will be some dialogue that plays from Jacob if you hang around where Jonah is, so I want to make sure I grab that first before we move on. Maybe if I move her further away, the dialogue from Jacob will happen. It happened at the tail end of my stream yesterday, and I wasn't sure if I'd spoken over the top of it or not. So I just wanted to see if it'll re-happen. Well, I guess not. I guess the time for it to have played is after getting to Jonah in the first place where he is, and then not doing anything, even though I reloaded the checkpoint, and even though now I've actually started the game again today, it doesn't seem like that dialogue's going to happen again. Let's give it a few more moments. Hey there, Stan. Sorry that didn't work, because I forgot to put the percentage after it. Sorry about that, dude. But that should work if you put the percent after it. Stan, I cannot believe you did this to us. Forgot to put the percentage after the 100. Alright. I bet you the dialogue will probably play again while I'm in the middle of doing something and talking at the same time, and then the dialogue will be like, Lara, you need to go and do this. Okay, Jacob, I'll be there in a moment. Alright. 2 skill points, going to keep 1 in the bank because it's a skill that I want to unlock as soon as it becomes available. So now we'll get True Shot. Locked shots for triple shot now automatically target heads instead of bodies. Hey there, Ryan. You haven't played this game in years? Nice. I'm doing 100% for this playthrough. But I'm also including getting all the weapons upgraded, which doesn't count towards 100%, but I was like, I want to add something extra on top for the 10th anniversary. Okay, so the revolver. We have a tier 3 upgrade, so I'll go down my list in my document. That was the one that required 3 oil and 15 salvage, so I can mark that one off now. Rifled barrel. Barrel rifling allows for a smoother, more precise shot, increasing damage. Applied to all pistols. Now we have an upgrade that I can do for the semi-auto pistol. Semi-auto, it's tier 3. There we go. High capacity magazine. A larger magazine allows more shots to be fired before the need to reload. Apply to all semi-auto pistols. And I've got enough resources to upgrade shotguns, so we'll start with this one. Alright, so Tier 2, that's the pump action shotgun. Tier 2, which is 10 salvage and 7 tech parts, I can do that one. Custom trigger. Extra trigger sensitivity allows for easier and faster firing. Applied to all shotguns except full auto. Alright, that's all I can actually do with upgrading at the moment. Okay, it's time for an outfit change now. So for quite a while in yesterday's stream, I had Lara wear this outfit until the end of the stream. Next up is Spirit Weaver. Spirit Weaver. Remnant outfit inspired by their Byzantine heritage. Outfit bonus. Manual healing has a chance to bandage without using any resources. I knew that wouldn't work. That diving platform is one of the worst ones for the diving challenge because you press what you need to do, and on any other one she'll do the dive, but on that one she won't. She won't do it 100% of the time.
Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison Imas, Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison Imas. Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison Imas, Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos.
I press the buttons to dive, but the game does not recognize it 100% of the time. You simply just press jump then quickly circle to do the dive. See? Did the dive perfectly there. I didn't press anything different to do that dive. Hey Amanda Nicole, welcome. Jumping off a cliff always scares you. Yeah. Especially too if you're trying to judge where there might be a ledge to land on. Because there's some spots where you can land. See, press the same buttons. Lara doesn't dive yet. I'll jump up here. Dive's fine. Nope, she will not dive. Yet she'll dive here. See? Without fail. Every time I've done the buttons to dive from there, she has. Every time I've pressed the buttons to dive from the high spot, she won't. I don't know what's going on under the hood with the programming on that diving board, but it's always one of these ones where it doesn't work 100% of the time. Like, is there a certain point on the actual board that I don't have Lara's feet pixel accurately standing on before pressing the button sequence? Like, you know, should I have her here, or slightly here, or here, or here, or here, or here, or here, or here? Like where? Like here? Or back here? Maybe here? Like, where is the actual point at which they want you to hit with Lara's character model before pressing the buttons required to actually do the dive? Hey Shaky, welcome to the stream of me complaining about things that probably no one else does. There we go. She made that dive, but not the other one. I've probably done the what? Both dives 5 times, each time doing the exact same thing. And it's only the dive from a low point into the water that has actually worked. Whereas the dive from the high point hasn't worked, even though I've done literally nothing different. Like, literally nothing did I do differently between the jump that I attempted on the board versus the jump that I did close to the water surface. Every time she doesn't do the dive from the high point, I'm going to do the dive from the low point just to prove that the rate at which you can actually succeed doing the dive from the shorter distance is 100%, whereas the one from the top at the moment is 0%. Alright, let's try this then. Let's do it at an angle. No, same difference. Well, this is actually a better tactic, because then at least it puts me back up near where this is, so I don't have to keep on climbing back up again.
Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison Imas, Agios Otheos.
No, this is utterly fucking ridiculous. Well, looks like this is all I'm doing in today's stream, is attempting to do this simple fucking thing that the game is refusing to actually do, which is 0% my fault and 100% the fault of the programmers who programmed this. Just refuses to fucking do the dive. Yet here does it every fucking time I've tried from that distance. Dive works 100% of the time. To do the dive, you press the jump and the roll button quickly together, one after the other, which is what I've done for both the jump from the high point, where it's never worked so far yet in this playthrough, versus the low point where it's worked every time. Hey, Spicy Chicken. Will she dive for a Scooby snack? I doubt it. But it's always this one. It's always this diving spot out of all the ones that you need to do the dive from for the challenge. It's always this one. I should have been counting how many times I've done an attempt at diving from the high point versus how many times I've done the dive from the low point, and how it's only been the low point that has accepted my button presses of what you need to do to literally do the dive. I'm not doing anything different with the dive from the small, with the short distance versus the long distance. Doing literally nothing different with the button presses. There are no other button combinations that you have to do the dive. There is only one combination. Jump and then the roll button. If you're a player that never does 100% playthroughs of any game, then it's not really an issue, because you don't need to worry about it. But if you do want to actually do 100%, you need to do this dive. So if the game wants you to take 10 years to do it, you have to. See, she'll do the dive off the high point when not on the board. Oh, so it still counts it, does it? Right. So let's examine this in more detail. So let's go up to the high dive point again, and let's examine the logic that they've gone with here, and how illogical it is, and how stupid and dumb it is. Let's look at the logic. This is the type of content I need to make videos out of on YouTube. Alright, let's examine this for a moment. Okay, you come across this, you see that there's a board here, and you see that there's some paint. Some red paint. Many players would look at this and go, oh, what's this? It's on a high point above water. I guess this is a diving spot that has some kind of significance. Versus, oh, look at this, it's just a simple ledge. So the logic they've gone with here is that they want the player to take note of this, because they want the player to know the connection between this thing and doing the dive for the challenge, yet they don't let you do the dive off of this literal board that is designed to draw your attention to it, to make you realize and think, this is where I need to dive off from, right? But no, to do this one, you have to dive from here that isn't a designated dive spot. It's like, pick a fucking lane. Do you want it to count only from this? Or do you want it to count from anywhere? If it's going to count from anywhere, then put something along the edges in addition to this that makes it known that this is a dive spot. Otherwise, there's no fucking point in putting this whole fucking board here with the red paint. Because all other ones like this, you literally dive off the board part. So, if you've come to this dive point as the first one you've come across, sure, maybe you might try that and then just try this, right? But if you've gone to one of the other dive spots and you've gone to the plank where the paint is and done the dive and it's counted, then logically, every time you see one of these, you're going to think, okay, this is where I need to jump from. But for this one, it's like, no. You don't jump off the designated point, you jump off the undesignated point, and it will count. So I don't know what the excuse was. Don't know the reasoning. Either incompetence or laziness, where it's just like, the player will eventually figure out that they can just jump from any point near that thing. They don't have to actually jump from the actual diving board, even though we've already established in other diving boards that that's where you actually have to do the dive from. Okay, so we've got people back in their houses and stuff in this area. So I don't know what dialogue might trigger if I get near them, so that'll be something that I'll have to cover as well. Spicy Chicken, this reminds you of the scene in Total Drama Island where Heather refuses to dive down a mountain just to have Lashawna pick her up and throw her off. This is the same poor game design as in Umurangi Generation. Oh, really? Yeah. I think you need consistency. You need to have consistency between similar things, you know. So if I make the player look at something and it's a switch on a wall, right? And they've pressed a switch like that before on a wall in the game by literally standing in front of it, then they would expect at every single door or entrance that has a switch like that, that you would stand in front of it. But imagine if I just randomly made it that for one of the doors, you didn't need to stand in front of the actual door handle. You just had to stand near the window that was a few feet away from the door. Like, that's not logical. You know what I mean? So consistency. That doesn't mean, in my example, you can't have a door that has a fake handle on it, so that when you actually interact with it, a timer starts for a bomb that you've activated. Like, that's different. But if you have a consistency where the player has always had to stand in front of the actual switch or handle on the door before pressing it, then the player's going to expect that every time to work that way. Spicy Chicken, it's a photography game with annoyingly specific challenges. Oh, is it? I guess it's probably like, you need to take a photo of this tree, the actual branch of it, but not that branch. No, not that branch there. No, not that small little, no, this, no, not that branch. No, this one, no, no. And then after at the end, it's like, yeah, we just wanted you to actually point the camera at the tip of the leaf on this particular branch that's nowhere near the other branches that we made you think you had to actually, you know, like, I haven't played that game, so I'm not sure if there's anything like that in it, but it's one of those things where, like, the range around something that they want you to actually interact with is so large that there's an actual specific point within that range that they want you to stand on, but the game isn't 100% clear about it. Shaky, no. Spicy Chicken, well, one of them was to take pictures of lanterns, so he took pictures of what you thought to be lanterns, and boy, were you wrong. They didn't mean the old-fashioned lanterns. Oh, didn't they? Oh, yeah. And that's the other thing, too. Like, the descriptions that you give for players, like optional objectives in Assassin's Creed. I can't remember an exact example off the top of my head, but I do know that there are some optional objectives in those games where the description of what you need to do doesn't actually explain what you literally have to do. to the point where you keep trying to do what the actual text says you need to do, but that's not literally what you need to do. You need to do something else that the text doesn't actually have in its description.
Hello there. No need for formalities, Lara Croft. You've earned our trust. Many of our people worked the mines for the Soviets. Even after we drove them out, they died of a strange sickness. We heard what you did at the old tower. It would seem there's a reason you're here in this valley after all. Nothing like this happens on accident.
Hello there. I saw you in battle, when they first took the upper village. We're lucky to have you on our side. You've seen those totems around some of the caves? Be careful around those places. The Soviets never learned the secrets of the valley, but Trinity knows exactly what they're looking for. That alone makes them more dangerous.
Greetings. I have to admit, I didn't think much of you when you first came, but I've seen what you can do now. If you're hunting, you should try using the blinds. You'll find them all over the valley.
Some of the dialogue that we're getting from these NPCs we've heard before, but because we've done a certain point in the story now, there's also some new dialogue mixed in.
When the Soviets came, none of us had ever seen a rifle or a helicopter. That gave them an advantage that Trinity doesn't have.
Greetings. You didn't have to risk your life to fight with us, but you did. You won't find wolves on this side of the valley. We've made sure of that. We thought the catacombs below the tower would be safe. If it wasn't for you, we would have been buried.
I'm pretty sure that the NPC here is the same one that recorded the journal entries about the hunting and the tips on hunting and also the lessons in hunting that she was teaching. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same character, because obviously multiple different NPCs can be voiced by the same actor.
For the Soviet rifles. Why is there a shortage now?
Nearly a dozen of the crates got wet during the last rainy season. One of the caves flooded when the river changed course.
I suppose we'll be able to gather more when we drive these invaders out.
Thank you, game, for triggering the dialogue that plays if you don't interact with these two characters while I'm in the middle of talking after having moved away from where they were standing. You couldn't have made that dialogue trigger when we first actually got near them. Damn, there wasn't any resources I could actually use from that. Oh good, I can check my resources here. Alright. Okay, so we still have plenty of room for regular hide. Same for salvage. Getting close to having enough for the poison mushrooms. Bear hide. Need a lot more than that, but it also depends on how much stuff I have left that actually needs bear hide. So if I have a look at the upgrades for weapons that I have still to get, there's 2 boar fat that I need for one of them. There's 18 hide for one of them that I need, and another one that I need 18 hide for. Then there's a lot that need salvage parts and tech parts. When it comes to salvage parts, I still am very, very low.
The water won't be safe to drink. Not until we clean the corpses out upriver.
Suppose there's always the old cisterns.
If Trinity finds a way to block our access to them, we're gonna have a problem on our hands.
Hello. The Soviets left everything when we drove them out. Most of it is just waste, but there's still the odd treasure to be found. We've all heard the stories of what it was like when the Soviets came. Suppose we'll be telling our children stories about Trinity now. Those things buzzing around the valley frightened many of the birds, but there are still gulls down by the water.
Hey Oliver, welcome dude. Thank you so much for the 3 months in a row. Thank you, I really do appreciate that. That's awesome, dude. Thank you. Yeehaw! Howdy. How's your day going, dude?
Greetings. The smoke from the fires spooked the animals around the valley, but the deer seem to be returning. You've seen the mine by the old Soviet facility? Many of our people died there. Trinity is still there, in the upper village. We'll have to organize a raid. Let them know whose land this is.
Oliver, just started, lol. The sun is just rising. Oh, nice. Up early, see the sun rising. The sun is shooting up into the air. I hope you have a great day today, dude. There was a rod rant that happened about diving off of dive points that are designated for a challenge for you to dive off. Yet every time I dived off the literal board that is designed to dive from, for the challenge, Lara wouldn't dive. Then I went to the left of the actual diving designated spot and then did the dive, and it worked. And it counted for the challenge. And I'm like, fuck you, game. Fuck you. Lara too smart. Yeah. If only Lara was like, look, even though it's a designated diving board, you need to actually dive away from the board. Like, literally stand next to the board and then dive off it. Don't dive from the actual board. That is the board that you're supposed to actually dive off.
Greetings.
Hello. There are places all over the valley marked with chimes and totems. Our ancestors placed those there. You'd be wise to steer clear of them.
Exactly, Oliver. Whatever, game.
Trinity will keep coming until they get what they want. We have to stop them now. You should stay clear of the wolves' dens. They will defend their homes the same as us.
If you're looking for a lynx pelt, you'll have to find one of them. They prefer the warmer side of the valley. You've been beneath the cathedral. Those passages have been forbidden for us since long before I was born. We depend on the deer for much of our meals, and it's a delicate balance not to thin the herds too much.
Lara, I'd like to examine the atlas if you're ready.
I've got it here. I'm on my way soon.
Just keep it safe until then. We'll be waiting.
Yeah, Lara, we're gonna go see Jacob soon. Like, maybe a few IRL hours away from now, soon? Not soon as in the next 20 minutes. Yeah, we'll be there soon, Jacob. Don't worry about that. I won't be doing any more story for a long time in this stream, so Jacob and Jonah will have to wait. Hey there, Anasune. How's your day going? Incidentally, that was actually the dialogue that at the end of yesterday's stream played while I had Lara standing around that I thought I'd actually talked over. So in this stream I wanted to double check, yet it took this long for that dialogue to actually happen again. I thought it wouldn't, because I thought that maybe the checkpoint, even though it happened before the point where the dialogue happened, maybe the game counted the dialogue as already having happened. But here we are. Almost an hour later since I started the stream, and the dialogue finally triggers. Yeah, Oliver, soon. It's like, define soon. Understand, are you doing alright? You tried to recruit someone in Brotherhood. They died. Guard attacked them and said attack pushed them over a ledge. And said attack pushed them over a ledge. This was after you tried a different one where they just simply despawned. I really hate when that happens in that game, Anasune. It is really, really annoying. And sometimes the actual potential recruit will drop off the ledge themselves while they're fighting. Which is really, really annoying. I've definitely had that happen quite a few times, where they get attacked and you go to rescue them, but they get killed. They get knocked off the edge, or they despawn as well. I've had that happen too.
So, it's the same woman.
Identify yourself!
Sure?
It's Constantine. Of course he's sure. She was there in the tomb in Syria, and then she walked right into the facility.
Christ. She's either brave or stupid. So, how many of them survived in there?
Not many. The cave-in wiped out most of them, left the rest in disarray. And then Croft showed up.
Damn it. This is getting out of hand. Who's that?
God.
Hang on. I'll go look.
Roger that.
An arrow.
I see her! Take her down!
Hey, Virtual Savannah, welcome. You feel Rise was the best mix between the three games? Oh, nice. Yeah, Rise is a good sequel. I like how it expanded upon what the first game had in the trilogy. I also like how it added the ability to manually heal as well, because I feel like in the previous game, when you really, really needed to heal, and you had to wait till you, were like, you had to hide a bit and make your health regenerate. So it's good that they added extra stuff like that too, as well. Hey there, Lucas. How's it going, dude? Hey there, Sona. Welcome on in. It was good those enemies gave me some salvage parts, because I really do need salvage parts for resources. I don't think there's anything that I do need bear hide for. Although, it might just not be bear hide that the bears give, so it might be worth still going. Oh yeah, Savannah. Yeah, Shadow, you liked it as well. Introduced a lot of swimming. It really did. It was so funny though, because you think about all the other Tomb Raider games that came out, how swimming underwater was definitely a big part of those games. And then in the 2013 game, it was just like, we'll just make it that they can swim on the surface of the water. And then in Rise, it was like, how about we make them able to actually go under the surface of the water and go a little bit through, but only in, very sort of like designated spots. And then Shadow, they're like, nah, let's allow more freedom to swim underwater in deep water. Maybe in the next game we'll actually get vehicles again. Alright, so the only resource from that was bear hide. It's a shame that there's no shop system in this where you can actually trade In Shadow of the Tomb Raider there is. In this game, all you can do is actually go and spend the ancient coins from the Old Kingdom on very specific things. But in Shadow, you can actually be like, right, I've collected this much of this resource, but there's nothing that I need this resource for anymore, so I'll just sell it to get gold. I understand that you've been meaning to play this series, but like you said once before, you're really bad at sticking to franchises. It's usually something like, this looks like a cool series, so you start playing it. Sometime later, wow, this series looks fun, and you completely forget about the last one, and the cycle continues. Oh yeah. Yeah, I could definitely see how that would be, you know, a little bit frustrating at times too. And then you've got like all these other games that are in your backlog then as well. And then, not to mention, you get the franchises that are very, very long running that have, you know, sometimes 10 plus games that are actually part of it. And that can be a bit daunting, I think, sometimes too. If you look at a series and go, well, I'd like to play this series, but there's 15 games in it. Do I really want to play all 15 games? Cool, there's some more weapons I can upgrade. Savannah, you wish we'd get another game from this series, but you feel like it's done now. The 2013 to 2018 series, that is. Yeah, the only continuation they've done of this version of Lara is with the Legend of Lara Croft show. But as far as games since Shadow, they haven't done anything else with that version of the character game-wise, so... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like, too, with the remasters of the older games coming out, maybe they're also testing the waters to see if they'd rather go back to classic version of Lara and do more sequels in that respect. I imagine they are looking at the numbers of the remasters and how well they're doing to determine that kind of stuff. But I think that Amazon Games also have a stake in the series now. Not only with any video games, but also Amazon has some kind of rights, I think, with animated or live action stuff, like movies and things like that. Like there was a sequel to the 2018 Tomb Raider that was actually in development for quite a while, but the rights to the franchise, the ones that held the license or the rights at that current time, let the rights lapse and didn't, you know, repurchase it or whatever. So that left it up for grabs, and then it got bought by Amazon. And so, of course, the sequel that was being worked on with Alicia Vikander returning to play Lara was abandoned. Hey there, Spectrum. It's going well, thanks. How's things with you today? Hope you're having a good weekend. Spicy Chicken, what are the Tomb Raider games like? So you got the first 6, Spicy Chicken, which are tank controls, although the 6th game does have, on PC version... Or is it the PlayStation version? I can't remember now. I think it might have been the PlayStation 2 version that didn't have tank controls for that. But in any case, you've got the earlier games in the series, and they're more sort of like about the atmosphere of the levels. There's story to them, but it's not as story-focused or character-focused. So there's a lot of moments where it's just you and the character, and there's no dialogue, and it's just Lara exploring these areas and all that kind of stuff. The gameplay, there's no mini-maps, there's no maps, so there's no waypoints or anything like that you can set. So there's a lot of like maze-like areas and all that kind of stuff too. There's a lot of backtracking you need to do, and not a lot of stuff isn't entirely obvious as to where to go or what to do. Like for example, you might pull a switch, or press a switch, or pull a lever, and sometimes the game will actually show you what has actually opened up, but sometimes it won't. And so you have to figure out, based on the sound, whether it was a close sound or a further away sound to determine what might have actually opened. But then sometimes you don't even get a sound at all. You'll pull a lever and then there'll be no sound. So you have to actually go around the game and look to see where it might have opened. And then some things have a timer, so you might press the switch, open the door, not hear the sound to know where it is, and if you don't get there in time, it'll close on you. And it might have even closed before you even got near it. So then it's like, well, where is this door? So there is a lot of that in the older games. Then you had Tomb Raider Legend, then Anniversary and Underworld. And those three games, they sort of had more of a focus on story and character. Anniversary was a remake of Tomb Raider 1, so they kind of stuck to how the storytelling was done in the original. However, they do add some extra stuff for Lara's character that she goes through that she didn't in the original game. And then you get these games, which are more like a survival action adventure sort of trilogy, where there's a lot of stealth, there's a lot of combat scenarios with enemies, there's a lot of, you get ability points and all that kind of stuff. So these newer ones, they're more along those sorts of lines as well, with a lot of focus on story and Lara as a character and what she's going through and all that kind of stuff. Whereas the older games, they don't really spend much time letting you know what Lara's thinking, or there's no dialogue where she says her thoughts or anything like that. So it's pretty much just whatever she says in the cutscenes is what she says. But then you get some moments where you pick up an item and she's like, uh-huh. But that's only in Tomb Raider 2. So you do get vocalizations like that as well. But yeah, the newer games have a lot more... Like, they do have a lot in common with the Uncharted series, but I feel like the Uncharted series and the Tomb Raider reboots, despite their similarities, they're very, very different. Like, number one, there's no leveling skill up system or upgrading system in the Uncharted games. There's no, hey, Nathan Drake has 2 ability points. He's going to go and spend those ability points and improve his accuracy or improve, grip on edges and stuff like that. Whereas in the reboot Tomb Raider games, it's like, okay, they have the action sequences, the sort of like running around, explosions are happening, all that kind of stuff. But they have the ability points, they have the going through these environments, getting resources together, upgrading your weapons, all that kind of stuff. Lucas, and sometimes there are long-running series that just suck. That's true. Oh yeah, that can definitely happen too, as well. And sometimes that happens early in the series where they suck. Sometimes it doesn't happen till later. Spectrum, you're a bit sad at the moment? Oh, that's fair enough, Spectrum. I'm sorry to hear about that. I hope that things can look up soon. Savannah, you think if you own an Xbox, it may be the only platform you can own every game. They have Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld on their store. Oh, that's cool. Because I saw that with PlayStation... On the PlayStation Store, they had Tomb Raider Legend, but so far that's the only one in that trilogy that they've put on there. I've got the Xbox 360 versions of that trilogy, and I've also got the PC versions of that trilogy. Sometimes I do the PC version, but other times I do the Xbox 360 because it's just less kind of like setting up. And I don't have to worry about certain streamer things when I'm streaming from my console that I do from my laptop. So it's sometimes I just stream the Xbox 360 version because it's easier. Spicy Chicken Uncharted is more like a comedy action film, unlike Tomb Raider being a drama. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Like if you look at a lot of action sort of movies that had comedy in them, the characters are getting into these really wild situations. Something blows up or they're being shot at, they're running away from something, and there's moments of breaking up that seriousness with humor and one-liners and, banter between characters and all that kind of stuff as well. The older games, up until Tomb Raider Legend, they had Lara, like she didn't have any sort of like allies that she would speak to over comms or anything like that. Although in Chronicles they do introduce that with Zip, but that's an anomaly in the older school games. That's the only real time where Lara actually has an ally that she's in constant communication with throughout the mission. Whereas all the other games and all the other parts of Chronicles, it's not the case, But in Tomb Raider Legend, she has like Zip, who's the tech guy. Then she has like Alistair, who is more about knowledge of history and all that kind of stuff. And then you've got characters that Lara will actually, meet. Like she's got friends like Anya that you meet and all that kind of stuff. And then in this reboot trilogy, you have other characters that Lara interacts with that are actually in the narrative too as well. And they're not just, hey, here's a little bit of dialogue on the comms from this other character. They're like, hey, this character's actually involved in the action of what's going on in the story and all that kind of stuff. So I can do an upgrade for a shotgun. This one is a tier 4 upgrade for the pump action shotgun. So tier 4, and that was the one that needed 15 oil. So I can mark that one off. Off my document. Auto load modification. Precision mod increases the speed with which shells can be reloaded. Okay, so let me see. So salvage, yeah. A lot of the resources I'm lacking is simply just salvage. I've got plenty of the other resources needed, but salvage is just where I'm lacking. In the previous game, you could go back to areas later and salvage would respawn, but in this game, it doesn't really happen like that. And then we've got some that I do have the resources for, but it's locked behind upgrading a previous, like another element of the weapon. Oliver, salvage. It's so funny. In Assassin's Creed Odyssey, when you're on the ship with Barnabas, whenever there's salvage, he'll be like, "There's salvage over there." And you're like, "Yes, Barnabas, I know what salvage looks like now in the game. You don't need to keep commenting every single time it appears." It was funny though, Oliver, because I was typing up my document to help me keep track of the resources needed for all these upgrades. And I was doing like a commentary for the first part of doing that, where I was saying, okay, so this, I need 15 salvage for this. And I commented that you could make a drinking game out of me saying salvage so many times in yesterday's stream at that point. Lucas, you hate the Saints Row series, absolute garbage. Is it, Lucas? I never actually played any of that myself. I haven't really looked too much into it either as well. Oliver, hey man, that's an insult to garbage. It's like garbage. Garbage is like, am I a joke to you? What I'm going to do is I'm just going to have to keep on fast traveling to places where there are potentially enemies that I can face off against, because that's the best way to actually get some of the resources, is just through killing enemies and hoping that they actually have on them some resource I need. Like salvage. Just try to say the word differently to sneak it in there. Anasune, Saints Row really that bad? Not too sure myself, Anasune. Yeah, I haven't actually played any of them. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome on in, dude. How's it going? Oh, nice for you. That's good. Glad to hear that.
So cold.
wolves are like, quick, run! It's Lara! Run off! Run away!
They're sending another team inside the mines to map the ruins.
Yeah, but where do they think all of this came from? The natives don't look like the sorts to build on that scale.
Civilization isn't a one-way street. Something must have happened to knock them back into the dirt like this.
That's a detail on the outfit that Lara is wearing at the moment that I didn't notice. The tear on the arm in the fabric. Can't really get a good angle and lighting on it.
What was this facility anyway?
A gulag, a prison camp for dissidents and other enemies of the state. They called it Freedom Station. Someone had a thing for irony.
You've seen the natives yet?
Yeah, a few times. Not up close.
We got incoming!
Nothing.
What? Another one? No.
Spread out. Keep your eyes open. Nothing.
Having a check it out. Be right back.
Where? No.
Keep looking.
Yeah, Oliver, the wolves are like, oh no, it's Lara, the terrorizer. Get out of here. Not again. We just wanted to eat something. We came out in the open just to eat, and now Lara's coming after us. Quick, run! Savannah, oh yes, you forgot you could trap bodies in this game. Absolutely, it's really cool. That's what I like to do a lot. It's funny, you know, like, even though you can do it in this game, I tend to do it more in Shadow of the Tomb Raider, setting up the traps on the bodies. It's definitely very satisfying when they just go, what's this over here? And then boom. Then you just laugh at them. Of course, it would be a resource that I've already got full. Finally, I found a box of salvage I hadn't found before. Oliver, correction, you just laugh at their pieces. That's more accurate. It's so funny, there's a movie, in some places it's called Dark Angel, but in other places it's called I Come in Peace. It's this Dolph Lundgren movie about this alien from another planet who comes to Earth because our adrenaline is actually a drug for their alien race. So they're essentially coming here to harvest our adrenaline for their purposes. And one of the aliens that comes to Earth is also a police officer who is after the alien who's come there to kill. Anyway, the alien who's the killer always says, "I come in peace," before killing. And he says that at the end, and Dolph Lundgren's response is, "And you'll go in pieces," and then shoots him and he blows up. Exactly, Oliver. These damn adrenaline junkies. But it was so funny too, because when I saw it, I'd already seen Predator 2. And in the movie I Come in Peace, or Dark Angel, whichever it's called, in whichever region, there's also a CD looking thing that they throw that slices. Very similar to the weapon that the Predator has in Predator 2. But imagine that, you get killed essentially by a CD. Imagine getting killed by a DVD. Ryu the villain also has something that shoots out of his hand almost like Scorpion. That's right, he does too, Ryu, yeah. I actually forgot about that. Yeah, because that's what he uses, isn't it, to get the adrenaline out of the human. Oh, look, it happened to the best of us. Yeah, I know, like you're opening up your DVD case and you're getting the DVD out, and all of a sudden you push the button down too hard and it pops out, and it then hits you in the face, knocking you on the ground, and then it bounces off your face and it actually lands on your forehead so hard that it actually digs right through on the flat side, or the flat edge of the disc. And then it blows up. I don't know why it blows up, but it just blows up. Like, yeah, they died because the DVD blew up. What, you mean the player? No, the actual disc. The disc itself. Yeah, Oliver, this is some Final Destination stuff. That's a good call. I haven't seen all of those movies. I just saw the first two. I think they did 5, didn't they? Yeah, I think there's 5 of them. I wonder if they're going to reboot that series at some point. That would actually be, like, if they did a Final Destination game, I think it would be cool to do it in the same style as, like, the Dark Pictures series or Until Dawn. And if he's still in there, he ain't happy, as Major Payne once said. You know what's one movie concept you're actually a little surprised they haven't done? At least not successfully. A movie starring pro wrestlers fighting each other in a tournament-like setting. You know, that makes me think... What was that movie called No Holds Barred? Was that a documentary? Because I remember seeing that as a kid in the video store, but I never actually rented it, and neither did my friend either, come to think of it, that we used to rent a lot of movies. I think it had Hulk Hogan in it, and it had, what was his name? I think his nickname was Tiny, but I can't remember his full name though. Then there was a movie that was set in outer space, I think, which was an arena type thing, but that's not specifically like, you know, pro wrestlers and stuff. Savannah, they just put out a trailer for a new Final Destination a few weeks ago. Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, I had no idea. Because I was wondering about that franchise the other day, because I saw a post online that was about Final Destination, and I thought to myself, I wonder if there's a new one. Hey there, Drew. When are you streaming an Assassin's Creed game next? So the next Assassin's Creed stream will be when it's Monday. I'll be doing Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I started a playthrough of that last week, so I'll be finishing it off tomorrow. Review No Holds Barred with Hulk Hogan. No, it was a legit movie starring Hulk Hogan. It was produced by WWF, but it was garbage. Oh, was it? You do think the concept can work, but you need the right talent. That's true. Because anyone can come up with a good concept, but that same person doesn't necessarily have the ability to turn that concept into a reality that is as good as the concept is that they came up with. Now, granted, a pure alternate reality WWE movie with the talent fighting each other does not have to be a critical darling in order to succeed. Oh, that's true, exactly, Ryu, you know. Like, making a movie that's just fun without having to try and be any kind of, like, you know, Oscar contender or anything like that. There's definitely a lot of movies where it's just like, you put it on, you watch it, you're entertained, you have fun, end of story. If you want to watch a movie that's all about, you know, the quality of the filmmaking and the, you know, the characters and that, there's definitely plenty of movies that fit that too, as well. But not every movie needs to be like that. Okay, so I still don't have enough to get any of these weapons, but I do need a lot of ancient coins from the Old Kingdom for those two weapons. I also need them because I want to upgrade them as well. So any other things that I can get, I'm not going to get yet. Yeah, that's a huge reason why Mortal Kombat 95 works so well. It really did. It was such an entertaining movie. The pacing was really good too, as well. Lucas, you've never seen it, but the most memorable title you've heard is Breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo. Same here as well, Lucas. Yeah, I've never actually seen that movie, but I've definitely heard the title a lot. It's one of those things too where whenever someone wants to make fun of a sequel, they usually put Electric Boogaloo at the end of the title. So let's say you felt like I'm just going to choose this movie because it's a movie example to use. Not that it actually is a movie I think is terrible. But let's just say that you didn't like the movie Rocky 2. Then you might call it Rocky 2 Electric Boogaloo, you know. Oliver, alright folks, you're going to head to work now. See you later. No worries, Oliver. I really hope that work goes well for you today. Thanks for stopping in for a little bit. Definitely catch you again soon, in maybe 15 hours time, when I'm still streaming. No, just kidding. I don't know if I'll do an 11-hour stream again. But I hope you have a good one, Oliver. Catch you next time, dude. In fact, if you did a concept for a movie based on wrestling, which you were kind of experimenting with, Mortal Kombat is a good template for it. Yeah. Having a cast of characters that have their own backgrounds and they come together to fight in a tournament that has some kind of, like, you know, consequence where if they don't win, something terrible happens. And I mean, you could do multiple things, you know, to make it different to Mortal Kombat. You could do a thing where maybe one of the people is undercover and they have to win the tournament. Otherwise, a corrupt, you know, police chief or something is going to expose them to the world or something. I don't know. I'm just coming up with bullshit off the top of my head. It doesn't always have to be like the whole planet will become enslaved or something like that as a consequence for the loss if it happens. But something at stake. That's a funny visual glitch with the light there. I wish they patched in photo mode for this game. Shadow of the Tomb Raider that came out after this has it, but this one doesn't. Same with the 2013 game too. Lucas, we shall slay the enemies with the electric boogaloo. The electric boogaloo has been used for centuries. It was lost to time, but now it has been found again. All the evil in the world can sense that it's been found again, and so they are now after the chosen one. Who found it? Whoop! Shit. Lucky there was something there to grab onto. Review, nope, but it can be an alternate universe just to separate it from the actual program. Oh yeah, that's true. Lara, why are you kicking us in the face for? Ow. Hey there, AC. The room is finished. You can start adding people live. Oh, very nice. That's cool, dude. Hey, Dr. Ronnie. How's it going? Really funny enough, wrestling is already like an action movie, but live. That's true. Yeah, you have the choreography that they've worked out ahead of time. Sometimes, you know, improvisation happens and the other person has to adapt to that. And then there's storylines that they need to do, and there's sort of certain story points for their character that they need to hit. Oh look, there's Micah Bell. It's one of his relatives. There's two of them. He's a rat. $20 years for this snake. Ronnie, you really want to play these modern Tomb Raider games. Things are going well. You just sold a horror short story to an anthology. Oh, excellent, dude. That's cool. That's awesome. Congratulations on that. That'd be a great feeling to know that all the work that you put in to write it and get it published and to sell it. That's awesome, dude. I really hope that it gets received really well. It would be good to see you play these games too, Ronnie, as well. Like, I don't know if you've played any of the older ones in the series before, but it'd be good to see you play these ones. I mean, heck, it'd be good to see you play the older ones as well.
So what's the deal with the comm traffic down here? Terrain blocks line of sight. Something in the valley is creating EM interference, so we keep losing sync with the satellites. And on top of that, the natives somehow managed to take down primary radio tower. Take your pick.
Huh? How long until they issue us a pair of cans and a string?
Did we really lose a full company when they broke through into the ruins?
Not only that, but they lost the rescue party as well.
Let's hope we don't get tapped to go next.
Oh my god, this enemy didn't actually hear that. Like, holy shit. This guy didn't even hear what happened. Nice, we're getting some salvage off these enemies, so that's good. I definitely need a lot of salvage to go towards weapon upgrades. So if I have a look now at my resource list. Nice. The capacity for salvage is 50. But sometimes I don't mind upgrading things as I go along because it makes the whole process feel not as long. Whereas if I waited until I had all the resources for every single upgrade that is of a certain tier, then it would feel like it's an even longer process. Even though I know that it's a long process anyhow. But it just feels better sometimes when you have to do something that's a long process, when you put it into like stages, separated up into smaller sort of like chunks of things that you need to get done. But then sometimes you can look at that and go, oh damn, look at all this other stuff I still need to accomplish. Ryu, now granted, with a program, it's weekly, and a film narrative would take about 90 minutes or even 2 hours. Yeah, that's true as well. You know, like, if you have like a long-form storytelling medium, it really helps with stuff because you can spend a lot of time on things that, in movies, you either have to completely leave out, or you have to just make subtle acknowledgements or references to it, which not everyone will pick up on, you know. Ronnie, but what hat would you wear for these? Now, I don't expect you to have this kind of hat that I'm going to show you, but beanies, like there's outfits that Lara has beanies, or like we've got this one, like you could have Lara wear an outfit that has a certain hat and have you wear a hat that's like that. So you got this sort of like type of beanie with the goggles. I don't think you'd have this kind of headdress, but if you do the Baba Yaga DLC, you unlock this as an outfit with the skull and horned helmet thing. Then you've got like this outfit style, where you have like a woolly beanie type thing like that. Then there's Shadow Runner, where you got this kind of thing. Granted, that comparison you made about how wrestling is like a live-action movie actually makes it ideal for a cinematic treatment. 2 for 1, he must be deaf. Yeah, 2 for 1. I was actually wondering if, after shooting the first guy, the second guy that was actually closest to Lara would just get fully alerted and I couldn't do the kill with the knife, but I'm glad that that worked out like that. It's great when you can get 2 for 1. And it was funny, Ryu, in yesterday's stream, there were a few enemies grouped together, and I used a mushroom cloud to poison the enemies. There was one that was outside of the range of it, but the whole time his friends were dying right next to him. He just stood there, not even reacting, not saying anything, nothing, while his friends were just coughing and choking in front of him. Yeah, Ryu, it must have been the wind. And you could also consider it's a trap. But that's fair too as well, with your comparison, you know, how it's like a live-action movie actually makes it ideal for cinematic treatment. Yeah. Isn't there a movie about, was it Paige? Was that her name? A wrestler? Wasn't there a movie about her that came out at some point? I can't remember when it came out, because I don't think I found out about it when it came out. Fighting with My Family, yeah. So that's more, is that more like a biopic kind of thing, I guess? It was more a dramatic take. I gotcha, yeah. I mean, you could maybe do a thing where you have this exotic kind of location in the world that for a long time has actually been cut off from civilization, but these wrestlers get invited to do an exhibition match at the location, and for promotion they can use the fact that it is a location that has been previously undiscovered. But it could be something where it turns into a fight for survival because it's actually a trap that has been set by whatever villain, and at first the wrestlers think it's all part of the promotional thing, like it's all part of the show. Kind of like the Three Amigos, except it's an actual serious, deadly thing, not a, you know, because in that movie it plays it for tongue-in-cheek, you know, but have a movie like that. So then you're hitting the same sort of beats that Mortal Kombat did, where you have like an island where there's people fighting and all this kind of stuff, but put a more sort of like, they think it's a promotion for the thing, they don't realize it's actually a setup or something like that. So instead of just fighting for, you know, whatever is set up in their wrestling story, they actually have to fight for their lives this time. Something like that, I don't know. Savannah, it was her story. Oh, it was? Oh, cool. Yeah, because that's the thing, like, there's so many wrestlers that there are, and sometimes, like, I hear their names and stuff. Like, I was really into wrestling when I was a kid, but more so just for video games, and sometimes when it came on television, I'd watch it, and my friend and I would laugh at some of the moves and all that kind of stuff. But I never really got into it deeply. So as time went on, you hear about these wrestlers, and you hear about what movies they've done and all that kind of stuff. So it's cool when they have like a movie that's about the actual wrestler and what struggles they might have gone through to get to where they are and stuff. This is the tier 2 upgrade that I can get now for the pump action shotgun. So tier 2. That's weird. I didn't make note of it in my document. Oh well. I'll review what I've got here. So tier 1, 16 salvage. I see what I've done. This needed 11 salvage and 9 tech parts. Here we go, yeah. I forgot to actually put the words tier 2 in my document, but I put the resources needed for this tier 2 upgrade. So that was 11 salvage and 9 tech parts. So I can mark that off now. Modified ejector. Clean ejecting of shells reduces jams for faster reloading. Applied to all shotguns except break action. Okay, so I've had Lara wear that outfit for a while. Which one was it that I had actually? That's right, it was Spirit Weaver. I put the other outfit that I'd already worn back on. Okay, so that was Spirit Weaver. So next up, Pioneer. Traditional Explorer jacket, an orange scarf, and a vintage pickaxe. Outfit bonus, increased melee damage. That's something I liked about these games where your outfits actually also have a bonus effect. Sometimes one outfit will have the same bonus effect as another, but that just means that if you prefer one outfit's look over the other, but you like the bonus, you can at least choose the one that you like the look of. You got into WWF or WWE during the Attitude and Ruthless Aggression eras. Attitude era was when you had guys like Stone Cold, The Rock, Kane, etc. Ruthless Aggression era was when guys like John Cena and Bautista started to come in. Oh yeah. That's the other thing too. Like, these wrestlers turned actors. A lot of them I only actually heard about when they became an actor. Although I guess technically you could call them actors already. But I mean to say, actually going in and doing an acting role as a character outside of being a wrestler. Hey there, Keone. How's things going? Yeah, AC, good call. Amelia Croft, Lara Earhart. You know what's interesting, AC? Is that that's actually Lara's mother's name, Amelia. Yep, it's almost full circle. Almost. I remember movies like Suburban Commando with Hulk Hogan in it. And Christopher Lloyd was in that one as well. I bet you any money they'll eventually do a remake of that with another wrestler, whoever it might be. But that reminds me too, I don't know what the progress on the Duke Nukem movie is, because way back in the early 2000s, The Rock was actually cast as Duke Nukem, and then eventually that project fell through. But then, I can't remember when it was now, I might actually look, but then John Cena was attached to play Duke Nukem. But I can't remember when that was now, so I'll actually just look that up. Okay, so here's an article I found talking about the Duke Nukem movie. So on the 11th of July in 2024, there was an article talking about the project. Duke Nukem, 90s video game hero, finally coming to the big screen. At least it looks that way. Creators of Cobra Kai are directing the film. John Cena will star as Duke Nukem alongside other big names like Colin Farrell and Blake Lively. The movie was supposedly filmed in Ohio, and Morocco is set to hit theaters on July 4, 2025. Hold on now? What? They actually have done it? Damn. Duke Nukem movie has had a difficult journey to get made, many delays and changes over the years. Film now has a confirmed release date of July 4 this year. Okay. Key milestones in development. 1997, the movie rights acquired by Dimension Films. 2001, John Cena rumored to be considered for the lead role. Well, that's incorrect, because The Rock was actually considered around then. I mean, John Cena could have been considered around then too, but I mean to say, there's no mention of The Rock. But the actual official site for, what was it, Ryu? I can't remember the guy's name. Kasdan. Lawrence Kasdan, was it? No, not Lawrence Kasdan. Or was it? It might have been him. Anyway, the company that he had on their official website had listed The Rock back in the early 2000s as attached. Lawrence Kasanoff. There we go, Ryu. Thank you. Yeah, Lawrence Kasanoff. Well, anyway, moving on. 2008, rights revert back to 3D Realms after Dimension Films fails to produce the movie. 2010, Platinum Dunes acquires the film rights. They did the horror movie reboots, remakes like Texas Chainsaw Massacre and Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th. 2018, Legendary Entertainment takes over the project with Cobra Kai creators Josh Heald, John Hurwitz, and Hayden Schlossberg as producers. 2024, filming has supposedly wrapped, and 2025, movie set to release. Details about plot and cast still under wraps. Fans can expect Duke Nukem movie to stay true to the character's brash and irreverent style. Well, we'll see about that. I don't know. Although, there is definitely a market for R-rated comedies, so maybe it'll actually fit that bill. Well, there we go. Here's just a link to the article that I was reading from. Interesting. AC, okay, you're away. The last few days have been data entry and your brain go brrr. I don't blame you, AC. Like, doing stuff like that is definitely understandable to have that result. And you just want to, after that, just chill out a bit. Stan, if John Cena plays Duke Nukem, how are we supposed to see? Yeah, I mean, I hear about John Cena a lot, but I've never actually seen him. I mean, they say that Aberline in Assassin's Creed Syndicate is the master of disguise, but I think John Cena might be able to go a bit further. That's true, View. Yeah, that's the funny thing, right? Like, and that's something that people who might not know, can now know. But that was one of the things where it's like, I'm not big into wrestling, but I've seen that meme enough as well. But it's quite funny that ended up becoming a meme. Savannah, John Cena didn't even debut in WWE until 2002. He wouldn't have been considered. That's a good point then, Savannah. Yeah, because I wasn't sure when he actually debuted. But yeah, that article mentioning him being considered that early. Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's a Mandela effect moment where I thought that the website from years ago, that was the official one of the company, of the guy who was working on the movie, the producer. But yeah, it's like, hang on. Ryu, producer of the 90s Mortal Kombat movies. That's true. Did he also produce that Beowulf movie with Christopher Lambert? He did. Okay. Thought so. I mean, the opening titles are very reminiscent, almost an exact copy of Mortal Kombat's. But I wasn't sure if that was just because it was the same company behind it. Threshold Entertainment, that was the name of his company, wasn't it? Threshold. There's certain video games that it's surprising it's taken a long time for an adaptation to happen. There's also movies made out of games that I'm like, damn, if only it was made earlier with different people, maybe it might have been better. Like Doom. Like, could you imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger in a Doom movie and getting the director of Total Recall and RoboCop, Paul Verhoeven, and Starship Troopers to actually direct it? Like, that would have been really, really good. Because we would have gotten a really sort of, like, violent, gory, very in line with what Doom is kind of movie. That actually had demons from hell in it. Not these mutated experiments. Okay, demons, it's time to meet your doom. Rip and tear until it is done. I know that wasn't actually around when the first Doom game came out, but I just felt like doing that quote with Arnie's impression. Ryu, fuck, it took long for them to make a Mortal Kombat reboot. Imagine the Double Dragon movie being made around the same era as the 1990 TMNT movie. Oh yeah. I mean, that could have been done in a much better adaptation. Double Dragon.
Hold up. Move.
Oh, now come on. Usually when there's human enemies in an area, Lara will automatically go into the crouch stance to let you know that there's enemies nearby. Therefore letting you know that if you go into a hiding area like some bushes, that Lara will actually be hidden from the enemy. Yet none of that happened. So that's really bullshit. I was hoping to both get some XP from stealth kills, but also to see if there's any new dialogue from enemies as well. But you do feel releasing the actual Double Dragon movie in '94 was kind of too late. By that point, the beat-em-up craze kind of fizzled, and gamers were more into tournament fighting games like Mortal Kombat and Street Fighter. Yeah, there's just certain times where it's probably the best time to actually strike with something. So it's better to actually do a movie adaptation of something when that thing is in full swing of its peak, you know, or really mainstream, you know. Stan, you were offered the main role for Doom movie before Dwayne Johnson, but you were focusing on your career in football. Now imagine, Stan, being in the Doom movie. They should do a parody called Mood. Which is essentially just the word Doom, but spelled in reverse. Ryu, again, another reason why the first Mortal Kombat movie worked well. Yeah. It was the height of Mortal Kombat, you know, it was like the best time. Stan would take the M and put it upside down. Where you use a chainsaw to chop trees while you stand on the deck of your ship and then you just move on like in Skull and Bones. There's certain like video games that you would think it would be a slam dunk in making it into a movie. There's two video game franchises that have such a basic kind of like concept that it is really surprising that it hasn't really been done to a very satisfying level where it's like absolutely a masterclass in that kind of like movie and genre. Like Resident Evil and Doom. Like Resident Evil 1, mansion, an underground lab with experiments, zombies, and other kinds of creatures. Group of characters go in, they have to survive. Like that concept on paper shouldn't be what they turn the movies into, for example. Even though there are some good parts about the Resident Evil movies. But it's like, how could you mess that concept up? At least the first Resident Evil movie kind of tries to stick with the whole, you know, group of characters in an isolated location. There's zombies and all these other creatures. There's moments where they're just basically going through maze-like corridors while something's lurking in the background, you know, and then boom, jump scare, something happens, big attack by zombies, you know, all that kind of stuff. So those elements are actually there. But I think overall, the Resident Evil movies never really captured the essence of what, you know, at least the first 3 Resident Evil games were. Like, you had such a great potential to turn the idea of an entire city becoming infested with zombies into a really good Resident Evil movie. Like, I reckon you could have done a trilogy where the first movie was the first game, with some extra details added here and there to sprinkle in as well. Maybe a little bit of Resident Evil 0 put in there too. The second movie could be Resident Evil 2. And then at the end of the second movie, you could introduce Jill at the end. And then the third movie would be the parts of the Resident Evil 2 story that take place during when Jill's going through what she's going through. And then also go back to Leon and Claire and all that kind of stuff. They could have done that. But they're doing a reboot of the Resident Evil movies again. So who knows what they're coming up with for the next reboot of the Resident Evil series. But in games. Sorry, in the movies, I mean. Not the games. They're not rebooting the games. Stan, that was another reason Doom movies flopped. It had no lore or story. You just take the gun and start blasting. Yeah, that's it. You know, like, there were those novels that were written about the first Doom game as well. So, you know, there were some things that they fleshed out a little bit as well. But there's a lot of stuff that you don't really need to worry too much about. But it is good to have certain things from the lore actually in the adaptation, because you're trying to stay true to that while setting up the conflict that's going to happen in the whole story. Hey there, Inmita. How's it going today, dude? Other than Mortal Kombat, Tomb Raider, and even Silent Hill, none of the early video game movies really captured the essence of the games. That's true, and I think too as well, like, you had these changes that were being made that weren't necessarily good changes. And for me, in Silent Hill 1 movie, having Dahlia be or not be a villain, I feel like that was a terrible mistake, because the thing about Dahlia is that she wants to offer her daughter up as a sacrifice to be able to birth the god that her cult worships, you know. So she's willfully wanting to do that. Versus a character like Harry, who his daughter is missing in the town, and even though he adopted her with his unfortunately deceased wife, even though Cheryl was adopted, they loved her as if she was actually their own biological child, you know. And so you could still have done that with changing Harry to Rose and changing the name of Cheryl to Sharon. Like, you still could have done that while having Dahlia be a villain, because it's the juxtaposing of someone who is really wanting to protect their daughter versus someone who doesn't want to and just wants to sacrifice them for the greater good of the cult, you know. So I feel like turning Dahlia into like an ally, like a good character in the movie, was a little bit of a disservice to the original version of Dahlia. Now, having said that, though, Deborah Kara Unger, who plays Dahlia, absolutely knocks the role out of the park. Like, her casting as that character was chef's kiss. Like, she did such a great job as Dahlia. But I do feel that Dahlia should have been a villain like she was in the game. But they also could have done like a bait and switch thing where in the movie they have her start out as being a character that you think is sympathetic. Like, she could be saying things like, you know, oh, my daughter's missing as well. you know, like, and then it becomes the thing where the main character is like, you know, we have something in common, you know, we both have daughters that are missing that we're trying to find. But then the reveal would happen later in the movie where Rose would find out that Dahlia was actually playing her all along, and that she just wanted to manipulate Rose. You know what I mean? Like, they still could have done that kind of thing. But yeah, the casting was great, but I do prefer Dahlia as a villain. Ryu, and you mean pre-2010s, of course. You had some animated efforts like Street Fighter 2 and Final Fantasy 7 animated movies, but those were definitely more niche efforts. Yeah, that's true as well. Yeah, a lot of those ended up becoming the sort of like template or the thing that people say, hey, this is a great adaptation. This is how future adaptations should, you know, approach. Glad to hear that it's going good in Meta. That's excellent, dude. Especially on the weekend. As for me, I'm doing well. We're running around, as usual, trying to get resources for upgrades of weapons, which is pretty much what this whole stream's going to be. But going well, though. Beyond those, we had a Mario movie that tried to be a gritty sci-fi flick, a Street Fighter movie that was more in line with G.I. Joe, and various Resident Evil movies starring some chick named Alice. Yeah, that's fair too, as well. Like, who would have thought, when playing the first Super Mario Brothers game, that, oh yeah, they're going to do a movie of this that's a sci-fi, Blade Runner, dark and gritty story. Like, yeah, sure, bro. Whatever you reckon. And then, you know, that's what we got. Like, imagine if they made a Legend of Zelda movie and they turned it into a survival horror game, like a survival horror movie, where Link is actually the villain, Zelda is the main character, and Ganon is actually just the name of the town in which this all takes place in. And Link has like laser guns, and Zelda can travel through time. I mean, that element would be fitting, because we've had that in Legend of Zelda. But I mean to say, imagine if that was what the Legend of Zelda movie became. Like, it's sort of like, what the hell? What have you done? Oh, cheers, Mita. Thanks, dude. I've also changed Lara's outfit again. We're getting close, actually, to my favorite outfit, which I wanted to leave until last, which is the Commando outfit. But there are also some character models that you can unlock after you finish the main story. There's the original Lara Croft character model you can unlock. There's the Tomb Raider 2 version of Lara Croft that you can unlock. There's also the Angel of Darkness version of Lara Croft that you can unlock. There's also the catsuit Lara from Tomb Raider Chronicles as well that you can unlock. So I'll be showing them once we finish the main story. Yeah, Mitra, it's so cool, the variety of different outfits too, and they have like perks and stuff. I mean, you've played the game, you know, but I really like that idea where outfits actually have perks that you can use. That's why it was good in Assassin's Creed Syndicate, where you had certain perks. Like, if you wear this outfit, Evie can carry more throwing knives, you know, things like that. Pretty sure Mortal Kombat didn't have the gore, but it was still faithful to the character's look, tone, and premise. Exactly, dude. And the thing is, there still is gore in it. It's just that it's not as over the top. It's not as, you know, comical as it is in the games. You're not having someone get their leg broken, sorry, getting their arm broken and yelling, "Ah, my leg!" or anything like that, you know. You're not having some, you know, scene where, like, the main character is going into a monologue stand-up comedy routine, you know. It's not like you have that too, so, you know, it's not like Johnny Cage goes off on a tangent of being like a stand-up comedian or trying to be, you know, things like that. Yes, Savannah, it's really cool that you can. It's so funny, though, in these graphics, seeing those versions of the character just running around. And also in the cutscenes where there's no mouth movement. But that's the question. I don't know if it's in actual cutscenes, because you can't get it until you finish the main story, so Emita, yeah. You also like to change the outfits often when you play this game. Yeah, it's a good idea to do that sometimes too as well, you know. View a Johnny Cage stand-up comedy special.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere inside the old mine.
Why is that lucky?
I'm not fluent in Russian, but I do know enough to read danger in uranium. Trust me, we do not want that job.
You saw the photos from up in the mine. Someone there? Right. I don't think the Soviets just decided to close that shop.
Yeah, but there's no way.
I'm sure that's exactly what the Soviets
Back me up! Intruder!
There we go. That's really satisfying when an enemy pisses me off in a game. You dude would probably say some jokes like Seinfeld. Why do they call it Outworld? Is it because it's out of this world? I can't do a Seinfeld impression. But yeah. And then he just gets booed off stage. And then the headline the next day reads, Johnny Cage booed off stage. In me till Lara's on fire. Lara's like, rage. Rage of the Tomb Raider. We're right in the balls. Exactly. I blame seeing RoboCop at a young age when Robocop shoots the guy in the dick. It's like when an enemy in a game where I have guns really pisses me off, that's the spot where I'm going to shoot them. Ryu gets no luck in the series. Everyone is annoyed by him, even Sonya. It's like Katana went this way. I could smell her perfume. I smell something. Bullshit. I haven't seen the movie for a very long time, but doesn't Johnny Cage mouth or do some sort of like reaction to Sonya saying, I smell something? Bullshit. Doesn't he like look at her or does an eye roll and then does like a mouth movement as if he's, mocking what she says? Yeah, he does. Yeah, I thought so. I thought I was remembering correctly. I was like, did that actually happen, or am I just thinking that was something that happened? Lyndon Ashby, he was awesome as Johnny Cage. All right, let's dance. This is where you fall down. Where do you get these guys? And the press says, I don't know how to do this stuff. Ironically, that's where Lara falls down. What were the chances of me saying that quote from that movie and then having Lara just like fall to her death? That timing. Fall of the Tomb Raider. Rest in peace, Peter Jason, aka Master Boyd. Oh yeah, he was really cool too. Like, even in a small role, like in The Mouth of Madness, where he plays the guy who's trying to get insurance money by having destroyed his warehouse, and then Sam Neill's character has found footage or photos of him and his mistress wearing all these expensive clothes and all that kind of stuff, and also his wife wearing expensive clothes too, and how he gets caught out. Like even in that movie, like he was really good. That's a shame that he passed away. Would have been cool to see him in one more John Carpenter movie or something. You, Rod, being the Grim Reaper in that moment. Absolutely. Talking about Final Destination earlier. That combat scenario that Lara survived, death is like, you were supposed to die in that in that scenario. Oh good, it's been a while since enemies respawned in this spot.
You've seen the natives yet?
Yeah, a few times. Not up close yet. It's weird. Like they're stuck in time.
Just be careful. A few of them have rifles. Don't go thinking they're harmless. You saw the photos from up in the mining office, right? I don't think the Soviets just decided to close up shop.
Yeah, but there's no way the natives could do all that damage.
I'm sure that's exactly what the Soviets thought.
Exactly, in Mita, you can't escape death. No matter how far ahead you get in the race against death, you'll eventually get defeated. Ryu, someone's here. Who the fuck is it? Batman, motherfucker. Imagine Batman saying that though. Who are you? I'm Batman, motherfucker. And then just throws him off the edge of the building. Okay, so we have another weapon that I can upgrade. Alright, so in the shotgun category. So I'm gonna just do the upgrading in whichever order is earliest. So at the moment it's the break action shotgun that we can actually add an upgrade to. So let's see. Alright, so this is a tier 3 upgrade for the break action shotgun. At the time of doing my document, I hadn't unlocked the break action shotgun yet. So now that I have, I need to make note of the different tiers and stuff. Alright, so we have tier 1, 16 salvage. I'm only focusing on how much it costs overall. I'm not worried about what I have out of that resource yet. And then we had this one, which was that was 3 hide and 15 salvage. Okay, now tier 2. Okay, so what's that material again? That is cloth. Alright, so that needs 18 cloth. Oops, I put 18 twice there. 18 cloth and 1 of, is that the special hide? Exotic hide, that's what they call it. Now the tier 3 one that I'm about to do, I don't need to worry about marking that down. So for tier 3, I'll just focus on this one here. And then tier 4, I'll make note of that too while I'm here. So that one needs 12 oil, 13 salvage, and 2 boar fat. And then the next one in tier 4 needs 8 hardwood, 15 hide, and 3 technical parts, which I just call them tech parts in my document to save space. Alright, so this is the one that we can get for the break action shotgun. Forced ejector mod. Shells are forcibly ejected from the barrel when opened, speeding reload times. Applied to all break action shotguns. Thanks for linking that YouTube video review. Black Belt Jones. Go to at 28. Ah, so that's what you got it from. That's cool. You know, I really need to see a lot of his movies. Jim Kelly, rest in peace. I definitely need to watch his movies because I've only ever seen Enter the Dragon with him in it. And Mita, the way you said, "Who are you?" reminded you of the ending of God of War 4, aka 2018, where Kratos says that to Thor. Oh, does he? That's cool. Ryu Jim Kelly, he was awesome. He was, just in that one role that I saw him in Enter the Dragon, he was really cool as a character, you know, like, it's a shame that, spoiler alert for people who haven't seen that movie from 1973, but his character dies in that movie. Ryu, him, John Saxon, and Bruce Lee were definitely a great trio. They really, really were. Yeah, it was so funny because by the time I saw Enter the Dragon, I had already seen A Nightmare on Elm Street. So I'd already seen a movie with John Saxon in it. So when I saw Enter the Dragon, I was like, oh, cool. He was in A Nightmare on Elm Street. It was so cool that he actually reprised his role twice after that first movie. I think that was really cool that he did that. He was also in a lot of westerns and stuff. I can't remember the name of it now, but there was a western that I saw where he was in it. I've always liked that part, Ryu, where he's like, come on, fellas. Just the way he says it has always stuck in my mind. Hey there, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Lara, the wolves are hungry. Alright. There we go, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. If there are any left. Yeah, I wasn't sure, to be honest, if there was going to be. But I hadn't gone into that cave for a long time, so I thought if I go in there, hopefully there'll be some, and there we go. It's a weekend, so you can wake up at 9 a.m., but Rod starts the stream at 6:30 a.m. Yeah. It's so funny, too, because, like, there's some days where I'm like, I would like to actually start the stream now, but there's other things I need to do first. So sometimes it becomes like a much later stream, but then there's days where it's like, I don't have anything that I need to do at this time anymore, so I'll just jump in and start a stream.
Did we really lose a full company when they broke through into the ruins?
Not only that, but they lost the rescue party as well.
Right, this dialogue I've heard before.
Contact!
Shot that guy so hard he literally went through the pavement. Dr. Darling, you haven't played this game in so many years. Tempted to go for 100% again. Oh, nice. Yeah, the 100% without worrying about, you know, doing the upgrades that I've added on top, but just doing the 100% that the game tracks. I really found it satisfying in this reboot trilogy. Review, I did nothing. The pavement was his enemy. Arnold and Twins. Nice one, Review. Twins. Such a funny movie. Rest in peace, Kelly Preston. Like, she was in that movie. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Dr. Darling, you're still pissed off with the Shadow of the Tomb Raider achievements. The only ones you're missing are the medals in the challenge tombs. Ah, that's something I've never actually really looked at, is the achievements for that, for that game.
So it's the same woman? Is he sure?
It's constant.
Identify yourself.
She was
Under fire! Just you and me.
Dr. Darling, you were kind of expecting a crotch shot for that last guy. Now, I thought an explosive arrow directly to the head was where my mood was. Dodge this. I just thought of that moment from The Matrix.
Keep her down! Take her down! Stand down! Give me covering fire! Focusing! Come on! Let's end this! Light her up!
The Soviets just abandoned this place. Looks like they packed up and left in a hurry.
No, I don't think it was that peaceful. Looks like there was some sort of struggle.
Speaking of struggle, now struggle to breathe.
May have a problem here. We got cover! Got your back! Throw in a grenade!
Did we really lose a full company when they broke through into the ruins?
We're under attack!
Identify yourself.
Someone's here!
Hey there, Shadow. Good news, you just made some new friends today. Bad news, probably half of them kind of ended up hating your presence since you could feel the expressions of them. They were feeling uncomfortable, shaking my head. You only got online and played with them like normal as usual. You don't get it. But now tomorrow you'll play Ghost of Tsushima with the other half of friends. Just hope it doesn't happen the same as the other half. Hopefully not, Shadow, you know. Hopefully you won't have the same experience as you had today. Hopefully it'll be better.
If my calculations are correct, when this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
Nice one, Dr. Darling. Thanks for redeeming that Bane impression from Back to the Future. Whoa, what the fuck was that visual glitch? Was it just on my end? Oh no, it came on the stream as well. That was weird. So I also thought it might have been my television. I'm like, shit. Shadow, you mean you get that society doesn't tolerate your presence at all, but geez, the crew's expression told everything, and yet they don't even know you could see through their lies. Yeah, that would be tough, to have to go through Shadow as well. That kind of stuff too. But hopefully you can meet some people where that won't happen, and you'll have better interactions. Yeah, lava glitch. The lava was like, we need to have the lava glitch happen, and the game was like, sure. Stan, Lava Croft. Why didn't anyone dare to make this joke? Are you guys asleep? It's definitely been made in the channel before with Lava Croft. I think it was when in one of the old school Tomb Raider games where the channel point redeemed Rest in Peace Lara was redeemed, and well, it was decided that Lara would have a lava bath. Alright, so I can upgrade another weapon. So this time it's one of the pistols. Semi-auto pistol. Nice, so I can get the final upgrade for the semi-auto pistol. Now I can mark that off as done. In full. Counterweight. A barrel weight that helps offset the kick from firing for improved recoil stability. Applied to all semi-auto pistols. Stan, how much stuff are left to upgrade? Now that is a good question. And I remember now that because I don't actually have the two weapons yet, there's two that you have to buy using ancient coins from the Old Kingdom. But I didn't actually put them in my notepad document because I don't actually have the ability yet to see what each tier of upgrade needs for resources. And then there's also a weapon that I still haven't unlocked because I haven't found enough parts of it. But what I can actually say is that in terms of like how many upgrades I need to do still out of what is currently available to me, there is 1, 2, 3, 4, hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. So there's 52 things left to actually upgrade out of what I can actually access right now. But then, on top of that, there is however many it will be for weapons that I haven't got yet, like the heavy pistol, the Grim Whisper bow, and the full auto shotgun. But then there's also 2 other weapons that I need to get from the shack using ancient coins from the Old Kingdom, but I don't have enough coins for both of those yet.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere inside the old mine. Why's that lucky? I'm not fluid.
I've had the current outfit on for a while now, so I'm going to change Lara's outfit again. Okay, so that was the Pioneer outfit. Now for Valiant Explorer. Nostalgic leather jacket, high-laced boots, and a bright red scarf. Outfit bonus, increased explosive arrow radius. Dr. Darling, you can't believe you're happy with the fact that you will have 10 Celsius max temperature on Tuesday. Well, that's definitely good. Alright, this will be a good spot to show the outfit that Lara has on, where it's actually daytime and it's bright light without the snow on it.
course, it's a riddle. But if I'm reading this right... This mural shows the moment they found the valley. It must have looked like a paradise.
Alright, Byzantine inscriptions. Oh yes, so this is the one that I haven't gone into. This is the one that I just found, I mean. And now I can actually go into the document entry for it to get the extra dialogue. The valley. This mural shows the moment they found the valley. It must have looked like a paradise.
But through the hardship, they knew they had been chosen to be the protectors of the divine source. So God granted them a paradise in which they could begin again. They came to a lush valley by a lake high in the mountains. The prophet had led them through hardships and death, and now they were free to begin again in safety.
Stan, can you still dig coins up without reading monoliths if you know the location? I think you can, Stan, yeah. Yeah, so, even if you were to find all the ancient coins, I think from just, you know, going around randomly, I think, of course, you would still need to interact with the monolith to actually get the 100% for it marked off. Dr. Darling Duolingo be like, you have fallen behind on your Mongolian lessons. Jin Sakai enters chat. Looking forward to replaying that game again in March. Dr. Darling, there is a strike on Thursday and Friday, which means you get to stay at home and watch streams. Oh, really? So Thursday and Friday? Yeah. Hey, Mr. Goatee. Welcome on in. How's it going? I cannot interact with this yet. No, 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 no. Mr. Gate, imagine turning Lara's nose into a dubstep song. Oh yeah. Do a remix of the classic Lara Croft music as well. Bum 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 bum. No 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 no. Bum bum bum. No no no. Mr. Goatee, I can shimmy along this ledge if you press the left on the D-pad. Just make sure you have the controller the right side up, because if you had it upside down, then the left D-pad would actually be the right one.
It has been nearly a decade since Katesh was lost to us. In the first years, I thought we would not survive. We are the remnant of a once great people, but we did survive. The struggle became second nature, and then a way of life. Our numbers no longer dwindle. We may never be great again, but we will live, this winter and the next. I know this in my heart, for God has given us a sign. Last night, a wild man wandered into our camp, emaciated and raving with fever. We gave him food, cut his tangled beard, and cleaned his wounds. The others do not recognize him yet. It has been too long. But I know him. The Prophet. The Prophet has returned to us.
Alright, I'm back. While that was playing, I was just doing a collection of getting a snack. The Revenant, the days after. After many years, the surviving remnant of the Prophet's people adapted to survive in the valley. It's kind of cool how, Jacob comes back and the guy who is doing this narration is the only one that recognizes straight away who it actually is. That's what I love about having a wireless controller as well, and a headset. If you need to go and grab something, you can still go and do that while you can still hear what's going on in the game. Hey Jonas, thank you so very much for redeeming the random Red Dead 102 quote. Welcome on into you. How's things going? Alright, so I've got one. I owe you, and you'll pay me, but for the moment just rest. Arthur, I think it's time for the train. You want me to come? Of course I do, but look at you. I was always ugly, Dutch. It's just a scratch. Lie still, son. Hello, Abigail. Dutch. Jackie. The boy wanted to see you, John. He's seen me now, or what's left of me. What about you? Guess I was hoping to see a corpse. Bide your time. You'll see plenty of them. You're a rotten man, John Marston. He is an idiot, Abigail. We all know it. Now, railway men. Bill, now you ride ahead and set the charge at the water tower just before the tunnel. Ain't a problem. There we go. That's from Red Dead Redemption 2. That's early in the game. That's in the mission, Who the Hell is Leviticus Cornwall? A little bit of a snippet of the whole scene. So yeah, that's from Red Dead Redemption 2. One of the things I love about John Marston and Arthur Morgan as characters in those games is I love sarcasm. Duh, Rod, of course you do. I just love that kind of humor. So they say a lot of sarcastic stuff in their sort of moments as well. So I like that interchange where Abigail is like, I guess I was hoping to see a corpse. And then he's like, bide your time, you'll see plenty of them. Oh, that's good, Jonas. That's really good. I'm glad to hear that things are going well. That's right, and me too, yeah. I can't wait to do my low honor playthrough of that game this year. It's going to be fun. Absolutely, Jonas. Yeah, I don't blame you if you want to do another playthrough of it. I definitely feel the same way too. I didn't realize that there'd be enemies here, damn. They might have dialogue different to what the other enemies had in previous areas. So I'll retreat and then come back later. I've been in a tomb since the last time I spoke to this character that's over this way, so we'll go and see them.
Welcome back. So, you've been inside some of the tombs.
I have, but I don't think I found all of them yet.
You've uncovered another secret, have you? Well, I've got more coins for you.
Not yet in meter, no. Some of those I'm going to leave till later, once I've got a lot of the grinding done. Yeah. It'd be good to also get those 2 weapons from the supply shack. So I thought I'd focus on starting to get more ancient coins from the Old Kingdom. Oh. Amita, that challenge took you quite some time on your first playthrough. There's definitely one as well in particular which is so annoying to try and actually get into the basket. Because it's a very weird sort of like perspective you need to get in your positioning and the angle and everything. So I've got 128 ancient coins at the moment. One of the weapons in the supply shack is 140, and then the other one is 140 as well. So I'm almost able to afford one of those weapons.
Greetings.
Hello there.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Cool, so these NPCs have changed where they were this time around.
The people in the catacombs below the tower, they would have died up there without you. Careful of the deathcap mushrooms that grow in the valley. You wouldn't want to eat them, but they make a powerful poison. You've seen the deathless ones up close. Not many of us can make that claim.
Admit it, yeah, some of the baskets are placed in a very bad position. You can barely see them. Definitely doesn't help at all. And also, too, sometimes it depends. Like, if you've done a few and then gone somewhere else and then came back, like, however many in-game hours later, you might be like to yourself, hang on, which one have I actually already thrown this into? Nice one, Stan. Hello there. General Lara. I can't really do a robotic voice and a thing at the same time.
I'd hoped it would be over by now, one way or the other. But it shows no sign of stopping. You're looking for boars? Look down by the water. They like to use the mud to keep cool. Jacob will see us through this. He always has.
We've got the wounded safely hidden away. We couldn't have done that without you. Before you go wandering into any of the caves, you better check to make sure that it's not home to a bear. Jacob will see us through this. He always has.
I know what you did up at the tower. Thank you. There's a white wolf out there. I've never seen her myself, but I've heard she's only out at night. When I was young, there was a boy who liked to explore. Last anyone saw of him was when he went down below the cathedral. You were lucky.
It was like this when the Soviets came. I'd hoped we wouldn't have to revisit those days. I haven't seen a proper stag in ages, but you'll know them when you see them. Their antlers alone will be as half as tall as you. Jacob will see us through this. He always has.
Stan, it is hard to imitate the voice of a coughing robot. That is true. Like, I can do a robotic voice. Hello, my name is Rod Legion. But I can't really do it with an echo. And I can't really do it with, you know, because he's got a sort of deepness to his voice and the coughing as well at the same time. Dr. Darling, isn't there a chicken challenge here? Did you miss it? There is, yeah. And you did miss it. I've already done that one. Yes, Dan, General Asthma Android. He was trained in the Jedi arts by Count Dooku himself.
Some of the words have been scratched out, but it seems to be pointing towards something.
In Meter, that's the funniest challenge in the game. It really is. Makes me think of Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. I swear there's like a side mission to get either an empty bottle or a piece of heart, but you have to get all the chickens that have gone loose in Kakariko village and actually put them back in the pen. So that challenge in this game always reminded me of that from Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Still out there?
Jonah, I'm sorry. I'll be there soon.
I'm not going anywhere. See you soon, little bird.
Yeah, Jonah. It'll be soon. Ish, maybe. Probably like 10 in-game hours later. Alright, I need to progress the story a little bit further, so now time to go back to where Jacob and Jonah is. And Mita, we're just looking around. That's it. Yeah, that's all. It's okay, Jonah. We'll be there soon. Thank you for the follow, Monty Bianco. Do you know Simone random numbers after name?
Aurora, the physician.
They like to make multiple accounts with Simone in it. Alright, so this was another crypt thingamajig. Crypt mural. Aurora. Aurora the physician. Physician. Without the pain of loss, the joy of a blessed life cannot be fully understood.
Aurora ministers to the wounds on the side of the road to Katash.
The road to Katesh was long and hard. Infirmity, illness, and injury abounded. Aurora was a believer trained in the ways of Hippocrates and the great Roman healers. It is because of her that so many survived the journey to Kitezh. It is her legacy that knowledge of healing continues to be passed down among believers.
Aurora the physician, crypts of the founders. In order to build the new city, the prophet and his followers had first to survive the long journey. Alright, so we now have the bow that I was missing. So now that's another weapon I can add to the need to upgrade list. In Mita, you're trying to find some, get some more achievements in Shadow Immortal yesterday, and you got 6, but then there was a power outage, so you couldn't get any more achievements. I guess the power company was like, that's enough achievements for today. Go to sleep now. Yeah, they're like, in Mita is getting dangerously close to getting too many achievements in too short a time. We need to make sure that the power goes out to prevent him. We can't have this kind of stuff. Dr. Darling, assassin seal found. Speaking of assassin seals... Actually, no. I just wanted to segue into talking about Assassin's Creed 2. Because that game celebrated its 15th anniversary last year, when it comes to the annual playthrough, I still need to figure out what I want to do. Because when I am ready to do my Assassin's Creed annual playthroughs, I'm going to be doing them in groups. So the first grouping will be Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, then 3. And once that block is done, I'll take a break from AC for the annual playthroughs at least, and then do something else. Because I want to spread out franchise annual runs across the year and put them into groupings as well. And when it comes time to do my Tomb Raider annuals, I'll do a similar thing. I'll do like the 6 classic games in a row, then take a break. Then do Anniversary Legend and Underworld, then take a break. And then do the reboot trilogy, 2013 Rise and Shadow. But I'll also be doing other playthroughs of this game this year as well. This won't just be the only one for the 10th anniversary. Obviously, there'll be the annual playthrough,
when you're ready. We're up on the ridge waiting for you.
Yes, Ada. We'll be ready soon. Like we said to Joseph and Jacob. Soon. In Meta, there's also an achievement that is giving you trouble. It basically requires you to liberate 30 slaves while riding on an animal in less than 180 seconds. It seems easy on paper, but when you try to do it, you run out of slaves and the time also expires. Oh, really? in less than 180 seconds while riding an animal. Jeez. Could they have made it any more sort of like annoying? Hey there, Lizzie. You hate that you've literally clipped streams and you find them on your profile and have no memory of doing it? Oh, really, Lizzie? Yeah. And they come up with just the stream title that the person had. This looks like a good spot to camp. So we'll have Lara just stay here for the rest of the playthrough. There we go. It's got a bed. We can go hunting for food. Got some barrels. Got a ladder there just in case. Got a bit of shelter. Needs some more additions, but, you know, it's something. Okay, this is where I'm going to end the playthrough. Thanks for watching, everyone. Catch you next time. Just kidding. Was this just some random moment? Yeah. You think, hang on, why did I clip this for? Lizzie, you swear to everything? It's like, fuck this and fuck that. Stan, okay, bye. Finally. It's like, Stan, I haven't actually ended the stream yet. Tell me how you really feel. Knock on wood, I haven't accidentally kept a stream going after I actually was supposed to have finished it. And Meta, yeah, you've also seen videos and tried to do the same, but the game sometimes doesn't count all the slaves you're free. You might see 6 slaves in location, but the game says that you have freed 2 of them. You're like, what? Seriously? Where did the other 4 go? What happened to them? Like, what the hell are you doing to me, game? Come on. And Lizzie is finally done. Ugh. Stan, oh no, epic viewer fail. Oops. Hey there, Pedersen. Welcome. Damn you, Rod, you really believe me? You turned it off? Oh no. I've done that sometimes too with other things in games where I've gone, okay, thanks for watching, everyone. End of stream. Just kidding. But I like to try and make sure I actually say that I'm just kidding as soon as I can. Not just be like, that's the end, goodbye, and then like have silence and not do anything, and then people are like, are you ending or what? Stanley's like some of those politicians who left the mic on and start swearing. It's so funny when that happens too. And I'm just like laughing. Where some people are like, it's a disgrace. It's like, come on. It's like when players on the sports field, you can see them mouthing, fuck! But of course no audio comes through when you're watching at home. But you're like, yep, they're upset. And then you might get a player in a on a sport occasion, instead of mouthing that they're swearing, they do that. Stan, some of these viewers, you swear to God. Yeah, Stan, imagine the people who actually are saying that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's definitely something you wouldn't hear me say.
think we're planning a big push. No more border skirmishing.
What have you heard?
One of the guys from my last job is working ops. Says the plan is to go scorched earth.
Well, so far I've been lucky.
Alright, this dialogue's something we've already heard before.
Why is that lucky?
I'm not fluent in Russian, but I do know enough to read.
And Mita, thank you so very much, dude, for the 70 bits. That's excellent. Thank you, dude.
Shit.
It's a trap!
Jacob will want to see the Atlas.
That's true, Lara, but soon. Soon we're gonna do that part of the story, yeah. Maybe not soon as in this stream, but soon as in this year sometime. Stan, you're talking with a group of people about the traps in Origins, and apparently none of you ever used the body poison trap. A lot of people probably skipped on that mechanic. That's a good point too, Stan, as well. I was saying earlier in this game, being able to put those traps on the dead bodies and lure the enemies in to get killed, I rarely use it in Rise of the Tomb Raider, but I use it a lot in Shadow of the Tomb Raider. So I don't know why that is. But in Assassin's Creed Origins, what's so funny about doing that body poison trap is that, unfortunately, NPCs can come across it and get affected too. But in terms of the enemies that can get affected, you have the body that is dead, and then you have the poison trap on it, and then another enemy will actually investigate, and as they're investigating, they then get poisoned, and then they might move along a bit, but they've still got the poison cloud around them, so to speak, and then another enemy will come along, and then rinse and repeat, until you've taken out an entire fort just because you've done the body poison trap. But that's something that I've never actually really taken advantage of either in Assassin's Creed Origins. In Mita, just like Geralt, you need to find Ciri. In the meantime, horse race champion, fist fight champion, Gwent champion. I know, right? It's like priorities. It's like, yeah, Ciri, she'll be fine. Like, literally, she'll be fine. Just play horse race champion, fist fight champion, play Gwent, get all the Gwent cards. It's like, oh, that's right. I need to find Ciri. Stan, you should go help Sensei Ishikawa. Ooh, a golden bird. I wonder where it goes. Yeah, Ishikawa. Tomoe. Is Tomoe in this room here with us right now, Ishikawa? He's just sitting in the corner going, Tomoe. Is that her name? I'm probably saying it wrong. My lord, I'm an idiot. I love Kenshi. Such a funny character. I love that line. My lord, I'm an idiot. I've still got that that clip. Such a funny moment too, because of the fact that Jin, when he's actually hearing that dialogue, he closes his eyes and looks down at the ground. The only thing missing would be him doing a sigh as he does it. Here we go. Found it. This is the version on my YouTube. It's the part where he's like, my lord, I'm an idiot. I didn't, Stan, no, not yet. Yeah, for the playthrough I want to do of it in March, I want to do 100%, and I also want to have it in Kurosawa mode as well. And I also want to have the Japanese language, spoken language selected. So yeah, going all in on my second playthrough by doing that. And me too, we need to liberate my uncle. Oh, a fox. Let's chase it. Yeah, it's like, that's a fox. It's like, it's alright. Shimura, you'll be fine. This is the Tomb Raider where Lara stranded on the island. No, that was the 2013 one, yeah, as Stan said. Yeah, that was the 2013 reboot.
Time to see what the Atlas can do.
Where she gets stranded on Yamatai. And you've got the cult, the Solari, as well. And then you got the Sun Queen, Himiko. Where did you get those paper rolls? I'll be back. I'll be back. Nice one. Thanks for redeeming that. Very nice. That reminds me too, for that Tomb Raider game, I may have to look into getting the PC version if I can, because even on the PlayStation 5, when I have the output at 1080p, there's still extreme pixelation on the image for that game in particular for some reason. When I last streamed it, I basically streamed the Xbox One version, but I used OBS and the Xbox app for that. But it wasn't entirely ideal because I think there were some frame rate issues with that. So I may need to actually get the PC version of Tomb Raider 2013. But the original version, which probably would have been easier to run on my laptop, I don't think that's available anymore. So I have to go with the Definitive Edition. But we'll see. I may just have to do it the same way I did last time, using OBS and the Xbox app. Hey there, Milan. The rain held off and the thunderstorm never came yesterday, so you did 25 miles and are moored in a nice little village with a lovely pub named the Robin Hood that serves really nice steaks. That's cool, Milan. That sounds like a really unique unique name. I was going to say game, a unique name for a pub, but that's cool. I'm glad that you had a great time there. Sounds delicious too. I hope you're having a good day today. Milan, you had garlic peppered steaks with melted goat's cheese on them last night for your dinner at the Robin Hood. It was really nice. Oh, excellent. That's good. Yeah, I haven't really had goat cheese before, so I don't know what it kind of tastes like and stuff. Like what the texture would be and all that kind of thing, but I'm glad that you enjoyed your meal there. Is there any sort of like Robin Hood themed elements there as well? Like, have they named some of the meals like certain things based on the tales of Robin Hood and stuff, or you like goat cheese and meat? It's something I wouldn't mind trying at least once. Okay, so we have another skill point we can use. I still want to keep one skill point in the bank for when we get the broadhead arrows, which is at a different point in the story from where I am now. I still don't know why it keeps showing me that there's a new brawler skill, yet there isn't, with the exclamation mark flashing. Breath control. Increase steady aim time on bow charged shots. So with weapons, we got the latest bow, which is, what was it? Grim Whisper. Oh, it's already fully upgraded because a lot of the upgrades that go across all bow types means that we've probably already done that. So if I go down to my list of weapons and what upgrades I need, excellent. So I had Grim Whisper as one of the ones that needed to be unlocked, and I've unlocked it now, but I've already got all the upgrades for it, so that's really good. Alright. I'll have Lara have the Death's Breath again. That's one I like to use. Okay, so we have another upgrade possible for one of the pistols, so we'll go with Revolver again. And the final upgrade for the Revolver. Very nice. Which was a tier 4 upgrade. Chromoly barrel. A super smooth barrel means shots fire with no resistance for increased damage, applied to all pistols with a cylinder. Alright, so I should actually do a double check to see if there's other bows that are now 100% complete that I haven't taken note of. Alright, so recurve bow, already had that as done. Compound bow, still need an upgrade. Ancient horn bow, that's been done. Grim whisper, that's been done. Death's breath, not fully complete. White widow, nice. So white widow is 100% complete, upgraded now. So I can basically take that off the list now. Then guiding light is 100% too. That's awesome. Okay, dream stinger, excellent. That's 100% done now too. That's something I didn't even think to double check. When there's an upgrade that goes across multiple of the same type of weapon, to check to see if it's already been done. Alright, so that's that with the bows, so I can re-equip that. Alright, now revolver is 100% complete. Semi-auto pistol, 100% complete. Right, venom hand cannon, excellent. Don't need to upgrade that. It's now upgraded. Moon shadow, excellent. That's been upgraded already now. Accipiter Nox, right on. This is cool. It's funny, I don't really use that term, right on. So that's that, and Hailstorm, hell yeah. Hailstorm, yeah. That is done. Alright. Now the heavy pistol, haven't actually unlocked it yet. So I don't know yet what things I may not or need to actually deal with. Okay, now it's time for rifles. Alright, so SMG not complete. Assault rifle, bolt action, and golden fang. Alright, so they're not complete yet. Shotguns, pump action not complete, break action not complete, harbinger not complete, and we don't have the full auto shotgun yet. Alright, so that really helps a lot. So in terms of like upgrades that are left, actually I'm better off going with, if we go to weapons again, if I have a look at bows, so Death's Breath isn't fully complete yet. But let's actually see what I need applied to all compound bows. Anyway, in terms of weapons, I've got 2 that I need to buy from the shack. Then we got 3 compound bow, Death's Breath, 4 SMG 5, assault rifle 6, bolt action rifle 7, golden fang 8, pump action shotgun 9, harbinger 10, break action shotgun 11. So we got 11, and then heavy pistol 12, full auto shotgun 13. So overall I've got about 13 weapons that need to be upgraded. Lucas, ancient horn bow. I'm going to ignore what you've put there as that, because that could lead to, you know, potential avenues of going into greater details about stuff. Imita from the Old Kingdom. Exactly, dude. Yeah, I like to do that now. I've never done that in a playthrough before, but in this playthrough I've started to call the ancient coins in this the ancient coins from the Old Kingdom. I've even got a command for it. Ancient writing from the Old Kingdom. I need to actually fix that emote, because the emote that I've got there for that command, it isn't actually active. So I need to do a version of it that's BTTV as well. Milan, the only Robin Hood theme is the way the pub is decorated. The toilets are marked merry men and maidens. There are various archery-related objects around, from targets to longbows, etc., and medieval-style tapestries around the walls. It's a charming pub, and the best thing is they allow dogs in there and provide a bowl of water for the dog and gave him some biscuit treats. Barney was having as good a time as you were. That is so awesome. That's really cool when places do that. It really makes, people feel like... Now, granted, it's understandable that not every single establishment in the entire world lets you bring your, dog or cat to a restaurant, but ones that do, it adds something extra for pet owners to be able to be like, right, we don't have to organize someone to look after our pet while we go out and have dinner. We can actually take our pet with us, Lucas, thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. There's been an update to what kinds of deaths Lara can actually do. So there's no way I can make Lara drown anymore in this playthrough, because we have the rebreather now. We got it in the story. And so it means that Lara can stay underwater indefinitely, forever. So that's off the table. But we're near some ice-cold freezing water, so I can have Lara swim in that and die from the cold. We could also have Lara just simply jump off a cliff. We could also have Lara catch on fire. Well, Lucas, you're welcome. Can we impale? Now that's actually a good question. Just need to think for a moment if there's anything like that. I can't think of any spots in this game where there's actually ones that we can access right now. Like earlier in the game there was... hang on. No, there is one. I just thought of it. I just need to fast travel to it. I think it was somewhere here.
So the Soviets found this cavern and...
Hold up! Movement!
Give me cover! Intruder! On your six!
Okay, Lucas, so there should be somewhere I can have Lara fall down into a spike trap. And here we go. Just wanted to see if there was another angle that it would happen on. There we go, Lucas. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Milan, the locals seem friendly, and one couple's kids love petting Barney and throwing his ever-present bit of rope made into a ball for him. Oh, that's cool too. Yeah, Lucas. Big ouch. Like, holy ouch. Hey there, Anamoon. Welcome to you today. How's things going? Whoops. Anamoon, very tired, doing a lot of cleaning lately. Had a nightmare, but yeah, you're tired. Oh, really? That's fair, Anamoon, as well, you know. But I hope you can get some good rest and get it soon as well, you know. And hope that the cleaning has been going well. Oh, cool, we have another upgrade that I can do with the shotgun. This time the Harbinger shotgun. Okay, so this is a tier 3 upgrade. And it's the one that is 10 salvage and 10 tech parts. Improved feeder. Refined feeder mechanism means less jamming for a higher rate of fire, applied to all full auto shotguns. I've been going well, Anamoon, having a good day today, doing some more Rise of the Tomb Raider. A lot of running around in the game world, getting resources and stuff still. But we're making good progress because there's a few weapons that have upgrades which carry across multiple different ones as well. So you might have 3 pistols that have an upgrade that if you get it for one, the other 2 have it applied. So I was able to mark off a few as done on my list that I've got. So that's been working out well. You do, but the dumb dishes needs to. You don't want to do the dishes? Yeah, that's the way. It would be cool to have, like, you know, an Android or something. Stan, you probably know Soviet installation better than your own hometown now. You could work as a tour guide if it exists, and this is where you can farm hides. And this is where the zip line is. And if you actually go on the zip line, you get a 75. You get 75 XP. It's like, yes, but how do we use this XP? And I'm like, you'll never know. It's so funny. There's a character in Assassin's Creed Odyssey named Ardos, and his father went to fight the Minotaur, but his father unfortunately died. But he, if you tell him that his father might be dead, he doesn't want to hear of it. But you find out that he actually is and all this kind of stuff. If you choose to tell the caretaker to go and see Ardos because Ardos needs his help, when you finish the quest, Ardos and the caretaker will be walking off and they talk about the things that Ardos had stolen. And then the caretaker's like, I hope you didn't steal anything off the Mystios. And then Ardos is like, huh, We'll never know. I always love the way that he says it, so I like to say it in that same tone when it comes to saying things like, you know, you'll never know, we'll never know, never know. Milan, the kids came over and asked if your dog bites. That gets asked a lot because he's a big German Shepherd now. You said no, he's a good dog. They started petting him and playing while their parents and June yourself had a nice time chatting and chilling out. It was a pleasant night. That's good that it was too as well. That's the other thing, you know, being able to go somewhere like that and meeting new people and being able to enjoy your time. Hey, son of Arkham! Welcome on in. It's good to see you in chat again. Long time no see. How are you? I'm doing good. Things are going well. Thank you so much for joining. How's things been with you? I'm just going around at the moment in this game getting some upgrades and stuff, getting resources. How's things been? Anemone, you're going manifest an android then? In 1, 2, 3 months, raspberries will grow soon back. You should get breakfast now. Oh, nice, Anemone. That's cool. Yeah, that'd be good. You know, because a lot of homegrown stuff is really delicious. And yeah, it'd be good to be able to just click the fingers and then an android appears and like, you know, this is cool. Stan, for your convenience, we have campfires scattered around, at which you can fast travel. Son of Arkham, not too bad. Haven't been in here a while, but just working, lots of overtime. Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that things have been going well. And yeah, hopefully with the overtime, you know, that's meant being getting some good money and stuff too, as well. But yeah, hope work is going good. That's okay, Anemone. Enjoy your food. Hope you have a good one with it. Milan, you have to enjoy meeting new people with your lifestyle. That's fair too as well. You know, like if you're someone that didn't really want to, then it would make it hard because, you know, you'd obviously have some people that might be interested, you know, they see you're in your boat and you're like, oh, cool, you know, that's a nice boat. But if you're someone that is like, you know, standoffish, then they'd be like, yeah, it is a nice boat, see ya, you know, that kind of thing. Instead of having it be like the opening for a conversation, you know. Hey there, Code. Welcome on in. You're playing Borderlands 3 now, and you got like 10 add-ons to play through that are new to you. Oh, really? So 10 of them? Well, it sounds like you'll be busy for a while, though, as well. I hope that they end up being good. I have, Lucas. Yeah, I love that game. Yeah, Detroit Become Human. I really like that game a lot. I definitely want to do another playthrough. In fact, it's one of those games that I like to do once a year now. I just need to figure out what kind of playthrough I want to do for the next time, because there's definitely a lot of endings I haven't actually gotten yet. So I don't know what approach I'm going to take with the next playthrough, but I definitely want to do a playthrough of that again. Oh, that's okay, Lucas. Yeah. Yeah, no, I did a stream of it a few years back for the first time, and then not last year, but the year before, I did my second playthrough, and then, yeah, playthrough last year. So I've played it a few times now, and I really enjoyed the story a lot. Shaky. A lot of endings, is it? It sure is. Dr. Darling, battery almost drained. You'll have to leave the bed. Well, that's fair enough, Dr. Darling. We all need to do certain things that we don't want to sometimes. Either that, or your battery goes to 0, and then you have to get up anyway. to recharge. Dun 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 dun, bum ba da. Oh, sorry, wrong franchise. Cool, so I've only got one more survival cache in the geothermal valley. And there's a coin cache over there. Use this shortcut. Ah, damn. So the survival cache that I have left is actually near the next mission start. Alright, so that's enough of getting those survival caches here in this geothermal area. Actually, I'll change Lara's outfit again. So the Wraith skin, I've already had Lara wear it in this playthrough. That was back when we did the Baba Yaga DLC. Alright, so the reimagined Antarctica outfit. That's the next one that we'll have Lara wear. A tribute to Lara Croft's trip to Antarctica in Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft, this fur-lined jacket will help Lara withstand the brutal Siberian wilderness and is paired with camouflage pants to capture the classic look. So Tomb Raider 3, The Adventures of Lara Croft, which was its full title, that came out in 1998, and you can play the remastered version of that. It came out last year, bundled with Tomb Raider 1 and 2 remastered. And in that game, the last few levels are set in Antarctica, and so this outfit is basically a reimagined homage to what Lara wears in those final levels. Milan, because your boat is so old and traditional, you like showing folks around her when they show interest. It's part of the way of life when you live on a 125-year-old boat. People just seem to want to see the old engine and the fittings. The gas lanterns and the brass controls and the original boatman's cabin at the rear are particularly interesting to them. That is so cool though too, because it's a piece of history that they can literally actually see. It's not just something that they only have like there's only an image of, but the actual thing is no longer available or can't be, seen and stuff. So that's really cool though that you have that as well. Like that's a long time, like a 125-year-old boat. Hey there, Octavius. Welcome on in. How's it going today? Octavius, it's going good. And you? How was your day? Oh, excellent, Octavius. That's good. Glad to hear that. As for me, my day has been going really well. It's still Sunday, 8:11 p.m. right now, so still a few hours left before Monday turns around. Or turns up, I should say.
The bones of the earth itself offer up their wealth, and we have learned to survive and subsist. Oil bubbles up from below. It can be gathered in the deep places, caves, dens, and our ancestors' tombs, and it will burn with little effort. In times of war, we coat our arrows to make them burn. Deeper still, you can find metal in shining veins that can be mined for their ore. We use that metal to forge simple tools. But someday, we will need that metal to repair the Soviet weapons. Living in harmony with the land rarely means living in harmony with our fellow man.
Bones of the Earth, Codex of Survival. Even while they kept themselves in balance with the world, they always were prepared for war. Milan, there are people who like to watch boats going through locks and cruising along the cut. You boaters have a word you affectionately use for them. You call them gongusalers. Gongusalers, so sellers. So what is the origin of that? Damn. Had a feeling that this is where that spot would be. Alright, can we get up the top there? No, of course not. If there was ever a good spot to use the grapple, it would have been here. I've already tried before to jump across this with the gap, but let's just try it again just in case. No. Milan is a Victorian word for a nosy neighbour. Oh, is it? So from Victorian England. Oh. Octavius, when you were young, you only played Tomb Raider 1 to 4 on PlayStation 1, the grey OG one. Oh, cool, Octavius. Yeah, I've still actually got my PlayStation 1 discs of the first 5 Tomb Raider games, and then I still have my PS2 disc of Angel of Darkness. Oh, hang on. No, I think I know which one this is. It's that one where you need to be able to use the broadhead arrows, and it's in the Path of the Deathless. I think that's the one that is the one that I'm looking for.
Think the explosions weaken that...
Fucking hell. That's dialogue we haven't heard before. So of course it fucking would be. Or not heard before, I mean.
Think the explosions weaken that tower? I keep thinking it's gonna just topple over.
We ought to demolish it, just to be safe.
Got contact! Roger that! She's flanked! Taking position! Advancing to cover! We're gonna make it! Throwing a grenade! I am going to kill you! She's hit!
So there's another area where I want to check for new dialogue, and it's somewhere we went earlier, so I could do the rest in peace Lara of having Lara fall into the spikes. So I want to go back here now, but it's been a while since we were there last, just to see if the enemies have respawned in, and if they have new dialogue we haven't heard yet.
So what's the deal with the comm traffic down here?
Terrain blocks line out of sight. Something in the valley is creating EM interference. So we keep losing sync with the satellites. On top of that, the natives somehow managed to take down primary radio tower. Take your pick.
Huh. Yeah, how long until they issue us a pair of cans and a string? I think we're planning a big push.
Alright, this dialogue we've heard before in other spots.
One of my guys from the last job is working ops. Says the plan is to go scorched earth.
Oh, nice, Cinnamon. You got your tea? Very nice. Hope you enjoy it. Hey there, Extreme. You got your coffee? Awesome. Hope you enjoy your coffee. How's it going? Hey, Adam. Welcome, dude. Have a good stream. After Rise, you're going to do Shadow of the Tomb Raider 100%, by the way? Oh, no. Yeah, just for this game's 10th anniversary. Just doing 100%. But when I do my annual playthrough of Shadow of the Tomb Raider, I want to do a stealth challenge with it, because I've done that with this game in the past, and I've wanted to do it with Shadow of the Tomb Raider. I actually wanted to do it last year, but I ran out of time for that kind of playthrough, so I just basically did a rush job with the trilogy for my annual 2024. I pretty much just rushed through each game, just did the story, and didn't worry about side stuff. I think I did each game in one stream, so I just pushed real hard to get them done each. But how's things going, Adam? You enjoying it, Adam Byrne? Nice. Oh, that's good. Yeah, Adam, so definitely getting to that. But that won't be the next game, though, to replace this one. I've actually got the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5, and 6 slotted in for Wednesdays to Fridays, and on Monday I'm finishing off a Black Flag playthrough I started last week, and then on Tuesday I'm finishing off a Call of Cthulhu playthrough that I finished last week. So I'm just in the process now of working out what game I want to actually put into the schedule to replace this game as well. So I've got a few options, but I don't yet know what I'm going to go with. So I'll just have to wait until I'm ready to say once I know myself, which I don't yet at the moment, because anything can change. I do like to have multiple games as backup, just in case one falls through, just in case one is going to be a shorter playthrough than the other for timing and stuff. Extreme, you going good? How are you doing? Where is the cake? You have an anniversary? Yeah, that's good. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, Extreme. That's awesome. I'm doing good. Been doing some grinding in this game for resources because there's upgrades to weapons that I want to do as part of the playthrough. It's not counted by the game as 100%, but I'm adding it on top as well. And also showing all the outfits and listening to all the dialogue as well. Oh no, I don't have an anniversary, no. No, the game does. Adam, you finished Shadow of the Tomb Raider. The tombs were really good. Honestly, the best in the trilogy. Oh, that's cool that you enjoyed it, Adam. That's really good. Yeah, it's definitely a really good game, Shadow of the Tomb Raider. Milan, you make a pot of tea because one mug in the morning is never enough. That's definitely fair as well. That way you've got more and you can get to it quicker as well. I don't, Extreme, no. Yeah, I don't even have a cake for Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Hope we get a chance to put down some of these natives.
Yeah, we need a little payback for that firefight in the village.
That woman was there with them. Keep your eyes out for her.
I seem to remember now, there was some dialogue from these enemies in this location talking about a cistern, and I didn't hear enough of it, so I don't know if it was actually dialogue we've heard in this playthrough or not. And I don't know whether these enemies will now actually say it again. We might have gone past the point where that particular dialogue plays, because it might be new, related to what we did in the story recently. Oh, nice, Milan. Scones are delicious. I love those. Especially with whipped cream and strawberry jam.
seen the natives yet?
Yeah, a few times. Not up close yet. It's weird. It's like they're stuck in time.
Just be careful. A few of
Okay,
them
that's
have
dialogue
rifles.
we've heard before.
Don't go thinking they're harmless.
Well, whipped cream and jam is the only real way to eat them. I could definitely go for some, actually, now that it's been brought up in discussion. Oh yeah, Dr. Darling, you got 1% left of your battery. Holy shit, so it actually was solid. They made it a solid thing that when you throw something on it, it actually slides off it. Nice. I wasn't sure. I just wanted to see how far it takes for it to disappear. Thanks for redeeming a rest in peace, Lara. Dr. Darling. One, it seems Extreme has found the any button. You've been trying to find that button on so many devices for years and you haven't been able to find it. Just like the any key. Dr. Darling, Lara, I think you saw something down there. Alright, time to do a leap of fail. There we go. Dr. Darling, you found it. Sure did. How many coins do I actually have now? 238. Thanks, Milan, for redeeming the Arnie Reads. Thank you.
Security.
Initiation. Heart of Darkness. Trinity will find a use for anyone, even this man. Security guards came at night. Knew they would. I crossed the line when I killed the tech from Eagle Squad. I knew I shouldn't have, but I couldn't help it. Remnant weren't enough. I needed something more. They brought me to the windowless room. I thought I was dead. Then Constantine was there, took my head in his hands and smiled. Told me he understood. He was like me once. I've sinned, but there could be forgiveness. I've been a blunt instrument, swinging wildly. He told me I could be redeemed. I've got a special skill, just need sharpening. Trinity can make me a weapon, point me in the right direction. I almost cried and kissed his feet. I will become what I was meant to be. For Trinity, for Constantine. Thanks for redeeming that, Milan. Alright, so I can afford the tactical shotgun. So we'll grab this now.
I was going to take that one myself, but you're the one with the gold.
Alright, so the next thing I want to get is the military rifle when I have enough ancient coins from the Old Kingdom. Tactical shotgun. Alright. Stan, boy, you're glad Trinity doesn't have Arnie as a weapon. Oh yeah, imagine that. It'd be really difficult. So I'm going to add this to my notepad list of what upgrades I need for certain weapons. So this is the tactical shotgun. Be right back while I do this. Alright, done. I've now updated the list of what weapons I have to get upgrades for that is left in the playthrough. And so I've added the tactical shotgun to the list, and I've also gone into each tier and made note of the total of each resource needed for each upgrade. I don't really worry about how much I actually have versus how much it costs. And there's some upgrades that are carried across all of the same weapon type, but sometimes they have like a further separation. Like for example, this one, this upgrade can be applied. Is applied to all tactical shotguns. So any other tactical shotguns you have in your inventory that need an upgrade of this, once you upgrade it for one, it automatically upgrades it for the other one. But I don't think all the shotguns that I have in the inventory here are actually tactical ones. Now to put the weapon back to what I was actually using. Stand elevator music. Whenever I think elevator music, I can't help but think of the elevator music in GoldenEye, the James Bond game.
Don't wander off too far. The first teams that came down here didn't make it back.
No bodies, though. What the hell happened?
It's an arrow.
Come on! Let's end this! Grenade out!
How would they use Arnie as a weapon? I'm guessing they'd use him like a club, but he's a big guy. I would really hate to meet the guy who could swing Arnie around like a mace in combat. He must be totally ripped and fearsome.
Thank you, Milan, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Nice carrying on from what was in the Arnie Reed's Redemption that I read. Very nice. Lines up well. Yeah, I just had this image of someone picking up Arnie and just swinging him around like he's a club and hitting people with him. Milan, that was the image you wanted to paint because it make you giggle. Yeah, it's so funny. Just things that can come to mind like that too, as well.
They're sending another team inside the mines to map the ruins.
Yeah, but where do they think all of this came from? The natives don't look like the sorts to build on that scale.
Civilization isn't a one-way street.
Nice one, Crooked. Good day, Rezeni. How's it going? It's going really good, thanks, dude. How's things with you today? Hope you're having a good one so far. Been doing some more grinding for resources for upgrades. However, there's been a lot of weapons I was able to actually mark off as done because some of the upgrades, let's say you have an upgrade that applies to all bows. Well, if you've only got one more upgrade left on all the bows, and you upgrade that one of any bow, it'll automatically have upgraded the other bows too. So I was able to actually knock a few off my list because of that kind of thing. So it's been going really well. Damn, that animation. Lara did like a 180, but then back to another 180. Crooked, glad to hear you're doing well. It's National Vote Day today, so you just went to the ballot, and you'll get ready soon for a day trip to visit family. Oh, very nice, dude. That sounds really good. Glad to hear that you're going well. Always good to get those things done as early as you can, too. And hopefully avoid other people, so that it's not like a big lineup. So hopefully it wasn't like too hectic. But that's great. I really hope that you have a great day today, dude. Yeah, crooked parkour. Backbreaking parkour. It's like, geez. Crooked, it was pretty chill. Didn't take very long, fortunately. Very nice, dude. That's good. Because you never know. Sometimes people have the same idea. Thinking, I'll get there early. And then everyone thinks, we'll get there early. And then everyone's there and they're like, shit, other people got here early too.
Did we really lose a full company when they broke through into the ruins?
And not only that, they lost the rescue party as well.
Well, let's hope we don't get tapped to go next.
Hey, Troll, welcome on in. How goes the Yamatai adventures? All done. This is the second game. So Lara's already done all the killing on Yamatai. But it's going well though, Troll. Yeah, this game's going good. Troll. How goes the adventures trying to stop a multinational crime syndicate from becoming immortal? It's going good. I've got the main story on hold at the moment because I've been going around getting resources for upgrades on weapons, which the game doesn't actually count as part of the 100%, but I've added on top of the 100% for this playthrough. So it'll definitely take me, I'd say, it'll probably take me another 2 streams at least, because I'm also doing the Blood Ties DLC, which takes place after this story. So I'll be doing that as well. Oh yeah, Crooked, you gotta love immortal crime syndicates. You gotta watch out for the Malacca cult, headed by Cassandra. Troll, Malacca! Malacca! I'm on fucking fire! Malacca! I'm on fucking fire! Death metal version. Malacca, you're on fucking fire. That warms my heart. Malacca, you're on fucking fire. That warms my heart. Thank you for redeeming that Arnie impression, dude. Oh. Crooked, thanks for doing it. Greetings from Levy as well, by the way. Oh, nice. That's no worries at all, Crooked. And hey there, Levy. I hope you're going to have a great day today as well. Crooked, Levy hopes so too. Ah, there's enemies there now. Okay, cool.
You saw the photos from up in the mining office, right?
It's dialogue we've already heard before.
Decided to close up shop.
Yeah. We're under attack.
Light her up!
Roger that. I got it.
Yeah, Troll, it must have been the wind. The wind was able to craft an explosive Molotov cocktail and throw it at the enemies and do all that. Oh, nice, that worked. Troll seems reasonable to beat. Yeah. Hey, Absolution. Please disperse garlic powder responsibly. Especially if you're surrounded by vampires as well. You might need it. Hey there, Absolution. How's it going? Thank you, Troll, for redeeming Rest in Peace, Lara. So I've reached a point in the story where we've unlocked the ability to stay underwater forever. So drowning Lara can't be done anymore. I can have Lara jump from a great height. I can have Lara be impaled on spikes. Can have dying from freezing cold water. Can also burn as well. So there are a few options we could do. Crooked, alright, you're gonna be on your way. Hope you have a great, good stream, Steady, and catch you next time. No worries at all, dude. Thank you so much for popping in for a little bit. I really hope that you and Levy have a great day. Enjoy yourselves with family. Thank you so much for being here, dude. Would like to highly recommend people check out Crooked's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a playthrough of A Plague Tale Innocence. He's doing a historical order run, and he's doing that as part of an overall project where he's taking all these different games. So whether it's Assassin's Creed games, Red Dead Redemption, A Plague Tale, Innocence, and Requiem, as well as a lot of games that are set in like the BC era and all that kind of stuff. He's taking all these different games and he's actually playing them in timeline order. And if there's a game that takes place in between two games, and it's about, you know, this month and then next month in the same year, he'll play them in that order as well. So doing a very ambitious project, and he's up to A Plague Tale Innocence with that project right now. He's doing a immersion mode playthrough of that where you have minimal HUD. Certain things don't appear on the screen as indicators, warnings to let you know that you're about to be detected, you know, all those kinds of things. They won't appear with that playthrough that he's doing. So definitely recommend checking out his channel if you haven't before. And that's all good for the shout out. No worries at all, Senny. I really hope that you have a great one. Troll Spikes is always a winner. Excellent. Awesome. So we'll go and get to a campfire, and then we'll fast travel to a spot where there's some spikes. Nope, that didn't work. Alright, we'll go the other way. Hey there, Coffee. Welcome, how's things? Why is the request to kill Lara so popular? Not too sure exactly, Coffee, but yeah, it's definitely been a very popular channel point redeem when I have the Tomb Raider games active. I've also got one that's similar in Assassin's Creed, but it's more just the leap of faith, getting to a viewpoint and doing a leap of fail instead of a leap of faith. So dying on purpose by missing the haystack, jumping in the opposite direction.
So what's the deal with the comm traffic down here?
Terrain blocks line of sight. Something in the valley is creating EM interference, so we keep losing the sync with the satellites.
We're under attack! She's there! Open fire!
Milan, can Lara set herself on fire in those campfires? She definitely can. Oh yeah, if you have her jump on it and she stays there, she'll eventually die. I've got these upgrades though and abilities where Lara actually takes more fire damage than normal. So it means she can actually survive for longer. And so it makes that process a lot longer. And I've also got the ability to have Lara get full health again after she loses all her health. So that even extends further how long it takes. I'll do that one again, because that's a pretty quick animation. There we go, troll. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. Cooked Lara. That's right, yep. In Tomb Raider 1, and in Tomb Raider Anniversary, the remake of Tomb Raider 1, there's a doppelganger of Lara that doesn't have skin and hair, but has, you know, muscle and skeleton and sinew and all that. And the nickname that fans have given her over the years is Bacon Lara. Yeah, Milan. Lara shish kebab. Okay, we have an upgrade for shotguns. This is a tier 4 break action shotgun. That's the 12 oil, 13 salvage and 2 boar fat one. Lubricated hinge. Smoother break action motion improves reload speed with quicker access to shells. Applied to all break action shotguns. Oh nice, I can get the balanced stock as well. So that's tier 4, 8 hardwood, 15 hide and 3 tech parts. So I can mark that off as well. Balanced stock. Adjusted stock design balances gun weight for increased recoil stability. Applied to all break action shotguns. Dr. Darling, you just got out of bed even though you didn't want to. So cold. Well, hopefully you get warm soon as well. And get your phone battery recharged and all that. Never thought to try that before with a grapple. Anyway, moving on. Not possible. Lucas, you wish you could climb like that? Oh yeah. Wouldn't like to fall off though. That's what I'd be worried about. My hand slipping and then... Whoa! Oh, did it, Milan? The stove went out last night. Oh, wonderful.
Keep your eyes peeled for any sign of the natives. No telling when they'll try another attack.
Yeah, I'd like to see them try.
Incoming! We're under attack!
Let's do a sweep.
Lucas, instead you're more like a tank, big and tall. But that could make it difficult to climb certain things and not, fall off, or something that might be flimsy, Milan, the fall wouldn't be so bad, but sudden deceleration at the bottom of the fall might be a tad uncomfortable. Yeah, I definitely don't want to find out firsthand, or experience it that way. Oh, really, Lucas? Yeah, you're like 6 feet 3 inches tall. Yeah. Hey there, Salcat. Welcome, how's it going? Yeah, me too, that's quite tall, you're 5'9". Oh, yeah.
Cover me!
Milan, you're just 5'6" with a healthy build. Oh yeah, Milan. This survival cache is always friggin' annoying. But I think now from memory, it's when you get past the part in the story where Jonah gets taken hostage. Dr. Darling, damn, impressions are still on cooldown. Wanted to warm your veins. That's true, Dr. Darling. Yeah, they'll be on cooldown for a while. Some of them work 1 hour cooldowns. Milan, you get too much exercise to become fat. Dog and bird seed to that, along with the lock gates and lock paddles. Well, that's definitely good too as well. And then, you know, the day-to-day things that you need to do as well on top. Daniel6092, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. So, okay, Lara's in bright orange for stealth purpose. Yeah, no one will see with that color. Very, very inconspicuous. Milan, you got 4 bags of coal and loads of logs left, and the weather is getting gradually warmer. You think you may have been a little over-prepared for this winter? The thing about that is it could have been the other way around as well. You could have been under-prepared. So I feel like, you know, being over-prepared is definitely putting you in a better position, you know, than being under-prepared. But then again, too, like, if there's resources that you've kept that have a certain time by use, you know, or a certain season where they're not usable anymore, it could cause, you know, having to store or storage issues from having to keep those in stock, you know.
thin, fluted flint arrowhead, snapped in two. The base is familiar. The base is similar to arrowheads found in America. The technique survived migration halfway around the world.
Well, untrue. The coal will take up some room in the well deck for the summer, though. You'll have to rearrange them so you have the seats available, or the nice warm evenings in the summer, or for the nice warm evenings in the summer. Yeah, that's the other thing, like storage space and how long you can actually store a certain amount before you might need it for other things too. And then needing to like rearrange, make room for stuff. Damn, puts me all the way back to here. There we go. So that can work. Just had to get the timing of throwing the grapple to happen earlier. Oh, come on now. That was bullshit just now. Well, Lara just experienced one of those sudden declarations we were talking about earlier. It's funny, earlier in the stream I was talking about the Mortal Kombat movie, the first one. There's the part in the movie, there's two parts, but there's the part in the movie where Johnny Cage says, "This is where you fall down." So I was just talking about that earlier in the stream, and then not long after, I accidentally had Lara fall to her death. Wasn't even thinking about trying to make her fall to her death or anything like that. So that was funny timing. That bounce, jeez. Alright, I'm over trying to go that way. We'll go this way just to get to the campsite. That was so funny of me to... wasn't expecting that. It's too bad I couldn't move the camera to track her bouncing off. Milan Gaia has just woken up. She walked right up to face Meow and started purring. You wonder what she wants. We'll definitely better see to it.
Sulfur. This must have been where they prepared the raw ingredients for Greek fire.
Milan, you just opened the door at the rear. It's pretty windy. Gaia looks at you as if to say, are you bloody kidding me? I'm not going out there. I don't blame Gaia for not wanting to. It's like, nope, I want to be inside. Hey there, James. You have more patience than you. At this point, you're Alt F4. Yeah, that's definitely fair enough. Shit, jumped too far.
The standard of the Prophet's army. This would have been mounted above a flag and carried by a standard bearer.
James, the good old days when no clip been a thing. Yeah, there's definitely some things in games where you can sort of cheese it and have the character phase through something. Clip through walls, clip through roof. James, yeah, you think you finished half of Duke Nukem 3D thanks to no clip? Oh, you did? This was the actual pathway that the game wanted me to go to get to here. So after all that jumping around, I could have just gone through this way. James, yeah, it's been your speedrunning days. Oh, nice. Nowadays you're glad you can finish the game at all. There's definitely a lot of games where to get through it quick, it's not just about remembering where to go. It's also, there's two different ways to go about this. Which one is actually faster? Because both might feel quick, but one might be quicker than the other. And so it's like working that out, where one thing might take 1 second, and the other thing you thought took the same amount might take 1.5 seconds, if that. And so you have to figure out that, and then it might not just be a simple case of go left instead of right. It could be a case of you absolutely need to get the timing right, because if you don't, then the quickest pathway won't be the quickest because you've taken too much time. You know, there's something where it's like you have a split second to react, and if your timing's off by a split second, then you've failed your run and have to restart all the way of a game that you've already been speedrunning for the last 10 hours, and you kept on getting to that point and having to redo it over and over and over and over and over.
Always prepared for war.
And over and over and over and over and over again until you get it right. And even then, there's no guarantee that it'll work the same way every time. James, well, unless you know Alt F4 is always quicker, then watch grass for a bit, then try again. Well, that's true too. There's definitely value in taking a break from a game that's kicking your ass and then come back at another time because you might have a fresher perspective. Like there might be something that is kicking your ass because you've been playing the game for hours and it's late your time, and then you come back the next morning and try it again and you get past it like a breeze because you're coming at it fresh the next day. James, yeah, it's happening to you all the time. Like, there is some cockblock in the game, and you're like, the dev's been drunk making this game for sure, only to sit to it next day and progress the same area in 2 minutes or so, even spending over 3 hours in the same area days before. Yeah, and there can be an annoyance there, but there can also be a satisfaction where you're like, finally, I got past it, and then you can move to the next part.
Singing in the shower is great until you get shampoo in your mouth. Then it's just a soap opera.
Thank you so much for redeeming that, Dr. Darling, as a Bane impression. Very, very nice. Nice pun. Soap opera. Nice. A nice, clean pun.
They must have been put into storage here, but these containers are broken.
I've only got tempted for a moment to redeem a Lara rip here, but didn't want Rod to spend 10 minutes destroying barrels again. Yeah, the barrel technique definitely didn't work, unfortunately. James, like imagine places like this are still somewhere in real life. Insane. Oh yeah, and like imagine ones that haven't even been discovered yet. And what things could be discovered in them that end up shaking up what we already know. You know, things like that.
Soldier's flag, to be hung from a spear. This must have belonged to the Prophet's army.
James, what did she rip? Pants? So this is the newer Lara, kind of digging her ponytail. Yeah, I have a redeem for Rest in Peace Lara, where when it gets redeemed, I have Lara die on purpose. And this is the newer one, yeah. Well, this game came out in 2015, and then the next one after was 2018, and so far that's been the last Tomb Raider game that's come out, was 2018. Well, technically, the remasters that have come out of Tomb Raider 1 to 3 and then 4 to 6 are quote-unquote new, but I mean to say brand new as in nothing in them is actually a repeat of something that came before. There hasn't been another new Tomb Raider game that follows on from this version of Lara since 2018, to be more specific.
Trinity has twice before sent great men seeking the Prophet's path, and twice before they have vanished. He carried the divine source out of the Empire, but it was not his to take. That blasphemy taints everything while his descendants still live. So Trinity must try again. I have done ungodly things, committed terrible sins against the innocent, just to reach this place. To retrieve the divine source. I know God will forgive for what I do. I do for the greater good. Now the end is in sight. I need only survive this final battle, and Trinity's work will be done.
The greater good. The greater good. Voices of invasion. Trinity's envoy among the Mongols. He did all this just to find the Prophet. But all he found was loss.
Let me see. If this mark points to the North Star, and that mark to the peaks, then...
When the Emperor died, the Prophet's favor was lost, and we were forced to begin our exodus in the dark of night. The new Emperor has no love for the Prophet, so there was nothing left to stop the Knights of the Order of Trinity. We fled towards the desert, to begin again, when the Order of Trinity came upon us, and murdered the Prophet. I saw him die. We placed his body in a cave near the oasis, and in our sorrow, began to build him a tomb. The Order of Trinity is not finished. They desire not only the death of the Prophet, but the mysteries of the divine source. They will come again. But in our darkest hour, the Prophet has risen. He has defeated death, just as he will defeat our enemies.
Death and rebirth, the Apostle. As the Prophet fled the imperial city, he and his followers were attacked, and the Prophet was believed to be slain, but he rose again. Somehow, the Prophet returned. From the Journals of Decius, First Apostle to the Prophet, 977 AD. Yeah, James. Yeah, that is a nice touch. When they put things in like that as well. It's also cool with idle animations that they put in games as well. It's really cool to have those elements. Dr. Darling, no, I am the Prophet. It's my destiny, mine. Yeah, I can't help but do Chesapeake's impression. But yeah, that's a good call from Assassin's Creed 2. Hey there, Godfather Al. Welcome. Rod the console Rod. Rod the console God. I don't know. I don't want to be claiming that, otherwise Kratos will come after me. James, like, they didn't need to do that. It's like animation that doesn't need to be done. It's awesome, really. Yeah. Even something simple as a character brushing their pants off, if you've had them go through something like dust and stuff like that. Emita, I can't be killed by any man. Okay, let's see if this will kill you. Drops him from the tower. Classic Emita. I love that moment. I will not die by the hand of man. No man can murder me. Cesare, oh Cesare, a man of great depravity, thought himself immortal till he had a date with gravity. Next upgrade I'll get, Scavenger. Increase the amount of ammunition looted from enemy corpses. And there's also a weapon I can upgrade. Another one of the shotguns. This one, tactical shotgun. This is a tier 3 upgrade. Go to my document. Tactical shotgun, tier 3 upgrade. This is the 10 hide and 12 salvage one, so I can mark that one off as done now. Vented barrel. Redirects gases released when firing to counter recoil and unwanted rising of the barrel. Applied to all tactical shotguns. Alright, just want to check something here for a moment with these shotties. Make sure my list of what needs to be updated and what resources is actually up to date. Alright, so pump action shotgun. Tier 1. 16 salvage. Yep, that still is current. 3 hide and 15 salvage. That one's still current. And 19 salvage. Yep. Tier 3. 12 hide and 10 salvage. Yep. And tier 4. That's still that. Alright. Break action shotgun. Let's have a look here. Okay, break action. Tier 1, 16 salvage, yep. Then the 3 hide and 15 salvage 1. Then tier 2, 18 cloth, 1 exotic hide. Then tier 3, 12 hide and 10 salvage. Alright, so that's still current. Don't need to check tactical shotgun, already done that. Alright, so Harbinger. Tier 1, 16 salvage, and then the next one in tier 1 is 3 hide and 15 salvage. Tier 2, tier 2, 13 salvage. Alright, so it means I've already gotten the 11 salvage, 9 technical parts tier 2 upgrade. Alright, so tier 3, that checks out. I still have that one. And tier 4, that still checks out. Alright. Still a hell of a lot of upgrading to do. Plus there's another weapon that I have to actually get from the supply shack yet. And Mita, that reminded you of Lord of the Rings too, when the Witch King tells that to Eowyn, and she tells him, "I'm no man." It's such a great moment. Great reveal for the Witch King to find out. Now, I haven't read the novel for a very long time, but I seem to remember that the reader, when you first read the book, isn't actually privy to the fact that it's Eowyn until she reveals herself in that moment, and then the reader finds out that it's Eowyn. But I could be wrong about that, because I haven't read the book in over 5-10 years, so I might be wrong on that detail. But for some reason, that's what I remember it being like. But maybe it's not. Maybe I'm having my own Mandela effect moment. Hey there, Arctic. You're a man, you're a bat, you shat, upside down with wings and other things. Oh, baby, 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 baby. Welcome on in, Batman. I saw the bat the bat signal, so I saw that you were going to turn up. How's it going, Arctic? Yeah, I haven't actually played that game before, James. The Shadow of Mordor games. Hey, Mr. Gote. The playthrough's going good. Any funny moments at all? Oh, there's always a funny moment when I'm talking. Even if I'm not saying something funny, my voice is funny. Don't worry, I'm just being funny. Being silly. Yeah, it's going good. Still a lot of upgrading to do, though. So, it'll take another 2 streams worth of upgrading, probably. A few ancient coins from the Old Kingdom away before I can get the military rifle. That one I can't get yet because we need to progress in the story to get it. You know, I may end up having to do more main story because the only other way I can get gear for upgrades is to just keep on going back to the same areas over and over again and defeat the enemies over and over and over again and hope that I get enough resources that way. That's right, James, yep. Lara dries her hair when she gets out of the water. Code, there's probably a mod that changes the bat signal to something like Hello Kitty icon. Quite possibly, Code. Imagine that mod for the Batman Arkham games. Oh, nice, Mr. Gote. You're up to the final chapter in Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Well, best of luck with that. I hope that it goes well. Milan Gaia just wanted cuddles. She's lying on your chest, purring loudly now. Ah, well, that's good. That's really good. Gaia was like, this is what I wanted. It made you watch the movies first and then read the books, so you knew it was her. But if you had read the books first, you wouldn't have guessed it. Yeah. And there's so many details in the book, too, that aren't in the movie as well. And the extended editions of the movies do a great job at adding a lot more stuff in that was in the books, but not in a theatrical version. Arctic Skull. What's the, in Assassin's Creed Unity, chin for cheers in French?
You saw the photos from up in the mining office, right? I don't think the Soviets just decided to close up shop.
I got a hit! Roger that! Taking position! He's gone! Grenade out! Keep her down! Come on! Let's end this!
In me, do you think it's a good thing that they left many details out of the movies because it makes you appreciate the books even more? That's true too, and there might be some people that, based on seeing the movies, decide, you know what, this is based on a book, I might actually read it. And then, when they read it, and they come across stuff that isn't in the movie, it might help them get a fresh experience out of the whole thing again as well. James, like your favorite movie pack is the Shadow Bow chain assassinations. Like you can literally teleport through the map if you have enough enemies around and assassinate them one by one. Awesome. Too bad if you don't have enough charges and ends up between elites. Oh, damn. Yeah. That's what you wouldn't want. It's super cinematic how you just walk between enemies and look super badass when the girl is doing it. Well, that's good to have abilities like that in games that you can take advantage of. Hey there, Sheila. Welcome on in, dude. It's going well. We've had a lot of shenanigans. Had a lot of enemies yelling and screaming from being killed by Lara, and we've had plenty of rest in peace Laras and all that kind of stuff. So it's been going good. We've even got Y poses. You love shenanigans. Definitely plenty of those. And I've been doing well with the upgrades. There's some upgrades for weapon types that carry across to other weapons in that category. So that actually helped me mark off a lot of weapons as fully upgraded now. And I think there's only one more weapon that I need to unlock through finding all the parts for it. And then there's one more weapon to get from the supply shack. And they'll need to be upgraded as well. How's things going with you today, Sheila? Milan, you think it's time to get up and light the stove? Trouble is, that means making the cat move. Quandary that is just impossible to make a decision on. And Gaia's like, "You're not thinking about getting up, so I have to get off your lap, are you?" Sheila, that's great. You can save so many resources. It well and truly is. I actually had forgot about that. Or rather, I had forgot that it was something that I should actually check against my list in my document that I made of what tier of each upgrade is needed and what upgrade within each tier requires. And then when I thought about it, I was like, oh shit, that's right, I could do that, and then that way I can get a more accurate amount left. James, yeah, but it's like 4th to 5th bow upgrade, so you need a lot of leveling and shit, but when you aim for it, it's like level 6 to 8 to be able to get it. And she has a shadow sword, is fun too. You can decapitate the elites with it when you combo it right. Oh, that sounds really good. Doing those special kinds of combos in combat games. They're very satisfying as well. Sheila, you're good, you're tired, but it's a slow day today. Well, I'm glad that you're going good, dude. And it's good that it's a slow day too, so it won't be too hectic, hopefully. Knock on wood for your fingers crossed, it won't be too hectic of a day. Hopefully it stays relaxing. Arctic, you kept Sheila up for too long. Oh, you did? Arctic was like, now Sheila, you're not thinking about going to sleep now, are you? You need to stay up longer. If this was Red Dead Redemption 2, these would be poor quality pelts as a result of that. Even if they were considered to be great quality, more perfect quality pelts to begin with. James, yeah, it was hella fun when you played it. Like, you would love to get back to the game, but feeling hella lazy lately. That's fair enough too as well. Might be other games and stuff that you want to jump to and play through instead. I think, yeah, something like that. What are you doing, Batman? Milan, she's lying with you on your chest with her head on your shoulder right next to your ear, purring away like an engine. Oh, yeah. The kitty engine. Alright, there's another weapon I can upgrade. Ah, it's a bow. That is the earliest weapon type. Compound bow. Alright, so this is the final upgrade for the compound bow. Now I can mark that one off as done completely. Drop away rest. Arrow rest drops away on release, allowing arrows to fly faster and inflict more damage. Applied to all compound bows. Okay, so just to double check, recurve bow is fully upgraded. Compound bow is now fully upgraded. Ancient horn bow is now fully upgraded. Grim whisper is fully upgraded. Death's breath is now fully upgraded. Cool, so I can mark off all the upgrades that were required for that because now they're actually all done as a result of upgrading other bows. Alrighty then, that's cool. So, all the bows are fully upgraded now. 8 of 8 found. Recurve bow, 100%. Compound bow. Ancient horn bow. Grim whisper. Death's breath. White widow. Guiding light. And dream stinger. Excellent. James, yeah, you're feeding your turtle too right now. She's just head on your laptop and chewing some salad, watching you. Oh, that's so cool, James. So what color turtle? Like, is it more like a sort of bright or dark colored green? Because I imagine there's a lot of different, greens. If somebody wants to know where Lara is keeping all the bows, it's a lady's secret. Thank you for redeeming that as an Arnie impression, Schiller. James, it's the four-finger turtle, like darkish brown earth one, almost 40 years old. Oh, wow. Milan, the dream stinger can only be used on sleeping targets that are dreaming because it only kills their dreams and not the person. Damn. That's one way to kill a dream, I guess. Oh yeah, James? That's interesting. It's like matching. You're 40 years old and so is the turtle. Easy to remember. Oh yeah. Oh, nice, Milan. Thanks for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. So with fire, coming right up. James, when you got her, she was like finger size. Now she's 1.4 kilograms. So will that turtle actually grow a bit bigger than that, or is that the most? Toasty. There we go. Thanks for redeeming that in Mita. I was going to say thank you in Mita. Milan, thank you for redeeming that. Yeah, James. Yeah, I've got, I'll actually show. I've mentioned it before, but I'll actually have the opportunity to show. So I've got Iron Hide ability unlocked. Takes significantly less damage from explosions and fire. Yeah, so I've got Iron Hide. Then there's, where is it? I thought there was equivalent as well. Yeah, Thick Skin, that's to do with gunfire and melee. Then Heart of Stone is to do with gunfire and melee. Yeah, so in terms of like these abilities, there's only one related to taking less damage from explosions and fire. So I've got that. But I also have the ability to have Lara's health get regenerated completely in combat or when taking damage. When she loses all her health, she gets her health back again. So that's why it takes a long time. Yeah, Sheila, Lara be well done. That's right. Milan took that like a boss. That's it.
I think we're planning a big push. No more border skirmishing.
What do you heard?
One of my guys from the last job is working ops. Says the plan is to go scorched earth.
So, how many of them survived in there?
Let's do a sweep.
James' leash is dry now. That is true, yep. You're not wrong there. Dr. Darling, now you have one more corpse there. That's true. To add to the one that he was actually investigating, now he is one with the other corpse.
You saw the photos from up in the mining office, right? I don't think the Soviets just decided to close up shop.
Yeah, but there's no way the natives could do all that damage.
I'm sure that's exactly what the Soviets thought.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are...
Contact! I'll take a look. I got her! Cover me! Someone kill her! Man down! Keep her down!
James, as a chemist, you're really interested what kind of toxic gas she's using, by the way, to be honest. That's actually a good question. I might be able to check in the description of it in here. They might actually have it in the game that I can access. Like, I think it might have mentioned that somewhere along the line earlier in the story, but... Well, the type of mushroom that they use to craft the poison gas cloud is toxic fungi used for crafting noxious ammunition. They don't really specify what kind, though. Found inside rotting tree stumps and in dank underground spaces. Hey, Edemetra. Welcome, how's it going?
I think someone's out there. They're here! Oh, she's there! Open fire!
James, so a spore cloud, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the earliest things in the game that Lara can craft as an alternate firing ammo for her bow. Malone, looks like they went to the same firearms training center as the Imperial Stormtroopers. That's a good call. The reason I'm jumping around in this game is simply to find enemies that respawn back in areas and just kill them to try and get resources enough to get enough to upgrade more weapons. James, yeah, it's interesting how fast it can incapacitate them. Yeah, I think there's also an upgrade I got to increase the range of the cloud as well.
There, open up! He's in! Keep firing!
Oh yeah, James, I thought that was absolutely hilarious. I hadn't actually seen it before, so it was good to see. But it was just so funny too, a lot of the characters that popped up that weren't even, DC Comics characters, or even comic characters. Or maybe they had been in a comic, but maybe not originally at the source material level, but yeah. I wasn't expecting to see, like, biker mice from Mars appear in there. I think I like the first song the best. James, yeah, once in a while it's awesome to hear. Even the music is awesome. Too bad that the group disbanded. So, when did that happen? Like, was it fairly recently, or was it like a few years back now? Nice, we have another weapon upgrade available. Alright, so rifles. Alright, let's go and add more to the SMG. Alright, so tier 3 upgrade for the SMG, which is 15 salvage and 20... Hang on. I must have got that one. Alright, so... I mean, I must have already gotten that upgrade that I'm looking at on my document. Alright, so it's actually the 15 salvage and the 4 chromite ore. Chromoly barrel. A super smooth barrel means shots fire with no resistance for increased damage, applied to all rifles. Let's have a look at these other rifles. 85%, 77%, and 77%. Alright. That's all good, James. No worries at all. James, you found it by mistake and it was just the first song, then in 2 months they released the other two. It was awesome. Really creative. Absolutely. There's definitely a lot of really creative people out there. And there's some that, you know, they do a lot of stuff that doesn't even get seen by many, and you know, you hope that they actually eventually have their work seen. Some of the animation's been over the top, but it's insanely funny. That's true. That can also add to the hilariousness of something too. The way things move as well. And of course, you know, you can be very stylized with animated stuff. Even the way something is said can be funny too. The word itself might not be funny, but how the word is said might end up making people laugh. That's okay, Milan. Absolutely no worries at all. Thank you for watching. I really hope that you have a great day today. Hope that everything goes well on the boat. And thank you. I definitely will, Milan. Keep enjoying life for sure. You too as well, Milan. Have a good one.
Did we really lose a full company when they broke through into the ruins?
And not only that, they lost the rescue party as well.
Well, let's hope we don't get...
Incoming! We're under attack!
Got a good amount of salvage out of those enemies, so that was good. Yeah, James, the music in that was awesome. More loot indeed, Schiller. More and more and more. Loot, 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 loot. Loot, glorious loot.
They're sending another team inside the mines to map the ruins.
Man down! Let's finish this!
It's so funny. I'm at the point now where I've got so many abilities unlocked and all that I can just basically cut through all these enemies and not even care about, oh, I'm gonna die. I just go straight through and be like, boom, 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 boom. Which makes this process a lot better too, because then I don't have to worry too much. I can just quickly go in, kill the enemies, loot them, go back to the campsite, and oh look, we can upgrade something else again. Alright, SMG. We can do a tier 4 upgrade for the SMG. So this is the one that's 2 technical parts and 20 salvage, so I can get rid of that tier 4 one off my list. Custom recoil assembly. Weight adjusted driving spring increases rate of fire. Applied to all SMG rifles. You know what? I'm going to have Lara change the outfit. We've had that for a while now. So the only outfit that is actually left to showcase is my favorite one. I've had it unlocked for a while now, but I wanted to leave it to the last. So that one is the Commando. So for the rest of the playthrough, well, until we finish the main story, because when you finish the main story, you actually unlock some other character models of Lara from the older games. So I want to showcase them as well when I unlock those. But that's when you finish the main story. So the last outfit that I'm going to be showcasing before finishing the main story and then showing off the other character models is this one, the Commando one. And mark that off as one that I've showcased. Alright, cool. Commando. Camouflage pants and black tank top with tactical vest. Outfit bonus. Reduces the delay before health begins regenerating when damaged. Believe, that's all, folks. Oh yeah, James, that's all good, dude. You're gonna go do some gaming yourself. Thanks for the stream. Catch you next time. No worries at all, James. I really hope that you have a great gaming session. Thanks for being here and chatting. Hope you have a good one. And no worries at all for the stream.
Your father, did he return from the tower?
Hello.
Last night with Jacob. He's still shaken up, but he's not hurt.
It's a miracle so many made it out of there alive. There's another thing we have to thank Lara for.
Until next time, James. Have a good one, dude.
Trinity has come at last. They're here for the source. Wolves hunt at night. Be cautious when you're out there. We're not going to forget what you did for us.
Hello there. Trinity has come at last. They're here for the source. Wolves hunt at night. Be cautious when you're out there. We're not going to forget what you did for us.
Hello. Trinity has come at last. They're here for the source.
Hello there.
Wolves hunt at night. Be cautious when you're out there. We're not going to forget what you did for us.
Jacob will see us through this. He always has.
Hello. We've heard about Trinity all our lives. They're the ones that drove our ancestors out of Byzantium. And now they're here. We rarely see the leopards. Most of the time they're on the snowy side of the valley. But we've spotted a few on this side. I have to ask, but what keeps you here? You can leave whenever you want. You don't have to die here.
It's funny, there's something with the graphics now. I'll keep the camera here, but if you look into the distance, if you look at the wall that has brick on it, near the big giant rock, if you actually look when I move the camera to the left, there's some kind of graphical glitch that is happening. I don't know if people watching can actually see it. I don't know if I've described where it's located good enough. But yeah, I'll point here, so it's around this wall here. Then if I move the camera to the lighter part of that wall, you can see a line that is there. I wonder what's causing that. So okay, what's weirder is that bird keeps flying around the rock. That's actually something I didn't notice.
Watch your fire! What are you shooting at?
Okay, who farted? Who did it?
Careful with that.
Whoa! You see something?
I want to see the Alliance map.
Don't waste your ammo now.
It's funny, it won't let me use the climbing axe as a melee weapon around them. Yeah, Dr. Darling. Chicken. Delicious. Yeah, the Metro, that was so funny. I just thought, I'll just shoot near this group of NPCs and see what happens. And they're like, what the hell are you shooting at? What? Lucas, the other day, you said some of the worst things have happened with good intentions. Good example of this is when Anakin initially joins the dark side, he was trying to save the one he loves most. That's true, Lucas, you know, like, from his perspective, the Jedi were going to be taking away from him the one person who could actually help him prevent his wife from dying, because Palpatine knows that Anakin has already lost someone important to him in the past, i.e. his mother, and he knows that Anakin wants to try and prevent that happening again, someone that he loves dying. And so when he has a nightmare and stuff about Padme actually dying, and then Palpatine talks to him and all that kind of stuff, like, he had good intentions, but things were just so warped by that point, of course. That's actually a similar kind of dynamic. You know, how you had Anakin who joined the dark side of the Force and his mentor, you know, Obi-Wan, and betrayed him and the Jedi and all that kind of stuff. That dynamic between Anakin and Obi-Wan, that's what I think would have been better to have as the story for Assassin's Creed Rogue when it came to the main character and Achilles. Achilles should have been like Obi-Wan, the mentor of the assassin that you play as, who ultimately betrays Achilles and the assassins by joining the Templars. And he kills Achilles' wife and son as part of the final test that the Templars give him to accept him as a Templar. And in the final fight that they have with each other, Achilles kills the main character that you would have played as, but in the fight gets injured, which is why he's limping. I think that would have been a better alternate story for Rogue. But yeah, that whole thing with Anakin and all that, like, there's definitely a lot of things in that story that depend on, like, perspective and all that kind of stuff too. Actually, there's a group of NPCs somewhere else. I want to see what the reaction will be when I have Lara just shoot near them.
Hello. You want to survive in this valley? You'll need to learn to track and hunt. Animals stick near food and water, just like people do.
Hello there.
We'll have to rebuild half of the upper village when the invaders are gone.
There's no way we'll get enough lumber seasoned before the winter.
Huh. You're assuming we'll have driven them off by then.
What is it? What are you firing at?
Hello?
And there's yet another group of NPCs that I think they might be where I'm thinking they might be, but they might
You
not
want
be.
to survive in this valley, you'll need to learn to track and hunt. Animals stick near food and water just like people do.
Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison Imas, Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison Imas. Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison Imas, Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison Imas. Agios Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison Imas, Agios Otheos.
I like how there's no reaction other than hello there from one of them. Oh, I couldn't talk with one of these people before.
We have to have faith. God will watch over us. He must.
Agios
At the rate you're
Otheos,
going through arrows,
Agios
you'll need to make
Prophetis,
more. Keep an eye out
Agios
for birds'
Athanatos,
nests. You'll want the best
Eleison
collection.
Imas,
You're a long way
Agios
from home.
Otheos, Agios Prophetis, Agios Athanatos, Eleison
Adios. I wonder what reaction Jonah will have if we just let off a few shots. No, they haven't programmed him to be reacting to whatever the player is doing before initiating the cutscene. Oh, would have been funny if he just turned around and was like, Lara, why are you shooting for? Good one, Dr. Darling. Trying to increase notoriety level. There'll be a lot of that when I do my Red Dead Redemption 2 low honor playthrough. Except it won't be increasing notoriety. It'll, well, I mean, technically, yeah, it will be. It'll also be adding a lot of bounty money on top of Arthur and John Marston.
Hello.
Hello there. Actually, that's how Rod dives in the morning for that morning bath. Well, I wouldn't like to do that in a bathtub. Might end up being a lot of pain from diving into it. Dr. Darling, so we kill everyone in every town then save the game? Well, I won't be doing that. Like, I will have that redemption for painting the town red, but I'll still make a save before initiating it. Because I want the actual, like, low honor, the things that cause it, to actually be natural to me playing low honor, if you know what I mean. Like, in a way that's not completely just, you know, rigging it. Well, not really rigging it, but if you know what I mean. Like, I want to make the decisions in the game's story that are low honor, but I also want to do things that are low honor in a natural way in progressing through things, not just, you know, causing havoc in the town and then calling it a day, you know.
Greetings. You've seen those berry bushes around the valley? The leaves have powerful healing properties. Jacob will see us through this. He always has. This is our valley. We fought off the Mongols, and years later the Soviets as well. We will not roll over and let Trinity take it.
Arctic, you love cliff diving. You went to Greece and did a 18-meter cliff dive. It was amazing. And of course you had like 8 beers before you did that. Of course, yeah. It's like you go to do it and they're like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Brave. I heard she went down into the archives beneath the cathedral.
Nonsense. No one goes down there. The Deathless have seen to that. Who told you that lie?
Sophia and Jacob himself confirmed it. Still think it's a lie?
And Arctic, they're like, we're about to go, and they're like, whoa, 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 hang on. How many beers have you had? And then you're like, I had 8. Oh, that's all right then. You cleared a jump. If you said 0, we're going to tell you to go back and get 8 and then come back. Dr. Darling, Arthur and Micah, BFF, best friends forever playthrough then? Oh no. Definitely not. I'm still going to wait for as long as I can in that part of the story where he gets put in jail. I'm still going to wait as long as I can until I absolutely have to do that main story mission. Arctic, you rented a boat and went there after hours. Ah, I got you, Arctic. Yeah. Well, I hope you had a great time there. But yeah, so that's an 18-meter cliff. Holy shit. Hey there, Mr. Epic. Welcome on in. How's things?
we get a chance to put down some of these natives.
Yeah, we need a little payback for that firefight in the village.
The woman was there with them. Keep your eyes out for her.
You saw the photos from up at...
Got contact!
You got it! Advancing! Cover me!
Just you and me!
Hey there, Gorky. How's your day going today? Mr. Epic, I'm good. You just woke up 2 hours ago, ate some food, and gonna work out soon, but you got low energy, so it's gonna be hard. Oh, that's fair enough too, as well. I really hope you can still have a good time, despite that, and have a good gym session as well. I think it was insane, but fun. Right as you jumped into the dive, you lay horizontal with your arms out to the side for control, but then there was, of course, wind, so you had to fight for control. Oh no. The wind is like, oi, you're going to go this way, and you're like, no, I'm going this way. Tug of war. Oh, that's good, Gorky. I'm glad that you're going okay. Got Lara being crazy, been shooting weapons near people to get their reactions in the game. I think you were mid-air saying, hold my beer. Whoops, missed. I don't actually know if that's quicker than just getting on the start of the zip line and going all the way down, but...
So, how many of them survived in there?
The cave-in wiped out most of them. Left the rest in disarray. And then Croft showed up.
Damn it. This is getting out of hand.
You saw the photos from up in the mining office, right? I don't think the Soviets just decided to close up shop.
But there's no way the natives could do all that damage.
I'm sure that's exactly what the...
Got incoming! Take her down!
Another 75 XP, thank you very much. It's so funny the amount of times you can just keep getting that over and over again. I think there has to be a certain amount of time between going to that area. You can't just go through the zip line and then go back all through that little area again and then go back to the top and zip line again and rinse and repeat. There's a certain amount of time I think that has to happen between each time, but whatever the time is between each time, you'll get 75 XP simply for just going on the zip line. Edimetra, isn't she cold? Oh no. No, nothing phases Lara, whether it's cold or whether it's heat. Any weapons that can be upgraded again yet? Nope. Yeah, in the metro. It's like, it's really cold. Why are you just wearing a shirt and shorts? It's like, what do you mean it's cold?
I'm still wondering how the hell they got light down here. Soviet engineering. It's amazing what you can do when they don't mind losing a few dozen men in the process.
What was that?
Give me, we've got company. I got a hit. Give me some friendly fire. Come on, let's end this.
Alright, so now we can upgrade another weapon. Alright, so it's one of the shotguns, so we'll start with the pump action shotgun. So it's a tier 1 upgrade for the pump action. And it's the 3 hide and 15 salvage one. So I can mark that off now on my list as done. Barrel shroud. Metal sheathing protects the user from a heated barrel, allowing for faster reloading. Applied to all shotguns. Oh, I actually have enough resources to do another upgrade in the shotgun category. Nice. This is a tier 2 for the break action shotgun. And that's the final tier 2 upgrade for that shotgun. Wrapped grip. Improved grip on weapon, reducing recoil. Applied to all break action shotguns. Ah yes, there's a full auto shotgun yet to be unlocked as well. But you never know, by the time I actually get that shotgun, all upgrades for the other types of shotgun that also carry over to all shotgun types related to it, that might be fully upgraded by the time I get it. Mr. Epic, you were watching a streamer yesterday, you watched for a few years, was playing Avowed, said something you didn't agree with, said there was a whole new group of gamers out there who go out of their way to only hate on games, and especially on Avowed. You don't know about the haters gamer thing, but him defending Avowed like it's supposed to be a good game you don't agree with. The game looks so cheap and missing features that older games had for years. The Elder Scrolls Oblivion is like 10 times better than that game and came out in 2007. Yeah, I mean, I feel like people who hate something and people who like something, they can both be right. And they can both feel that way. and, you know, like, someone who likes something has just as enough reason to criticize something that they don't like as someone who doesn't like something has as much right to criticize something that, you know, others do like as well. Dr. Darling is slowly aiming for the perfect spot. I think so, yeah. But I'm sure there's a lot of, you know, drama channels on YouTube that people can go to for content like that. But this channel is not a drama farming channel. Ah, yes, that's what this place is. There we go. This is the tomb. We've already done this one, though. Yeah, Dr. Darling, exactly. Yeah. Aim for that spot, which I usually aim for when an enemy pisses me off in a video game. Mr. Epic, you agree with that statement? He isn't supposed to either. You usually don't watch that stuff. Yeah. Cool, here's some stuff to mine. There we go. And that's a good thing to do as well, Mr. Epic, like, because you never know sometimes what games you'll actually come across too, like, especially ones that you haven't actually played for a very long time that you might have forgotten about, and then you see someone playing it, and then you're like, oh cool, haven't seen this game for a while. Mr. Epic, you found my channel when you were browsing Assassin's Creed 2 tab. At least you think it was AC2 or Brotherhood, can't quite remember. Oh, that's all good. Yeah, it's funny because sometimes those two games, when I'm trying to remember stuff from either one, sometimes I mistake something from AC2 for being in Brotherhood and vice versa. Because there's a lot of things about those two games that really tie together well, of course, obviously being sequels to one another, but at the same time, they all feel, it feels like the first, well, not the first two games, but it feels like AC2 and Brotherhood are all one big story, and that partly comes from the fact that initially it was, before they decided to do a follow-up to AC2, and then use a lot of the stuff they were going to do for Assassin's Creed 2, but ended up in Brotherhood. Hey Keone, every time you see PS1 Lara, oh yeah, with the sunglasses. Alright, so I must have already done that dive. It's been quite a few weeks since I streamed this before this weekend, so I couldn't remember if I had Lara do the dive from that one or not. So that means that there's 3 that I've had her dive from, I think. High diving. Yes, I've done 3 out of the 4. Hey again, Spectrum. Welcome. How's it going?
Hello there. Greetings.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Mr. Epic, one of the best screenshots you have on Steam is an AC2 when Desmond dreams of Altair. You made it in front of the gate with the Templar soldiers. You remember booting the game up for after AC1 and seeing how amazing that sequence looked compared to Part 1. That's PC for you. Oh, absolutely. It's also like in Revelations when you have the Altair memories that take place at Masyaf. Seeing the city being recreated in 2011 graphics, you know, across Assassin's Creed 1 and Assassin's Creed Revelations, with Altair going down from the top of the mountain where Al-Mualim was situated all the way to the front gate. I don't know how many times I've had Altair go down that pathway for all the playthroughs I've done with both games and taking that route. You going to need extra coffee today, Spectrum? That definitely sounds like a plan, though. Understandable, for sure.
You saw the photos from up in the mining office, right? I don't think the Soviets just decided to close up shop.
Yeah, but there's no way the natives could do all that damage.
I'm sure that's exactly what the Soviets thought. You've seen the natives yet?
Yeah, a few times. Not up close yet. It's weird. Like they're stuck in time.
Heads up. I saw something.
Dr. Darling, damn it, wrong final emote. Ruined it. Lara emote was right beneath Duchess. Dude, I hate when that happens on Twitch, when you're clicking on the same emote in the emote menu, and it makes the screen go up a bit slightly. So when you're actually clicking, you start to click the emote that's below it. That's definitely happened to me quite a few times. Mr. Epic, you personally didn't like that they changed Altair voice in Revelations because you really liked his voice in AC1. Yeah, there's definitely been a lot of, criticisms about that change. I like all the people who played Altair. I like their versions.
We each got $15. Oh, and a quarter. Don't forget the quarter.
Shut up, Bane. Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming those quotes from Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, Mr. Epic, I felt that too with Altair in Revelations. The new voice actor did a good job. Dr. Darling, but maybe it's Lara that has a plan. You hope Rob will change his mind and keep streaming in 2028. Shadow of the Tomb Raider and Red Dead 2 anniversaries. You never know. It's a fair way away, though. That's like 2028.
Seen the natives yet?
Yeah, a few times. Not up close yet. It's weird. Like they're stuck in time.
Just be careful. A few of them have rifles.
Just be careful. A few of them have rifles. I think you'd better be more careful about the giant explosion that's just about to kill you. Mr. Epic, what you don't understand is they changed his voice because his old voice didn't have a good accent, but correct you if I'm wrong, but wasn't the original voice actor not American? Don't exactly know which country he's from. I think so, Mr. Epic, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, like, for example, when I play Assassin's Creed Unity, and I've played it with the English language and the French language, well, twice now. Once just the main story, but then the main story, another playthrough, and the DLC as well, in the French language. People who, speak French, for example, if they hear an actual French actor playing a French character and speaking in French, the immersion factor is 100%, I guess, because it's like there's no separation between, oh, this is just an actor who is putting on a certain language but isn't a native speaker of the language. So people who speak French and understand French, if they have a French actor playing the role versus someone who isn't French but has learnt the language they might be able to be like, hang on, you know, this person doesn't sound like they speak French properly. So that could be an immersion-breaking thing for them. So when you have a character like Altair, who obviously is an American, but you might have an actor who has an American accent while playing Altair, that's creating a separation between the character and where they actually live and how they would actually sound, because obviously Altair wouldn't be speaking English, just like Arno wouldn't be speaking English, just like Xiao Jun wouldn't be speaking English, you know, all this kind of stuff. Playing the game of Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood, for example, as Ezio, and hearing Roger Craig Smith play Ezio, there's a certain association that gets made where it's like, when you hear Ezio voiced by anyone else, there's this certain feeling of, this is weird to not have Roger Craig Smith actually playing Ezio, because his voice and how he played the character is so iconic. But someone who actually played the Italian version of the game in Italian, and the actual actor is Italian and speaking the Italian language, for that person, that might be the truest and most authentic performance of Ezio. You know what I mean? So when you have like characters from other countries being played by actors who use the English language, there's an automatic disconnect with that, because it's not someone who actually is from the country where the character is actually living in, and all that. So there's definitely like a lot of actors who have played roles in video games that if you did hear them as someone else in a different language and you're not used to it, then it would feel strange, because it'd be like, hang on, you know, your ears are so used to actually hearing them speak in that accent that it's very difficult to actually be like, oh, you know. But that's what I've liked about playing, well, so far, the games in the Assassin's Creed series where you can actually put the language, the spoken language, as the one that the people in the game world would actually be speaking, is Assassin's Creed 2 and Brotherhood with the Italian language. Both of those games set in Italy, of course. Assassin's Creed Unity, set in France, you can set the language to French. And Assassin's Creed Mirage, you can set the language to Arabic. So they're the only games in the series so far that you can actually play. Now, obviously, Shadows hasn't come out yet, but they have said that you can choose the Japanese language for Shadows. So that'll be another Assassin's Creed game where you can actually make the spoken language be of where the actual characters are living and what part of the world and stuff. But playing games in that way, if you've only ever actually played the games with the English language, it just adds this extra layer of immersion on top as well. And I've liked what I've heard of the other performances, so it makes me curious to play the game with other you know, languages selected, even if it's not the language of the actual location. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be interesting to play Assassin's Creed 2, but with the Spanish language. I mean, if you can. I can't remember if you can actually choose that or not. You know what I mean? So I think that'd be kind of cool, just to do that. But so far, the only games I've done that with have been Assassin's Creed ones, and the ones that you can do it in.
What was that? Gotcha!
Cellcat, like for Resident Evil 3 Remake, they didn't get the guy, the voice actor that streams on Twitch, can't think of the name, to voice the same character. Again, you don't get that. Oh, yes, Cellcat. I think I know who you're thinking of. Do you mean the original actor who played the original Brad in Resident Evil 3? Because if that's who I'm thinking of, that'd feel weird too. Like you've played a character and then someone else comes along and plays that character, because obviously they're different actors who have played different versions. Oh yes, Alcat, so it is who you're referring to. Yeah, yeah. I can't remember his last name, but his first name's Evan, who played the original Brad. I guess, and I'm just guessing, I guess Capcom probably felt that for the remakes they wanted to get different interpretations to match the different interpretation of, other elements like the aesthetics and, all that kind of stuff. Mr. Epic, to be fair, Roger had a voice coach helping him with the Italian accent. Like in that VR game, you can hear that he didn't have help from a voice coach because his accent was a little lacking compared to the older games. Yeah, because I think I remember someone saying that some had felt he sounded more Spanish than Italian when he was actually doing his performance. So okay, it'd be weird not playing games like Stalker and Yakuza in their native language. Yeah, I mean, there's a game that I'm going to do the changing of language to match the actual place it's set in. That for the first playthrough, even though I had some people seriously criticizing me for actually not playing it this way the first time, which I found weird, was Ghost of Tsushima. And the first time I played it, I wanted to have the English language because I wanted to have my first experience be of that. And now that I've played it, I definitely want to play in the Japanese language now. But I feel like personally I'll appreciate it more having played it in English first. And it'll also help create a fresh experience for me as well. So okay, yeah, he's still doing voice acting work, even for an upcoming Resident Evil type game. Very nice, that's good. Yeah, I've seen a few of his streams, and it's been cool to see a lot of people who were characters in video games actually becoming streamers too. Well, there's a whole heap as well. So I don't know them all off the top of my head, but there's definitely been a few where I'm like, oh, that's so cool. Because I really like behind the scenes stuff. So I've always liked makings of and all that kind of stuff, because you get to see what the people behind the characters were actually thinking when they were doing stuff. So to actually have someone who was in a game playing that game, it's just cool that they can give some extra insight, into that. And then you get to find out some little bits of trivia that you might not have known before, which I really enjoy that kind of stuff. Mr. Epic, you like Yong, yeah, but man, you just can't with his Kiryu's voice. But that's just you prefer sub over dub. English dub just sounds weird to you. And that's totally fair as well. Like, I remember when I first watched the movie Hero with Jet Li, I started watching it with the English dub, and my ears were like, can we change this to, I can't remember now if I picked Mandarin or Cantonese for the spoken language, but I definitely stopped with the English dub. And when I started actually watching it from the start again with, and I can't remember if it was Cantonese or Mandarin now, because it's been so long since I watched it. Whichever one it was out of the two, it actually sounded so much better, and it was more tolerable to actually watch the movie then. And Mita got to go now, but you might join again later if you're still streaming. In any case, have a good one. That's no worries at all. And Mita, thank you for being here, dude. I don't yet know really if I'll keep on going, because I'm kind of getting over the grinding. And I'm sort of at the point now where I don't really want to do any more story, because I don't want to get invested in the next part of the story. Because I might want to end earlier than the amount of time it would take to do the next part in the story would allow. So I'll just keep on going with the grinding until I really get sick of doing it, and then call it. But I hope that you have a great one. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Mita's channel if you haven't before. He's doing a playthrough of Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, and he's also playing through Witcher 1 for his first time. Sorry, not for his first time, for his second time. First time playthrough of Uncharted 4, second time playthrough of Witcher 1. He's a great streamer, also has a great channel for going into and lurking. If you just want to sit back, relax, and watch a stream and lurk, he's also a channel for that too. Great for that. So definitely recommend checking out Amita's channel. And that's all good for the shout out, dude. No problem at all. I hope that you have a good one. Definitely catch you again soon. Mr. Epic, Jet Li War movie was so good. I don't think I saw that one actually. Was that one of his newer ones? Or Danny the Dog? Hadn't heard of that one. Salcat Ground Zero is the Resi type game that will be released on Steam with him doing the voice for one of the characters. Oh, nice, Salcat. So Ground Zero. Retro survival horror. Set in post-apocalyptic South Korea in this retro survival horror. Thanks for sharing that, Salcat. That's cool.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols...
Give me cover, intruder! I got a hit! Take got your back!
Cheers, Salcat. You never know sometimes what gems you might find as well. That could go under the radar as well. Mr. Epic, it's one of his older movies. Oh yeah. Yeah, I should actually watch some of his really older stuff because I haven't actually yet. Same with Donnie Yen, actually come to think of it. I haven't seen a lot of his early work. Mr. Epic looks neat, you wishlisted it? Very cool. Yeah, I've got a few games that I've wishlisted that from time to time I remember to actually check. Not on Steam, but on PlayStation Network. Or the PS Store. There's actually one that I want to play in the future that it's on sale at the moment, but it's not a priority purchase, so I'll still just leave it. But it's called The Inquisitor, is the name of the game. Alright, so we can upgrade another weapon again. Alright, so we can do an upgrade for a shotgun. Pump action shotgun. Tier 3 upgrade. So that was the one with 12 hide and 10 salvage. Muzzle weight. Weighted muzzle stabilizes the weapon when firing, reducing recoil. Applied to all pump and brake action shotguns. So okay, graphics for Ground Zero look like playing Resi 2 back in the 90s, really cool. Oh yeah. I still remember the first time I actually saw that kind of game. Fixed camera angle, third person, very sort of like, you know, atmospheric in that way. And the way that you move the character around the environment. There's only been one other game that has given me the similar kind of feeling, and that was Until Dawn. When I played that for the first time, I was like, this is something special. This kind of approach. Which has, you know, elements of the fixed camera angle thing as well. Which is one of the elements I like a lot about Until Dawn. And the Dark Pictures series of horror games. And The Quarry. Mr. Big, recently you're only watching anime, there aren't any good TV shows or movies you're into these days. You're currently watching Dragon Ball, Daima, and Solo Leveling Man. Those two animes are amazing watch. Well, that's fair too as well. It's good to branch out as well and check out things that are in different genres or from different parts of the world. That's one of the things that I liked about watching movies that weren't in a language that I actually knew, because it allowed me to experience movies in a very different way, because it adds a whole different feel to the movie when the characters are speaking in a language I don't understand, because I don't mind reading subtitles, so it's not one of those things where I'm like, oh, I mean, I've got to read the subtitles? I'm like, it's good. Because there's a lot of stuff that you don't need to actually see a description of to know what is actually going on. But there's also a lot of stuff that, you know, might be easily conveyed with actual words spoken, not words that are actually written. So having the written version can definitely help in the translation, because you're like, so the character, they're angry, but they're actually saying this. So without the subtitles being translating what they're actually saying, just the emotion side of them being angry doesn't necessarily tell you detailed stuff. Like, it tells you that they're angry, you know, because there's certain expressions that are associated with certain emotions that when we see it, we can recognize. It doesn't matter if it's someone who is speaking a different language. That side of things, we can go, they're happy, they're sad, they're angry.
Contact! I got a hit! Moving into sector 6! Give me cover! He's hit! I got an angle! Moving into cover! Let's finish this!
Dr. Darling, phone is fully charged. Back under the blanket you go. Well, that is good that it's fully charged. Hey, Stardust. Angry they are, but ridden are they not? Try to sound like Yoda. You want to hear my Yoda impression? Yeah, I can't really do Yoda. I can do Gollum. But yeah, Yoda's a bit different. Because he's sort of got like a... He's got like a little bit of a squeak to his voice, but not that kind of squeak, but it's sort of like that. Or, and he sort of does like, he's like, do or do not. See, I even fucked up there. But yeah, this is hard for me to do, which is one of those things where it's like, he's my favorite character in Star Wars, but I can't do an impression of him. But Gollum's my favourite character in Lord of the Rings, and I can do an impression of Gollum. But that's more so based on Andy Serkis and his rendition of Gollum, not interpreting the way Gollum speaks in the novel and then doing it in a way that's solely just from the novel. So what I'm really doing is an impression of Andy Serkis doing Gollum's voice. It makes me think too, like coming up with how a character actually sounds, like that's fascinating to me because there's so many options, you know. Like instead of the Terminator being cast as Arnie and having him be like, stay here, I'll be back, versus having an Australian actor play the Terminator going, stay here, I'll be back. It adds a whole different feel, you know, so coming up with a voice, you also have to make it actually fit well with the character that's being done.
They're sending another team inside the mines to map the ruins.
Yeah, but where do they think all of this comes from? The natives don't look like the sorts to build on that scale.
What was that?
Civilization isn't a one-way street. Something must have happened to knock them into the dirt.
Heads up! Incoming!
Sweep and clear. Let's move. Everybody keep searching.
I will. Contact! Got her! On your six! I got her! Back me up! Suppressing fire! Got her! Keep firing!
So, unless you know what's funny, everyone says Yoda talks backwards, but technically he's speaking forward. Yeah, I guess that's true too. And jumbling up words. Instead of saying, hello there, I'm Yoda, he says, Yoda is here. I am. Or something like that. That's not exactly accurate because I changed the words completely. So, okay, too bad the devs of Gollum couldn't do Gollum. I actually bought that game because I want to actually play it. Like, actually want to. Even though it's got, like, you know, bad reviews and stuff. Just because of the meme factor, potentially. Plus, it's a good excuse to bring back my Gollum impression redeem as well. So I'll be bringing back my Gollum impression redeem when I play that game. But I don't have an ETA on when that will happen, though. Mr. Epic, once in a while you open Netflix and all you see and think is, wow, see a lot of things that's not for me, and then you close it and watch a YouTube video about making food. Well, that's fair too as well. Yeah, don't blame you. Stardust, you know a person by the name of Sailing on Discord. For a minute you thought him and Salcat were the same person, just assuming. Ah, I gotcha. Mr. Epic, always wanted to see the parody one from Last Action Hero. It would have been funny to have Sylvester Stallone as the Terminator instead of Arnie. I can't do a Sylvester Stallone impression though. I haven't, Salcat, no. Yeah, I haven't played those two games actually. I've heard a lot about them though, but I haven't played them yet. Yeah, Mr. Eric, I'm sure it is. The Shadow of Mordor Golem is so much better. Stardust, do you guys have donut places? You think you have too many of the same type of places? Like 4+ donut shops? There's like different ones you can go to depending on what price certain things are. Like this one has this price, which is cheaper than the other one.
Did we really lose people?
Stardust. Actually, maybe 6 now. You got at least 5 chicken places. Actually, maybe 6 now that Popeye showed up. But you don't like Popeyes as much. You prefer bonus chicken tenders from Chicken Express. You'll list some, but be prepared. It's a list. Yet, in future, if you could put the list of things in one comment, that would definitely be good. Chicken Express, Popeyes, KFC Golden Chicken, McDonald's, DQ, Sonic, and Whataburger, as well as Burger King, which just recently closed. It's funny because here in Australia, when Burger King first came out, there was already a restaurant chain called that here. So they actually had to change the name for their version. So we got Hungry Jacks instead.
Someone's here! You're mine!
Well, that's all good, Stardust. Yeah, just a heads up. Like, obviously, if there's something happening in the stream, like multiple things, and there's like a fair distance apart from stuff, and it's a comment about, oh, that looks so funny, and then the next moment, like, you know, a few minutes later is, oh, that was so cool. Like, I don't mind it when it's like that. But if you've got like multiple things to say in quick succession that could be in one comment, definitely do it in one, just to save clutter in the chat, and that way at least it's all in the one sort of like comment. And also, like, if people have something that they need to use a lot of words to actually explain, because sometimes there's things that just can't be explained in, like, you know, 5 to 6 words. Sometimes you need a whole paragraph to actually explain something, because there might be some nuances to the description that actually help the person better understand what it is.
Push. No more border skirmishing.
What have you heard?
One of my guys from the last job is working on.
Heads up! Incoming! Keep me covering fire! Hostile! I'm on it! Just you and me!
I was wondering where some of the enemy bodies actually flew to after the explosion. Stardust, you also have Potter's Pizza, a more expensive replacement for CC's than Little Caesars, Pizza Hut, Domino's. You have like 3 or 5 taco places. You don't know how to spell some of them, but one of them is Taco Bell. Oh, that's all good, Stardust. Yeah, there's no worries. I think, I don't know when it happened, but I think Australia started to have Taco Bell stores, restaurants, because for a very long time we didn't. You feel bad for this girl, everyone's shooting at her. Yeah, I've got so many things that help with Lara taking more damage that for this process, where I'm basically just fast traveling to each location where I know there's enemies that can spawn, I'm just going to quickly kill them and not care about getting hit, taking damage. So as a result, I'm just like going straight up to their face and being like, shoot, even if they've shot me 10 times, because Lara can survive it. To try and make the process of this grinding actually feel a bit quicker for me. Okay, so an SMG, it's almost complete. We've only got one more upgrade for the SMG. Excellent. And that is now done. Folding stock. Standard folding stock balances out weight distribution, which helps reduce recoil when fired. Applied to all SMG rifles. So now the SMG is fully upgraded. Stardust, but you see the theme, right? You just got 7 brew as well, smoothie and tea place, as well as another tea place. HTO. That's almost, I see. That is a play on H2O, water. HTO, nice. They're putting in another smoothie place somewhere, but you want a dang IHOP so you can have some good homemade French toast or chocolate chip pancakes. Now that's something I've never tried actually, chocolate chip pancakes. Don't get you wrong, you like French toast sticks, but nothing beats the sweet homemade sweet version. Sometimes it's funny too how the form something is made into can be something we prefer, even though it's literally the same flavor of stuff. But then again, you know, texture and stuff also comes into play there. Not just flavoring.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere inside.
Hostile spotted! I'm on it! Gotta get... He's in! Come on! Let's end this! Let's go!
Stardust, have you ever had French toast? Yeah, I've had that before. So, okay, at the end of your street, there's a French taco place. It says, the original French tacos. You thought those were Mexican. The original French tacos. I wonder what they actually do for theirs. Stardust, apparently there's a savory, such as ketchup or mayo version of it, but you like the maple or blueberry syrup version with cinnamon sugar, powdered sugar sometimes too, and melt some butter on top of it. Oh, that sounds good. I used to love having pancakes with sugar and melted butter. Okay, so we can do an upgrade for the Harbinger shotgun. This is a tier 2 upgrade. So I can have that marked off now. Extended magazine. A larger magazine allows more shots to be fired before the need to reload. Applied to all full auto shotguns. Stardust, yeah, it's weird. You never tried sugar on pancakes. You tried it on nearly anything that called for it except that. You did always melt butter on stuff like that, though. Oh, yeah. I haven't actually had from scratch made pancakes for a long time. I should actually make some because I really like it. For the most part, for the past few years or so, I've had the McDonald's version.
been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere inside here.
Give me contact! Oh, right there! Let's go! She's empty! He's gone! She's hit! Keep her! You and me.
Stardust, how old is Lara in this time frame? So in the reboot trilogy from 2013 to Shadow of the Tomb Raider, she's actually in her early 20s, whereas the original version of Lara is actually in her 30s by the time of the events of the first Tomb Raider game. Shilla, nope, you just got unlucky, my dude. That's true, Shilla. These enemies, they just so happen to, well, they didn't know when they woke up that morning that Lara Croft was going to come along and be like, boom, to you, and you, and you, and here, have this. Cellcat, so far I've been lucky. Well, Lara's running up from behind with a shotgun aiming at him. You'll have the timing for that. So I'll just wait. So she's not 30 now. She looks at least 25. What happens if you kill that bird? Yeah, like I don't know what age specifically Lara is in the reboot games beyond just being in the, 20 to 29-year-old range. I don't know what specific age Lara is in her 20s. Same with Lara in the original version, who was in her 30s. But that version of Lara and this version are completely separate, unrelated at all. Now, granted, in the continuity of this version of Lara, potentially she could go on to experience the same adventures that the classic version did. But it can never actually line up 100%, because even if you wanted to say that these games are a prequel trilogy to the original version of Lara, there's one big major flaw in that. And it's this. In the classic version of the games, Lara's parents are actually still alive, well into her adulthood. Whereas in this version, her parents are dead before she's even a teenager, let alone an adult. So that's a big difference from having one version where her parents are still alive in present time versus this version where her parents are long dead by the time of the 2013 game as well. So you can't connect the two like that. Stardust, how are they separate though? You're starting to think people just like retconning stuff, if you consider it a retcon. Yeah, I mean, if you were to retcon that with this version of Lara, then you're really just doing a reinterpretation. Like, for example, if they made it that these were prequels to the old school games, then they'd have to come up with some contrived storytelling device of, oh, her parents didn't really die. They just wanted her to think that she died. Like, then that starts to become a bit stupid. And at that point, you may as well have actually just not tried to connect the two. You know what I mean? But I feel like the best way to do it is you just introduce elements that the other version had as part of what made them Lara Croft, and you just apply them to this version. And there's organic ways that you can make that actually happen. Like, for example, classic Lara can do flips and cartwheels and, you know, rolls in midair and all this kind of stuff. But Reboot Lara can't do that. So how do you make Reboot Lara actually do that? Well, like in real life, if you want to learn a new skill, you obviously have to practice and train for it. So it would be entirely plausible for this version of Lara to go, right, you know what? I want to learn some new skills. How about I learn some gymnastics? And then she could learn to do flips and cartwheels and stuff like that. You know, so you can take an element from the old school Lara, where she's more acrobatic than the reboot version of Lara, but still make it plausible as to the evolution. You know what I mean? So it's not just a gameplay addition that they add. It's actually an organic, logical reasoning for why the character goes from not being able to do it to actually being able to do it. So I think that's the route that they should have taken. But the thing is, whatever they wanted to do with another game to carry on from Shadow of the Tomb Raider, they can't do that now because the animated series carries on from Shadow of the Tomb Raider. And so, spoiler alert, in that series, Lara finally gets her dual pistols, like the classic version had. But that is now a moment that we as the player can't experience in a game now, because it's already happened in another form of media. So I wish they actually kept that for the next game in the series, instead of actually making it something that happens in the animated series. I think it would have been really cool to have this epic moment where the player realizes, oh shit, Reboot Lara now has the classic dual pistols as part of the actual gameplay for the whole game. Not just right at the end of the previous one to this one. And not just as like a reference. Hey, you know, she's still got the pistols. Isn't that fun? It's like, can we just have her actually have them? You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know what they're going to do with the next game, but in that animated series, they've already told a story about, you know, what happens next to Lara after the events of Shadow of the Tomb Raider. And in that animated series, she gets her dual pistol, so that moment is already past. Players who wish this version of it had it in a game won't get the satisfaction now of actually playing the game that introduces it as a main, you know, weapon thing, which I feel is a little bit of a shame. You know, you want to maximize certain things. It's like with Assassin's Creed and the comic books that they come up with. It's like you don't kill off a character in the comic books that was being built up in the games to be someone that the player thinks is going to actually be important, and then just kill them off in a comic book. Like, if you're going to kill the character off, let the player be the one who plays the game in which it happens, not just, you know, finish them off in a comic book. Not that everyone, you know, hates comic books, but some people just don't read them because they just don't read. They don't read comics. So they'd rather play the game in which something happens. So yeah, for Tomb Raider Reboot Lara, I wish they actually kept it until the next game. To have Lara actually have her dual pistols as a staple of her version moving forward. Salcat, is there really a big difference between 21 or 25? Ralph Macchio looked 25 for 40 years after all. Yeah, it's funny too, like there's other actors like Keanu Reeves, where people are like, he hasn't aged a day. Or Elijah Wood. And I know, like when people say that, they're not always being literal. it's more of a compliment of saying, hey, you know, they don't look like they've aged a day. But they actually have, because you can tell. Like, if you really look, you can tell. But that's just part of life. I mean, obviously they have the ability to get, you know, plastic surgery and other surgeries that can, you know, change their face shape and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of, like, the fact that we all have something that changes with our body as we ages, like, that's something that we all have. It might be able to be changed or altered on a surface level, or even like at a bone structural level, but there's going to be some aspect of the body that's going to age, like, you know, organs and stuff like that. Stardust, you're starting to think people dislike retconning stuff. If you consider a retcon, heard they might do a sequel to AC4 or something like that. Didn't know there was an animated series. Yeah, they had done a sequel story to Black Flag a while back, but I think this is something new that is also a follow-on from Black Flag. But I can't remember now if they're part of the same storyline, like if it's a comic book series or what the case is. And yeah, there's an animated Tomb Raider Netflix show called Legend of Lara Croft that it's the reboot version of Lara from 2013 and Rise and Shadow. And so it has Jonah returning. It has Abby returning as well, which I was very happy about because I like Jonah and Abby. Like, I think it was cool that Jonah found someone like Abby and that they have a lot in common and all that. I was hoping that they wouldn't just do a cliche thing of, you know, Jonah, where's Abby? Oh, I'm so sorry, but she died off screen. You know, or we broke up or something off screen. It's like, it's cool that she actually is still as part of the continuity. There was a character that was in the original continuity, but only in one game, which was Chronicles, which was Zip. And then they did another version of Zip in Tomb Raider Legend and Underworld, which was a separate continuity and a different kind of version of Zip. And now there's yet another different version of Zip, who is the reboot version of Zip. Even though technically there had already been one reboot version of Zip, which was the one in Legend and Underworld. So I wouldn't be surprised if they start to bring in other characters from the classic games like Natla and also Marco Bartoli, who's the cult leader in Tomb Raider 2, the original game. So they can still bring in characters that were in the older version, but they'd have to be a reboot version of them, you know. They might have some same elements, but be a very different version. Then there's also like Amanda from Legend and Underworld. And I think if they actually had her appear in, like, you know, a live action Tomb Raider or something, I think Cara Delevingne would be a good choice for Amanda. Because Amanda is one of those characters that she ends up having an intense hatred for Lara. And I could definitely see Cara being able to pull that off. Sheila, such a Ubisoft move to put a movement like this not in the main game, even though it wasn't Ubisoft. That's true, Sheila. It really is a shame. It'd be a different story if it was a character that was introduced in the comic books. Like, I reckon there should have been a rule. The rule that they should have had was any character that gets introduced in the games, if they are to be killed off, it can only happen in the games. It can't happen in other media. If the character was created in a comic book, the only way that it can actually be killed off is if it's in the comics. That way you keep things separate, so that if a writer is like, hey, how about we kill off this character? Oh wait, we can't, because this character was introduced in the games. So we need to leave that for other people who are working on the other medium to decide that or not. You know, I think that should have been like a rule that was set in place for them to follow as well. Where it's like, nope. So then that way, Juno would be a character where it's like, well, we can't kill her off in a comic book because she was created in the games and came out in the game first. So we'll have to not kill her in the comics. But because they didn't have those rules in place, they were just like, oh, well, we'll just kill Juno off in the comics. But I think that's good for any franchise to really have, like a set of rules where it's like, this character introduced in this form of media can only be killed off in that form of media. Because people might get really invested in the storyline of that character in that medium. So for them to have to go to another medium to see more of that character, especially when they get killed off, it's like, you should have done it in the games to kill Juno off. Because I think sometimes things just get too complex when they don't need to be. And sometimes that comes out of people wanting to make too many differences. And it's like, you can still do different things, but still keep the integrity of what came before as well. It's like if you ended a season of a show, and let's say the whole point of the season was that the character was afraid of something, and by the end of the first season, they overcome that fear. But then imagine someone else comes along and goes, you know what? We're going to ignore what happened in the first season, and we're going to pretend like it was all a dream. And so the person in the first season who overcame their fear really didn't, because they were just dreaming. So now we're going to have the character still be afraid of that thing. Like, that is sort of like, why are you doing that for? You know, that kind of thing. Whereas if you wanted to do something different, you could go, right, this character was afraid of this. Well, how about they discover a new fear that they didn't know they had because they hadn't experienced it yet? That would be different, because you're focusing on a different fear that the character in my example I've completely made up is actually afraid of. Instead of trying to be different but changing how things actually worked out in the previous story. And that doesn't say that you can't have a story where it's like, this character survived until the end, and then at the start of the next story, they die. Like, you know, people might not be happy about it, but that's a different story. But in the general sense of coming up with a follow-up story, well, there's nothing wrong with doing that in general, because you're creating a new narrative while still making things fit before. But then again, you want to have it be a meaningful thing if you do decide to go that way.
How much longer until we can head back down to the facility?
I think someone's out there.
No, we've got a couple of hours still. Patience.
Stardust, the comic I wanted to read was Batman Beyond Neo Year. It was still too new and not sure if online only. Oh, that's fair enough as well. Hadn't actually heard of that. Like, I heard of Batman Beyond, but not Neo Year, though. So, okay, you watch someone stream the old From Russia With Love game. They changed so much of the story to make it work for a video game. I have only played that game once. But all the way through as well. Like, I didn't just play it for a bit and then not finish it. I played through it, and it was just so surreal, but at the same time, it felt a bit janky. But it was cool that Sean Connery came back to reprise the role. But whereas before, when he came back to the role, even though he was older, it still fit because that was just, you know, the age that the character was. But when it came to that game, because he was reprising his role as a character back when they were the age that he used to be when he played that character originally in the movie, young Sean Connery in From Russia with Love the movie versus old man Sean Connery in From Russia with Love the game, there's a definite difference, you know. But it was still cool that he was willing to actually do that at such an advanced age. But you can definitely tell. Okay, so we have another upgrade finally. Alright, so this is another shotgun upgrade that we can do. This is the Harbinger shotgun. Tier 3, final tier 3 upgrade for this type of shotgun. Large drum magazine. A large capacity drum significantly increases shot capacity between reloads, applied to all full auto shotguns.
Did we really lose a full company when they broke through into the ruins?
Not only that, but they lost the rest of the as well.
Heads up! Incoming!
Let's do a sweep.
I got an angle! Let's go! I got an angle! Take her out! Let's finish this!
The good thing about doing the grinding for upgrades in this stream is that when I get back to this game next weekend, the time I'm spending now to do this and not do any story stuff means that next weekend there'll be even less stuff that I'll have to grind for as well. There's still some weapons that I don't actually have yet. One is a supply shack item, but I don't have enough ancient coins from the Old Kingdom to cover the purchase of it. And then there's also the other shotgun I haven't found the final part for. But you only find the parts to these weapons in certain kind of like chests like this one.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere inside the old mine. Why is that? Right there! I'm up! Moving into cover!
So, okay, there's an AC Shadows parody game coming out on Steam. Oh, there is? Already? That was quick. Makes me think of the movies that were done by that company, Asylum, where there'd be like a big budget Hollywood movie announced, and then the Asylum company would be like, right, let's do our version of that, but we'll make sure that it's different enough so that we don't get sued. But have it similar enough that people will see the two and be like, ah, these are similar. Like instead of Alien versus Predator, I think they did Alien versus Hunter or something. Actually, there's a lot of stuff that's public domain now that people can do what they want with it. Granted, some of these characters, it's only the very original version or iteration of them. Like, for example, you can now take the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse that was in black and white, and you can pretty much do what you like with that version of Mickey Mouse. So if you wanted to make a survival horror game where you played as Mickey Mouse in a black and white world that was the same cartoon graphics as Steamboat Willie and all that, you could now, without having to pay royalties or anything. However, you couldn't take any other version of Mickey Mouse and then do what you want with the character, because then you'd be open up for legal action. But if you take the Steamboat Willie version of Mickey Mouse, the very original version of him, then you can, because he's now in the public domain. Then there's Popeye as well. He's also a character that's in the public domain now. Same with Winnie the Pooh and Tigger. Then you've got Tintin, the original version of Tintin, but not the version that's been done in like video games and the Peter Jackson movie either. Like you can't just, you can't take the way that Tintin was done in the Peter Jackson movie and just come up with your own version of that without, repercussions. But the original version, which was in the comics, the way that Tintin is depicted in that, you can use that apparently. That came into public domain as well. But then there's also other characters that their original versions are coming into the public domain, like Batman, for example. So, okay, Tintin recently got a new game, by the way. Oh, a new one? Oh, that's good. Because I saw that there was a Tintin game that came out based on the movie, but there was also a Tintin game that came out after that game. So, is this one now yet another one after that one? I don't know. that makes it hard to actually answer, I know, but... Coffee, was Tintin popular in Australia? You thought Tintin and Asterix were EU things? It really was, Coffee. Oh yeah. Like I remember in primary school, when it was time to go to the library, and we all went to pick what book we wanted to actually read, there was always a big rush for the Tintin books. So if you managed to get one of the Tintin books, it was one of those, this is so cool, I actually got it, because... Otherwise, you'd miss out because everyone else got it, and you'd be like, "Oh, now we're gonna wait till tomorrow to potentially get the book to read." So it was definitely very popular. I used to love coming home from school and watching the animated series as well. Salcat Cigars of the Pharaoh. Ah, nice. Because there are also some Super Nintendo games based on Tintin as well. Oh yes, so this is the one that I was actually thinking of. Came out last year. Cool. Yeah, I definitely want to play that. I mean, even if it turns out to be a bad game, but I do remember seeing that one and thinking, I wouldn't mind playing that one. Someone should do a version of like Popeye where instead of a sailor, he's a secret agent. And he's addicted to Popeye's chicken. No, you couldn't do that because you wouldn't be able to use Popeye's chicken without permission.
We're under attack! Search the area.
Exactly, Schiller. That could be the alternate stream title for this stream. The Infinite Quest for More Loot. Alright, can upgrade another weapon. Another one in the shotgun category. Alright, so we have multiple ones that we can actually apply this to. Or apply an upgrade to, but I'm going to go with the earliest one. Alright, so this is a tier 1 upgrade for pump action shotgun. This is the one that's just simply 16 salvage on its own. Custom Forcing Cone. A forcing cone produces more concentrated shot patterns for increased damage applied to all shotguns. So this one's good because it means that all the shotguns that I actually have, regardless of what type they are, when I upgrade this element, it's applied to all the shotguns. Now the break action shotgun is actually complete. So I can mark that one as done. So we just go back and forth and forth and back from one spot to in the game world to another. Have enemies respawn in the area? Yes, good. Kill them, loot them. Go to another area. Are enemies there? Yep, good. Kill them, loot them. Rinse and repeat, and then go to the camp and go Have we actually got any more resources that we can, or weapons we can upgrade? Yep, good. Alright, cool. Upgrade, then rinse and repeat until we get all the upgrades. Just to reiterate too, what I'm doing with the upgrading, you literally don't actually have to do it if you're doing 100%. If you just want to do a 100% playthrough and do what the game counts as that, you definitely don't have to upgrade all the weapons. In my madness, I'm just doing that as an extra thing on top. I don't do it often. I've done it before, and it does take a long time. But I wanted to do it for this playthrough because of the 10th anniversary thing.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere inside the old...
We got incoming!
Spread out. Keep your eyes open.
We're under attack!
You're dead!
So what's the deal with the contract? We got incoming! I'm under fire!
Got her! You and...
Cellcat, when you're doing another run of Underworld, that won't actually be until I'm doing my annual ones. So I'm not too sure, because what I want to do this year with my major annual playthroughs when it comes to Assassin's Creed and Tomb Raider is put them into groups and then have a break between each grouping. So for the Tomb Raider grouping, it'll go Tomb Raider 1 through to 6, and then I'll take a break, and then it'll be Tomb Raider Anniversary Legend and Underworld. Then I'd take a break, and then it'll be the reboot trilogy, 2013 Rise and Shadow again. So I don't know when that will actually all pan out as well. But there's a lot of Tomb Raider up the front end of this year. So I've also got Chronicles celebrating a 25th anniversary I want to do something for as well. So not only will I be doing the Chronicles remaster playthrough soon, I'll also be doing a 25th anniversary playthrough of Chronicles, and also doing a separate annual playthrough of Chronicles, so... a lot of Tomb Raider up front this year. There's also so many other games I want to get to as well. Outside of those franchises, Assassin's Creed and Tomb Raider. But it's funny though, because this year will be the most I will have played Chronicles in a single year. Because usually I just do it once a year. Because it's one of those games in the series that I definitely don't mind replaying it, but the last few levels in Von Croy Industries are an absolute terror, and I hate them, which really annoys me in a playthrough. So I usually like to wait quite a while before playing it again. But I'm going to make an exception this year though. So there'll be 3 playthroughs at least. But I'm thinking for the 25th anniversary playthrough, I'll probably just do something specific for one playthrough for that. I won't do like multiple phases and stuff.
They're sending another team inside the mines to map the ruins. Yeah, but where do they think all of this comes from?
Open fire! We got company! I got an angle! God, he's firing! He's
It'd be funny if, because I used that explosive item before interacting with the campfire, it would have been funny if, instead of Lara resetting and doing the animation she normally does for sitting down near the fire, it would have been funny if she was just laying horizontal on the ground while at the campfire. If it was at least for a few split seconds after having been blown to the ground from the explosion.
So it's the same woman? Is he sure?
Identify yourself. Of course. Oh, contact. Something. Got it. Grenade out! He's here! Let's finish it. Someone kill her already!
So it's the same woman. Is he sure?
It's Constantine.
Oh, shit. You're dead!
Got a new skill point. Oh no, I didn't. Oops, it was just telling me I had one still. I'm saving at least one because there's a skill when you get the broadhead arrows in the main story, there's actually an upgrade for that where you can actually put those arrows into the walls without even needing to shoot the arrow into it. So, okay, Lara is a playable character in Dead by Daylight, by the way, this reboot version of her, and a lot of the Resident Evil characters as well. Yeah, it's so interesting how many different characters across so many franchises have actually been in that, you know, and the different renditions, the decisions they make as to what items or weapons the characters might have in that, given what kind of game Dead by Daylight is. Whereas the actual characters' kind of game might not 100% fit, but the way in which they figure out ways to be like, hey, like with Alan Wake, I imagine they found a way to incorporate the lighting mechanic, maybe. I'm just guessing. These guys look thirsty. Let's give them a drink.
You see that plane crash in the mountains when it came in?
Someone's here! I see!
Keone, is this 120 FPS? I definitely doubt it. Alright, now I have another skill point. Alright, cool. Cluster bomb arrows. Upgrade grenade arrows to disperse additional explosives on impact. Sounds good. Alright, we have an upgrade that we can do in the rifle category. The assault rifle. So we have a tier 3 upgrade that we can do. Assault rifle, tier 3 upgrade. Cool. In my document, there's actually other upgrades within tier 3 that I had listed, but along the way, I've done upgrading that has also affected those upgrades automatically. So I can actually wipe out all of tier 3 in my list. So tier 4, I'll just do this first. High capacity magazine. An extra large magazine increases the number of shots that can be fired between reloads. Applied to all assault rifles. Now the tier 4 one is 18 salvage and 4 technical parts. Keone, looks like it runs good. Yeah, I'm not too sure what the FPS would be for it. In terms of what I've got it for the stream output, I've got the PlayStation stream settings, because I stream directly from the console, to 1080p. But I can't remember if I put it at 60 FPS or 30 FPS. Not that it means that games that are capped at 30 FPS are going to actually play at 60 FPS, but... Was there a big 30, right? If you recall, did they update it to 60 on consoles? They might have done. Yeah, I don't know. Nick Cage Dead by Daylight is cooler. That's funny that they just take him in general. Like, no character, I guess, that he's played, but just put him as the actor in it.
So far, I've I've been lucky.
Who's there?
None of our patrols are
Give me
anywhere.
some contact!
I'm gonna kill you! He's hit! She's hit! Let's finish this! Reloading!
Come on, let's end this.
I forgot. When I was looking at rifles and upgrading them, I forgot to switch back to the rifle I was using, which was the Golden Fang. I'll make sure to do that. Mr. Epic, what do you mean Nick Cage is the character? Yeah, didn't they just have him himself be it? Like, not based on a movie character that he had or something? Like, usually they have, like, if Arnold Schwarzenegger played the Terminator, for example, they wouldn't just have Arnie in general. They'd have him as the Terminator. So I thought for Nick Cage they just had him in general, not based on any of his characters or anything.
Who goes there?
Did we really... Hostile! Position! Got your back!
Let's finish this.
Mr. Epic, Nick Cage in the biggest performance yet, playing himself.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere inside the old... Why is that about? So it's the same woman. Is he sure?
It's Constantine. Of course he should. Incoming! We're under attack! Spread it.
This is actually pretty good to get these enemies to actually spawn in each of these sections, because it could have been a case where the enemies only spawned in one part. So it's cool that there was a few sections in the one run, so to speak. And for the most part, I've been able to get some resources that I actually need. So hopefully there might be at least another upgrade we can apply to one of the weapons by the time I get back to a campsite. Mr. Epic, have you seen his movie Willy's Wonderland? That movie was so fucking funny. I hadn't, no, but I actually had heard of it. Wasn't it like a Five Nights at Freddy's kind of style stuff thing? So okay, one of your best friends, she always plays as Nick Cage. Oh really, without fail? It's just like, who are you gonna play as this time? Nick Cage. But you played as them the last 500 times. So?
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrol... Search the...
Yeah, I thought so, Mr. Epic, because I remember seeing like a teaser trailer for it. I think it was a teaser. No, don't have enough to do another upgrade of a weapon yet. At least, not yet. Yes, baby, please watch a short video on YouTube called Willy's Wonderland, Head, Shoulder, Knees and Toes. It was one of the funniest parts. Oh, was it? I'll definitely keep that as a watch later. Thanks for the suggestion, Mr. Epic. Alright, now we can do another upgraded weapon. This time we have a rifle or a shotgun. Since it's the earliest in the actual categories, we'll do rifle and assault rifle. Nice, the final upgrade. And this upgrade will go towards all rifles as well. So this is a tier 4 upgrade for the assault rifle. Improved gas port. Redirects gas release when firing into the receiver to auto-cycle loading of the next round, improving firing speed. The assault rifle is now completely upgraded. SMG done, assault rifle now done. Alright. So we need upgrades now for the bolt action and for the golden fang. So this will be applied to all bolt action rifles, which means we only really need to get what we need for this, and then that will also apply it to the other rifle that's bolt action, which is this one. And then this one, we need to get the lubricated bolt, which is this upgrade. So when we get that one, the tier 4 one, custom bolt handle will become available. Mr. Epic, one of these days you're going to try to buy the shirt of that movie. Oh yeah, like the actual one that he wears. So okay, any new games you're looking forward to? So there's a few. I've got Onimusha Way of the Sword, because I'm a big fan of Onimusha from way back. It was one of the first PlayStation 2 games I played, the first one. So I'm looking forward to the new entry in that series. As an aside, I'm also very much looking forward to the remaster of Onimusha 2. That is coming out this year as well. There's also Directive 8020, which is the next Dark Pictures anthology game. Really looking forward to that one. And GTA 6, that's coming out this year, right? They haven't delayed it. That'd be one for sure. The new Mafia game, but I don't know if that's coming out this year or not.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere inside the old mine.
Why is that lucky?
I'm not...
You got company! He's gone! Cover me! On your six! Better! Keep firing! Just you and me!
Oh, that's fair enough, Mr. Epic. That's actually the one that he wears. Because I thought too that that might just be one that is like, you know, based on that, but not the same. That's cool. So, okay, you're waiting for Oblivion Remaster and Elder Scrolls 6? Oh, yeah? Well, hopefully Elder Scrolls 6 will come out this century. Could you imagine, in the year 3000, finally, Elder Scrolls 6 comes out? Cellcat, and of course Skull and Bones 2.
You saw the photos from up in the mining office, right?
Keep her down! You've got company! I got a hit! You and me! Light her up!
It's so funny being at the point in this game where I can just rock on up to enemies who are shooting at me and just be like, meh, have this explosive thing, and then just walk up to someone going like, meh, here, have a bullet to the face. It's like, oh look, 3 enemies are shooting at me at once. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Code and Todd would still be there in a jar like Futurama. Mr. Ebbing, it looks like about Imagine the Boycott. Yeah, I really haven't looked into that game, so I don't really know myself what it looks like and stuff. Because I like RPGs and stuff, but I'm not really like massive into them where I have to play all the ones that exist, you know what I mean? It's just like certain ones that have come along where I'm like, yeah, that's a really cool one. Like Skyrim and Witcher 3. A couple examples.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere.
Contact! Yeah! Got your back! Advancing! Cover me! Focusing fire!
Mr. Epic Avowed versus Skyrim is the same like AC Black Flag versus Skull and Bones from what you saw at least. Oh yeah. Yeah, sometimes too, like I remember in Skyrim there was, looking back, a lot of jank stuff that was in it. I mean, it was more noticeable for me when I played Skyrim first and then tried to play Oblivion. I'm like, what the hell? But granted, there's quite a few years difference between the two games as well. The good thing is about this game, if you hear this music, you know that there's actually enemies about. If you hear the do-do-do, do-do-do sort of thing, that's usually because there's wolves. Like, you hear a bit of do-do-do here as well, but I mean, you really hear a lot of it when it's actually wolves nearby.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere in...
Heads up! Incoming! I see her! Take her down! Flush her out!
Well, the Valve did do something right. It made you see Oblivion in a whole new light. You think when you have your PC you're going to play it? Well, that's definitely good. I hope you enjoy it. Yes, another weapon upgrade. In the rifle category as well. Alright. A tier 3 upgrade, which is 19 salvage and 1 bore fat. Lubricated bolt. Smoother bolt motion increases reload speed. Applied to all bolt action rifles. Alright, so there's only now a tier 4 upgrade left for the bolt action. And that was 19 salvage and 5 tech parts. Mr. Epic, yeah, search more videos of Oblivion. It looks like a fun playthrough. You only played Skyrim. Yeah, I actually wouldn't mind giving Oblivion another chance. Putting aside, you know, the fact that the graphics aren't as good as Skyrim's were. And just being like, right, play it. See what it's like in full. But that takes time. Which, it's like, I look at my list of games to get to, even individually, without counting the fact that there's multiple playthroughs of the same game, but just doing different things.
Right into the facility. Christ.
Definitely a lot.
Either brave or stupid. You seen the natives yet? Yeah, a few times.
Cover me! Contact! I got her! Ready! This end!
Cellcap. Oblivion is an amazing game. It just looks very dated now and stiff controls compared to Skyrim. Xbox version of Oblivion has a higher res now and runs at 60 FPS. That's cool that they gave it that treatment. That's cool. Nice, we can get another weapon upgrade. Awesome. The final upgrade for the Golden Fang and the bolt action rifle as well is the custom bolt handle. Bolt with refined grip contouring increases reload speed, applied to all bolt action rifles. There we go. So SMG done to 100%. Assault rifle done to 100%. Bolt action done to 100%. And then Golden Fang done to 100%. Okay, so let's fast travel to here to visit the supply shack for a moment, just to reevaluate things. Mr. Epic, you don't really like first-person games on controller. You prefer keyboard and mouse, but with third-person you prefer controller. That's definitely understandable. Yeah, I do feel the same way. Like playing a first-person shooter game with the control stick, having to move fast or slow and then change speed, but then positioning and all that kind of stuff is like such a headache. Whereas if you just have a mouse, you can just go quick move, boom, click, done, you know. Okay, so the military rifle. So there is one more rifle. So we haven't gotten all the rifles upgraded yet, because we haven't unlocked that rifle by buying it. Okay, so keeping in mind that rifle, aside from the rifle, I have all the bows fully upgraded. Recurve, Compound, Ancient Hornbow, Grim Whisper, Death's Breath, White Widow, Guiding Light, and Dream Stinger. In terms of handguns, there's one more handgun that I don't have yet, which is the heavy pistol. But I've got the revolver to 100%, the semi-auto pistol to 100%, Venom hand cannon to 100%, Moon Shadow to 100%, Accipiter Nox to 100%, Hailstorm to 100%. So the so that rifle that I need to buy and this heavy pistol I need to unlock, that's two weapons that I have yet to actually get into my inventory. So we've got the heavy pistol, which is 1. Then we've got that rifle, which is 2. Then we've got pump action, which is 3. Tactical shotgun, which is 4. Harbinger, which is 5. And the full auto shotgun that we don't have yet, which is 6. So in total, there's still 6 weapons left that I need to get fully upgraded. Mr. Epic, yeah, you have more edge with jumping, turning, sliding, and aiming. That's true. Definitely. Okay, so just want to check some stuff. Alright, I've made note in my notepad now of the military rifle. That was one of the rifles I hadn't actually added to my notepad, where I'm keeping track of what weapons I have yet to actually upgrade. and what tier of upgrade they are and what resources are needed for each upgrade in those tiers as well. So I've been keeping track of all that and marking things off as I go. So the rifle, I won't be getting it until we get the next few ancient coins that I need. But the ones that are on the map, I can't actually access yet because I don't have the point in the story progressed to. So I'll have to move the story forward a little bit, but they won't be in this stream though. It's way too late my time and too long of a stream now to do that. But I'm gonna keep streaming for a little bit longer to get more resources for some of these other weapons that I do actually already have in the inventory. But I might clean up my notepad by having a look at what's actually required of the weapons that I do have in possession already that need to be fully upgraded. Right, so shotguns, for example. Right, pump action shotgun. So I've got one in tier 1 left. So pump action shotgun, tier 1, 19 salvage. That's the only one I've got left for tier 1. Tier 3 I can take off my list because I've already got it. And then there's tier 4, 6 of the hide and 20 of the salvage. So that's the pump action shotgun. Now the tactical shotgun. I need the tube magazine extender. So that's tier 1 tactical shotgun. Which is 19 salvage. Then all the tier 3s are actually done as well in that. And tier 4, 20 of the salvage and 3 of the technical parts. So that's that left. There we go. So that's tidied up my notepad a little bit more as to what I have left. The logic is the more time in this stream I use for getting these resources, the less time in the next stream I have to actually spend doing the grinding.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere.
What was that? We're under attack! Give me suppressing fire! Now! Oh, he's dead! Taking position! Cover me! Just you and me!
Mr. Epic, that's what you always thought when clearing an area with collectibles in AC Origins, Odyssey, and Valcrapper. Yeah, it's just like, if I spend more time now doing these things, it means less time at a later point. Because the thing is, doing just purely 100%, and also not listening out for dialogue, and not actually doing all these upgrading, if I was just doing a 100% playthrough, getting what the game wants me to get for the 100%, then I would have already finished this playthrough before now. It's just that this whole thing about listening to dialogue and getting these upgrades has just added an extra amount of time, which I don't mind because I wanted to do this for this first phase. But the other phases I have in mind, they have different approaches, and they may still take a bit of time, but they may not take as long as this phase has taken. There's some games too where I'll do a playthrough where I don't want to get everything done, but I will do stuff off stream to actually get certain skills and stuff. But when I do playthroughs like this, I always like to make sure that all the progress I'm making in all the elements of the playthrough when doing 100% are actually on stream. Which then means the grinding is all on stream. Whereas in those other kinds of playthroughs, I do some of the grinding offline that doesn't come through on the stream. So only the main crust of what I want to do in the game ends up on the stream in those playthroughs. Something else that can become tricky sometimes, though, is sometimes if I'm doing a challenge run of a game, the very nature of what the challenge might be means I don't want to do any progress, even if it's side stuff not included in the challenge. I don't like to actually not do all of those parts of the game in that challenge without streaming it, because I want it to be all on the stream so people can go, right, he only did this game on stream, he didn't do things off stream to potentially do a workaround for the challenge rule. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't do a no-death challenge playthrough of a game and then do a little bit of grinding in that game off stream, you know. I'd purely just do all of that content in a no-death run on stream. And usually show, you know, what I've accomplished at the start of each stream, just to be like, right, this is what I got done in the previous stream. So then in the next stream, what I get done in the current stream would then be recapped at the start of the next one, and go through like that. Because the thing is, like, if I did a challenge run and I was like, right, I'm going to do a challenge where it's a no-death challenge. Now, technically, I could do multiple attempts off stream, right? But what happens, though, if I really get close to finishing the game off stream without dying? Then I'm wasting the value of actually doing those attempts on stream, you know. So it's one of those things where I wouldn't do things off stream in that playthrough and then just act like, oh, you know, because I also like to not really practice. Like when I set up a challenge run, I might do some practicing, but only really in a testing way, where it's like, I wonder if this would actually work. And so I do a little bit of a test. There have been exceptions. Assassin's Creed Origins, I did a playthrough where I came up with my own optional objectives. And the only way I could do that for all the main missions was to actually play through the game off stream and test them out in every single mission and then decide, okay, this is what I'm going to do. And then I streamed the playthrough doing that challenge run. But I really want things that are happening in a challenge run to actually be on stream. So there's no incentive for me to try and pretend like I didn't do anything off stream. I'd rather be like, right, this is the challenge I've been doing. All the progress and all the attempts has been on stream. None has been off stream. Because there's these things that could be tells if I had have done, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Same with like progression. Like if I said I was going to do a 100% playthrough, because I like to actually show all the grinding on stream for those playthroughs, if I went offline and did some, then when I go and look at the percentage screen, there'd be people who would go, hang on, you had 51% at the end of your previous stream in doing a 100% playthrough. How come you've got 55 now? You know? So, doing all the content in a challenge run,
Heads up. I saw
doing all the content in a 100% playthrough, I don't want to, you know, do any of that off stream. I just want to do it on stream. Whoa! Didn't expect him to fly that high. Hey Walker man, how's things been going? As for me, it's going pretty good. I'm pulling a late stream and a long one to do some grinding stuff in this game, but I'll be ending soonish. Just means that when I stream this next time, which will be next Saturday, I won't have as much grinding to do on stream. Not too bad, Walker man, that's good. Glad to hear that. It's good to see you in chat again. You just started this one, you've been enjoying it. Oh nice, that's good. Yeah, I like this one too. I like the setting, and I also like the stealth aspects that they added. Mr. Epic, the only challenge you do in games is try to get platinum. I mean, I guess that could be a challenge in and of itself too as well. Because of how many different trophies individually could be a pain in the ass to do. Walker man, you really love all the Survivor Tomb Raiders. You just hope that Amazon doesn't mess it up with the next one. That's the thing with the next game, like, I don't think there's been anything recently said about it. Like, not any, like, updates as to what's going on with it. I mean, they have continued reboot Lara's story, but in the animated series that they did. And I was talking before about how they've already had it that Lara gets her dual pistols in the animated series for the reboot version of Lara. So they now can't do that in the games. So fans of the games who are hoping to play the game in which she actually finally gets the dual pistols as part of the, the whole game, now get robbed of that experience because it's already been done in a different form of media. It'd be like if you set up a plot twist for a game, but then you were like, nah, we'll have the twist revealed in a card game that not all the players of the actual video game would play. Be like, what are you doing that for? You're waiting for another form of media to come along to finish off something you started in something else. Because I think it'd be cool, you have like a cutscene where Lara is doing whatever is going on, and then you have the reveal in the cutscene that she's putting her hands beside her hips, and then cut to gameplay, boom, pulls out the guns, dual pistols, and then, there you go. But they can't do that now. I mean, they can still do it, but it won't have the same impact, because if you've seen the animated show, that it won't be the first time Lara's doing that. I mean, technically it's not the first time anyway that the reboot version of Lara did it, because she does it at the end of the 2013 game, but you know what I mean? It's like there's a bit of spectacle behind her actually getting them.
Intruder! She's there! Open fire! Get clear! Cover me! Come on! Let's end this!
Mr. Epic, didn't she get the dual pistols in an upgrade in part 1? Not the old part 1, before this one. Yeah, so right at the end of the game, when you fight the final boss, Matthias, Lara gets up off the ground and he's staggering back, and she has the 2 pistols. And then in gameplay, you get to actually shoot the pistols. If you choose to, that is, you could actually not shoot, and Lara will still, ultimately kill him at the end of the cutscene. But then there's a low-angle shot looking up at Lara with her holding the dual pistols down at her sides, which I'm getting chills just even thinking about it. It's such an epic moment. But after that point, the dual pistols get relegated to being referenced and appearing in this game, in the Blood Ties DLC, because Lara has it at her mansion. She still has Roth's pistols. Nice, another weapon upgrade, cool. Got enough resources to do another weapon upgrade. Alright, so a pump action shotgun. Alright, so I'll get a tier 1 one done. So that's pump action shotgun, tier 1 salvage. Boom, done. Tube magazine extender. More shells can be held in the tube mag for increased ammo capacity between reloads. Applied to all pump action and tactical shotguns. Mr. Epic, is the show and the new game connected then? If so, you hate that that usually ruins games. Yeah, so indeed you get it. You thought so. Yeah. Yeah, so the animated show, I don't know how many years after Shadow of the Tomb Raider it takes place, but it is the same version of Lara as in these 3 games, except Camilla Luddington, who played Lara in the reboot trilogy, she doesn't actually voice Lara in that animated show. They recast the role. Hayley Atwell plays Lara, this version of Lara from these games in the animated series that they did. It's one of those things, it's like, it's not the first time in the history of the franchise that one person has played the role and then another person gets cast and all that kind of stuff. But in terms of like this version of Lara, I got so used to Camilla playing the role, and she did such a great job that it just feels weird knowing that she's not going to play the role again. But it doesn't mean that I think Hayley Atwell's a bad choice, though. I think she's a good choice for Lara as well. It's just that once you hear someone as a character for so long, you start to create an association with that person and that role. But I didn't expect Camilla to play the role forever, of course, but there's a bittersweet element to playing Shadow of the Tomb Raider now, knowing that that's her last performance as this version of Lara Croft. Potentially. I mean, hey, she might return for the next game. We just don't know. But for now, at least,
Someone's toying with us. We've got company.
the 3 reboot games were her performance as this version of Lara.
It's over. Just you and me.
There's also another side to stuff too. It's like, as much as it's awesome to have someone reprise a role multiple times, there's also something to be said for wanting to branch out and play other roles. You know, so if you've only played one character, not that she only played Lara, but I mean to say, if you've played one character for multiple times, you might want to play a different character in something else and not keep playing as the other character for multiple different games, you know. So there's also that side of things. Like, as much as it is awesome that people reprise their roles, it definitely is understandable if they get to a point where they're like, nah, I've done enough as that character. It's time for me to move on and for someone else to take on the role. I mean, it happens with a lot of characters. Mr. Epic, you feel the same with Ciri in the new Witcher. Really liked her voice in Witcher 3. Yeah. It was so funny because there were parts of Ciri's voice in Witcher 3 where it reminded me of Janelle Elliott, who plays Lara Croft in Tomb Raider Last Revelation, Chronicles, and Angel of Darkness. That I actually thought it was her who played Ciri in Witcher 3, but then I read the cast list and found there was someone else. That's interesting. On that zip line, if you take the zip line from the very start of it, the game won't let you actually drop off of it. You have to actually stay on it until Lara gets to the bottom where the zip line ends. But if you don't actually have her start on the zip line at the start of it, but you actually jump to the side a bit and then forward and then grab, it will actually let you drop off when you want. So as much as I would like to say that I knew that that was going to happen, I actually didn't. So the fact that I was able to have Lara just drop off there due to the fact that I had her jump to the side a bit and then land on the zip line was a complete surprise to me. But it definitely feels like it's a quicker process to do it that way than to just stay on the zip line the whole way. But maybe it just feels like it's quicker. Maybe if both were timed out together, maybe the other would end up being a quicker way to do it.
So far, I've been lucky. None of our patrols are anywhere inside the old mine.
Why is that lucky?
We're under attack! Stand down! Grenade out! Light her up!
Ms. Rivik, some voices are iconic to replace like Geralt or Master Chief and Cortana or Mark Hamill's Joker. Although you did kind of like Troy Baker's Joker. Yeah. Because you can get so used to one person playing the role that it does feel weird. Not that it can't change and actually not feel weird once you actually get used to the new person, but the initial reaction can be like, oh, this sounds like not what I was expecting, you know. And it could be, you know, it could end up being a better interpretation down the line, like you never know. Like that can happen too, where someone else might come along at a later date and be able to blow things out of the water with the role, and then people are like, holy shit, I didn't expect someone like this to come along and play this role. Hey Lucinda, good morning. Welcome on in. Rise is going good. I now have 6 weapons overall to get upgrades for. For the past few hours, I've simply just been grinding. I've been fast traveling from spot to spot, killing respawned enemies, looting their bodies, rinse and repeat, going to the campfire, checking to see if I can upgrade a weapon with the resources I got. But I've definitely made a huge mark on the upgrades, so I'm just doing as much as I can in this stream. There's some upgrades that I can't actually get yet because I need to progress further in the story, and I don't want to do that in this stream, so I'm going to wait till next weekend to progress the story a bit more. But spending more time in this stream doing the grinding that I can and upgrading what I actually can is going to be beneficial in the long run, because whatever I'll have left to do for upgrading will be way less in comparison to what I've actually had to do up until this point. And the progression of the story will actually start to go quicker, and the collectibles will be a process that won't take as long. and all that kind of stuff. So, but it's going well. How about yourself? Nice. You gotta love the grind. Oh, absolutely. Something that really helps though is that some upgrades for one weapon of the same category will actually carry across to the other weapons in that same category. So, for example, there might be an upgrade that is applied to all rifles, so that once you apply it to any of those rifles, it carries over to the rest of them. So I had to look at my list on the notepad and make corrections because I didn't double check for a while that certain weapons didn't need to be upgraded anymore because I'd already gotten a certain upgrade for that weapon type earlier. So that's another good thing. That actually worked out well. Code? Well, you have no idea what kind of mushrooms the devs have taken with the Krieg add-on with Borderlands 3. Just wild. I guess it's a very wild DLC then, is it? Keeping in mind, I've got zero real knowledge of Borderlands at all, so I don't know who Krieg is. Oh, it is Lucinda for sure, you know. Like, it's still a big chunk of time, but at least it's time being spent in this stream to make it less time in future streams for this playthrough. Okay, so there's no music there, which means that there's no enemies that have spawned in that spot. Nice, I can upgrade another weapon. Okay, so this is another shotgun in the pump action shotgun category. Alright, so the final upgrade for this is the pump grip. So that's a tier 4 upgrade for the pump action shotgun. Now I can mark that as done. Pump grip. A custom fit pump handle allows for a more natural hold and decreased recoil. Applied to all pump action shotguns. Okay, so pump action shotgun, 100%. Break action is 100%. Had done that earlier. Okay, so tactical shotgun, harbinger, and this full auto shotgun. They're the only 3 shotguns that I have left to upgrade. Now, the other good thing to Lucinda is that this weapon, for example, the full auto shotgun that has a question mark, the game will actually still, if it's part of a similar category to another shotgun, will still recognize that you've upgraded that piece. And so I've actually had one of these weapons that had a question mark that by the time I actually unlocked the weapon, all the other weapons of the same type had already been fully upgraded. So this one will actually potentially become fully upgraded when I finally unlock it as well. So I think it's cool how it does that. I would have been really annoyed if it's like, oh, we know that you already got the upgrades for the other ones, but you didn't have this other one unlocked at the time, so now you have to redo it. Now you have to get all the stuff for this one. Listen, you're doing alright. You didn't sleep very well last night, but you don't feel too bad today, all things considering. Might not need a nap later, but was busy this morning as you procrastinated on things you should have done yesterday. Oh, that's fair enough, Lucinda, though. You know? I mean, you've got a lot on your plate at the moment, so, you know, it's understandable if some things will take a little bit, you know, longer to get kick-started and stuff as well. But I'm glad to hear that you're doing alright, even though you didn't really sleep well. Hopefully you get some good sleep later on today. Code Krieg is one of the characters playable on earlier game, a psycho. Completely nuts. In this add-on you just watched a giant gun birth an egg, which had to be set on, hatched into a small SMG, and you're not kidding? Jeez, what the hell? Like, seriously, what the hell? Listen, that's good. Oh, nice. That's good. You know, there are some games that don't allow you to actually pick up certain materials that you need to upgrade things until you find the thing that requires the upgrade. Exactly, you know. And it's so frustrating when that happens too, because you end up having to spend double the time that you spent already on those things. And it's so funny too, I'm at the point where I can just literally go into a group of enemies and take my time killing them, and even though they're shooting at me and throwing explosions, I've got enough abilities and other things to just be like, meh. So I'm doing a bit of kamikaze stuff, which just helps too, because it means that the process of grinding can be a bit faster as well, because I'm not caring about taking the time to do like a stealth kind of like, you know, stealth-only approach to the group of enemies. I just run in, guns blazing, quickly loot, and then go back to the campsite and fast travel somewhere else, rinse and repeat. Exactly, the Siddha could just go like Rambo. I've also, one of the things that I wanted to do for the playthrough that I've 99% accomplished is the outfit stuff. Like the outfit that I have Lara wearing now, it's my favorite one, so I left it till last. But when you finish the main story, you actually unlock old school Lara Croft character models that you can switch to. So when I finish the story, I'll be able to showcase those character model switches that you can do. But as far as outfits go, I've already showed all the outfits in the playthrough as a showcase type of thing. Listen, the Borderlands was a great shooter-looter. The first two games were the best. You bought 3 and didn't even do a second playthrough, and you don't think you'll even bother with 4 when it comes out. Oh, that's fair enough too as well. I think I've seen you play the first 3. There's an interesting art style, like with the cel-shaded kind of thing. And the funny thing is too, that 75 XP that I got from sliding on that zip line, as long as you leave a bit of space between going through this area, you can literally keep that 75 XP being added every time you do it. Which I think is supposed to be a glitch, maybe. I'm not sure.
I think we're planning a big push. No more border skirmishing.
What have you heard?
One of my guys from the last job is working ops. Says the plan is to go...
Heads up! Incoming! Someone's here!
Listen, by doing all this grinding, you'll be able to speedrun this game like you do with Thief. Pretty much. Finding like little things here and there too. Like, sometimes it's quicker not to jump onto a ladder and then climb up, but just to jump from the ground up to the ledge that the ladder's actually connected to as well. Then you got things like this where you can just jump around corners and then land and then roll. Things like that too. Here, catch.
Spread out. Keep your eyes open. You got contact!
Here, have a drink.
Got a man down! This ends here and now! Fire in the hole!
Listen, yep, little efficiencies that add up. Absolutely, you know. It's good to find out those little nooks and crannies and also do, like, testing of stuff, too. Like, there's been a lot of jumps that I've tested when you get the grapple. Like, there was a ledge that you could jump forward and then grapple across something. But at the entrance to what you're jumping from, to go forward and use the grapple, to the left was actually where you eventually had to end up going. So what I did was instead was I did a jump outwards, veered to the left and spun the camera around and then threw the grapple. The first time it didn't work, but the second attempt I got it. So little things like that as well, that you start to just, you know, practice things and go, what if this could happen? And then that happens. But then we get down to where we were going to go anyway, so... I haven't actually got it set up for this playthrough, but what I'm going to do, I thought earlier, you know what? I've got the Rest in Peace Lara for Tomb Raider games. I've got the Leap of Fail for Assassin's Creed. But what if I also add a Leap of Fail for Tomb Raider and also add a Rest in Peace for Assassin? Because thinking about it, like, in the Assassin's Creed games, doing a Leap of Fail restricts you just to jumping off a viewpoint in the wrong direction. Whereas a Rest in Peace in an Assassin's Creed could mean blowing yourself up or jumping into, like, water and like, you know, like in Assassin's Creed 1, for example, it'd be like, redeem, rest in peace, Altair. It's like, okay, how do you want it? Altair, jump in the water? Alright, cool. Jump in the water as Altair. Rest in peace, Altair, you know. The reason to why I'm getting just like, you know, 1 XP and 2 XP is because after a while, the amount of XP that you get for doing certain things can reduce to something like that. It's just like with the hunting in this game, like if you keep on going to the same area over and over again, non-stop, to hunt animals, eventually the game will be like, right, we're now going to start to reduce the amount of XP you get from the hunting you're doing, because you're doing too much, essentially. Listen to, oh, nice. Yeah, getting to see all the way the protagonists can die. Exactly, yeah. It's like, let's have a barbecued assassin. Hey, Bioshock. How's it going today? Nice, another weapon upgrade available in the shotgun category. Alright, so tactical shotgun. The final upgrade for this tactical shotgun. Ghost Ring Sight. Makeshift sight allows for better aiming and thus a higher rate of fire, applied to all tactical shotguns. Alright, so the Ghost Ring Sight completes the tactical shotgun. Alright. So, pump action, done. Break action shotgun, done. Tactical shotgun, done. Now that's left is the Harbinger shotgun and the full auto one. Listen, do you think you got this YouTube thing figured out? You can only upload 10 videos per day, so when you only do 10 or less, none of them fail, so far. You also decided to go ahead and delete the highlights as you go, because you have to free up space to get under the 100 hours cap in order to create new highlights or to edit the existing ones. You have one video that is 12 hours and 15 minutes, so you have to break it down into 2 videos because you discovered YouTube's maximum video length is 12 hours. But you can't do that until you get below the cap. It's so annoying, Lucinda. Like, I remember the first time I did a stream that was like, 12, 13 hours. And it started out exporting fine, but then I noticed that it split it into 2. And so I had like a stream that was 12 hours and then a stream that was 30 minutes. But the whole cap thing, it's really stupid because when I actually go and have a look, and let me see if it's gonna come up for me. Yeah. Alright, so it says new storage limits starting April 19. Twitch is not April yet. And I was thinking, fair enough, start it on the 19th of April, but you haven't. You've started it before then. Like, if you're going to say starting April 19, then literally wait until April 19 before you start to implement it. Because what they've done is they've said that that's when it's going to start, but they've already started doing it. It would have been smarter and better if they were like, right, just a heads up, on the 19th of April, storage limits are going to start happening. For now, the storage limit isn't there, but it will be. That's what they should have done. Because then it would have given people time to actually do this in a more sort of like less rushy way, you know what I mean? So I don't know why they say that they're starting it on the 19th of April, but they've literally already started it because the storage limit is already in play. Lucinda, in this case it just refuses to upload the video at all instead of assuming what you want to do with it. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I've never tried to export like multiple videos. Although you're talking about uploads, yeah, because you got to. Oh wait, highlights. Do they export? I can't remember now. Lucinda, yeah, because now you have to make sure that you free up the space fast enough so that you can highlight your VODs before the past broadcast automatically disappears. It's like a train coming at you and you're trying to lay the train tracks down. Oh, you can export. Oh, good. Yeah, because I've never tried doing like heaps. Like I've done maybe 2, 3 max, but I've never tried to do a whole heap of exports at once. Lucinda, yeah, meanwhile doing a crash course in YouTube for the first time all at once. Being thrown in the deep end, well and truly. There's a lot of stuff too, like, I ended up getting into a pattern as well, because I export the VOD, and I do like my description for the playthrough. And then when it comes to like Assassin's Creed, I've got a different variation on to see more live streams on Twitch. Instead of saying, go here and then provide the link to the Twitch channel, for Assassin's Creed I have, do a leap of faith over here. So whenever I do an Assassin's Creed stream and I export it, I then go back through my YouTube history, if it's been a while since I did an Assassin's Creed stream, and then just basically copy and paste that little bit of description, and then put the rest of the description in, and all that kind of stuff, and also like when doing the title, when it's like part 1, 2, 3, 4. Just copying the title from the start to the end of the word part, and then copying that, and then just putting that in, and then putting like 5 or 4, 4 or 5, you know, all that kind of stuff. And so after a while you get into like a routine and a pattern of streaming, finishing the stream, exporting the VOD, going to your YouTube, editing the description, putting in the title, or making changes to it. Like if you've got an exclamation mark on the Twitch title, obviously they don't work on YouTube, so you take out the exclamation mark, for example, and edit it like that. Like for these playthroughs of Tomb Raider, Rise of the Tomb Raider for 100%, I take the exclamation mark off the title, because obviously exclamation marks don't work on YouTube. At least not now. Or at least not yet, I should say. Listen, if you export an entire past broadcast to YouTube, can you edit it like you can with highlights on Twitch, or do you need an actual video editing program? Oh, you didn't know about the exclamation mark? Yeah, so YouTube doesn't have that, but they do have hashtags, but I think they started to do away with those. And it was more about the metadata that you put in, or something like that. But yeah, there is an editing thing with YouTube videos, but I don't think it's as advanced as, you know, other external editors might be as well. But it's been a while since I looked at it, so they might have made some improvements, maybe. Or maybe not. Who knows? Listen, you take the exclamation out of the titles when you highlight them. Well, that's a good idea too as well, you know. Especially too if they're not relevant anymore. Like you finished your playthrough where it was relevant and you don't have the command active anymore. And you don't want people looking at the highlight going, oh, I'll just go to chat and put exclamation mark into chat when the streamer's not actually doing that anymore. So there's no music here, that means that there's no enemies that are respawned into this little spot, so we go back over this way.
So it's the same woman. Is he sure? Heads up! Who's that?
Roger that! Someone kill him already! This ends here and now! incoming! We're under attack!
Yes, another weapon upgrade. Another shotgun upgrade. This one for the Harbinger. And that's the Tier 4 upgrade for Harbinger. Ah, here we go. Tier 1, which I still had listed in my notepad document regarding the Harbinger. I've already actually got that unlocked. That would have happened when I had something else. One of the other shotguns, not this one, but, or maybe this one, I don't know. But in any case, Tier 1 and Tier 4 for Harbinger is now done, which means that's another shotgun finished. Quick release drum. A modified drum means quicker switching of ammo magazines and higher reload speeds, applied to all full auto shotguns. Alright. Pump action shotgun, upgraded. Break action, upgraded. Tactical, upgraded. Harbinger, upgraded. Alright, so the full auto shotgun. We haven't unlocked it yet, but chances are, potentially, by the time it unlocks, it'll be fully upgraded. Alright, so all the bows are fully upgraded. Recurve, Compound, Ancient Horn, Grim Whisper, Death's Breath, White Widow, Guiding Light, Dream Stinger. These pistols have been fully upgraded. Revolver, Semi-Auto Pistol, Venom Hand Cannon, Moon Shadow, Accipiter Nox, Hailstorm. Still need to unlock the Heavy Pistol. SMG Complete, Assault Rifle, Bolt Action Rifle, and Golden Fang Rifle. There is a rifle at the supply shack, so I still have one more rifle. Actually, there's 4 of 6 found, so there must be another rifle that I haven't actually come across any parts for yet. Alright, but that's neither here nor there at this point in time. And shotguns, pump action, break action, tactical shotgun, Harbinger. There we go. Yeah, Lucinda absolutely is like, woo! That's good to get that. Hey Dumbledore, nice weapons. Absolutely, there's a pretty good selection in this game.
Hello there. We have to have faith. God will watch over us. He must.
Alright, this is where I'm going to call it a stream, because the grinding that I have left for these weapons requires moving the story along a little bit. So the next stream of this will be next Saturday. The plan will be not to jump into the story straight away, but what I'm going to do is actually backtrack to areas to do collecting of collectibles that I haven't gotten, working on some of the challenges in the previous areas, and also working on a couple of more challenge tombs that we've gained the ability to access at this point now, and then I'll move on to the story. Because story progression will give me the ability to get more ancient coins, which I can then use to buy the other weapon that I need to get all the upgrades for, and then going through other areas where there might be other weapon parts for different weapons I haven't unlocked yet. That means I can get those then upgraded. So next Saturday we'll get back to this game. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching the stream. I really appreciate it a lot. The next stream you'll see from me will be Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. I'm going to be finishing that playthrough off. I started that last week, and on Tuesday I'm going to be finishing off Call of Cthulhu, a game which I started last week, and then next Wednesday we get back to the remasters of Tomb Raider 4, 5 and 6, getting back to the Last Revelation remastered. So there's the current schedule. Next weekend, Rise of the Tomb Raider. Monday, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Tuesday, Call of Cthulhu. Wednesday to Friday, Tomb Raider: The Last Revelation remastered. That's all. That's no worries at all for the stream, Lucinda. Thank you so much for being here too. I really hope that everyone has a great rest of your weekend. If you see me streaming Assassin's Creed Black Flag, then you know it's Monday here in Australia. We're going to go and raid out to Shillerlock, who's doing a playthrough of Dishonored, Death of the Outsider. Before we do that, though, I just want to give some shout-outs. Would like to definitely recommend people check out the following streamers: Absolution, who does IRL streams; AC, who's doing 7 Days to Die; Dr. Ronnie, first playthrough of Ghost of Tsushima. He wears a hat when he streams, and he changes what hat he's wearing on camera, depending on what the game is. In Meta, doing a first time playthrough of Uncharted 4, A Thief's End, also has Witcher 1 on the schedule. Crocodiles is doing a playthrough of A Plague Tale Innocence. He's doing a immersion mode playthrough where minimal HUD, so things like indicators to let you know that an enemy is about to detect you don't actually appear on the screen, things like that. He's doing that as part of a historical order run, so he's playing games in different timeline, well, He's playing games in different years, and he's actually putting them into order. And so he's doing that big, massive playthrough series. Lucinda is doing a Resident Evil marathon, has Resident Evil Revelations 1 and 2 as part of the marathon. Also the remakes of Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. Mr. Gote is a streamer of games like Banishers, Ghost of New Eden. He also plays the Outlast games as well. Sailcat has been doing a playthrough of House of Ashes, the Dark Pictures anthology game, the third one in that series, and Shaky has been doing Far Cry 6. So highly recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't checked out their content before. And as always, Lucinda, more than happy to give you a shout out. Absolutely no worries at all. Here's a general raid message that people can copy and paste to put into Shilla's chat when we raid. And I've also got one for subscribers as well, so I'll post that one in chat too. There we go. Do a variety combo. There we go. We'll raid out to Shillerlock, see how he's doing with Dishonored Death of the Outsider. Thank you so much again, everyone, for watching. I hope that everyone enjoys the rest of their weekend. Absolutely, Lucinda. Adding the orange peel. Bit of Tomb Raider. Reboot and Classic. Bit of Assassin's Creed. Splinter Cell. Alan Wake. Control. On there. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you have a good weekend. Now, lad, we need to talk about my pay. Later, Arnie. Later. Not on stream. Why not? Because that's a private thing we need to discuss. Sure, whatever. Be careful, or you'll be terminated. And then the channel will become Arnie Legion. Sorry, I'll put him aside for a moment. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope everyone has a good one. Until next time. Yeah, Lucinda. Arnie Legion.